Okay, so we are live, and I want to welcome you all to the Citizen Science Podcast. I am one of your hosts for this evening's show, and my name is Rebecca Benningfield. And this evening, I'm paired up again with Jesus Marquez,
Hi,
longtime
everybody.
friend. How are you, Jesus?
I am good. How's everybody doing?
Good, good. And then also we have Samuel Hofman with us again tonight, which is always awesome. So we will surely get all our answers, all our questions answered. So with having him with us, but tonight I have some videos prepared and new slides, things that I haven't showed yet before. So we're not going to be, repeating things tonight. So we have a lot of videos of what's called cut off flares. And basically, that's when objects, planets, moons, asteroids, crafts, things are cutting into our sunlight, causing it to pinch and become distorted looking. So, and that leads to the light pinches, which is just that when the sunlight is pinching of many directions. That's because planets are causing that to happen. And when I talk about planets, I'm talking about the planets of our twin solar system, just for anybody that's with us that may not know what we are here talking about tonight. We're talking about a binary twin solar system that is currently here, passing just outside Earth's atmosphere and has been since 2009. And Samuel Hofman, having him with us is an honor because he is actually the person that discovered this other solar system. So that's really nice to have him with us
I'd have
because,
to interrupt. It's like in current memory, because I believe that
uh-huh,
there were many other civilizations that knew about the binary solar system besides ours.
yes.
So
Okay.
within current history, I can't say
Within
discovered.
Right. Within
within
our
this cycle,
lifetime, he made the
with,
discovery. Right. But yes,
within this cycle. Mm.
it's known in history that this event happens on a regular cycle about approximately every 3,654 years. And so, yeah, I mean, we know in previous civilizations, they left us clues and carvings and paintings of things that they saw on previous passings. Like, for instance, the Noah's flood would be considered one of the passings. So, anyway, that's what's happening now in our world. And we are going to talk tonight about what these planets look like in our sky because they're way, way closer than what most people first imagine. Is they're nothing small and you don't need a telescope. They are really big and they're passing through our sky every day. Most of what we see every day are atmospheres of other planets.
You
So,
are missing a hell of a show, guys. You got to be on
right,
board with
right. Jesus has been
it.
part of this as long as I have back in 20.
It is a hell of a show. You got to get on board, guys.
Right, right. Yeah, you tell him. I was going to say, you tell him what, give me, everybody, your perspective on all of this because you've been part of this about as long as I have. We both found Sam's group, Montana Skywatcher, in 2017. And we found Sam in 2014, both of us. So you talk a little bit, Jesus, and give your side of all of this.
Yeah, I didn't around 2014. I noticed something had changed, and it was driving me nuts. It drove me crazy for God almost 2 years. I went down just about every rabbit hole imaginable. You name it. I went down that hole. Zachariah Stitchin, Worlds in Collision. I didn't come across that till I found Sam, but I went down every rabbit hole imaginable. You know, Carlos Ferrata, all that stuff, and there was always tidbits of truth. But I was never really completely satisfied with the answers I was finding, and it took me about 2 years of just filming the skies, not knowing what I was filming. As I've said before, my YouTube channel, if you go back, a lot of probably about those first 2 years that I was posting stuff was just random sky stuff that I really did not understand. Um, then I came across Sam well, Sam's old partner, and then eventually Sam, and it's been a wild ride, guys. It's been a hell of a ride. I finally found that piece of the puzzle that I've been looking for so long, because things were very weird in the sky, but because we've been taught that this is impossible, that this would never happen, the last thing that occurred to me that it was planets. I never would have, had I not found Sam, I'd probably still be searching for answers, because nothing really fit. Nothing really fit. But when I found Sam, I was like, okay, this makes sense. This makes absolutely sense. And it takes a while to kind of absorb this information. It doesn't just for anybody out there listening, you have to put the time in. It's not something you're going to learn in a week, in a month. It takes time, but you have to, as I mentioned before, I challenge anybody who's watching right now to put the time in, that this merits. And I promise you, you will not regret it. It is one wild, wild ride, and you're missing it. And we hope that this helps you get on board, because there is some really interesting and fascinating stuff going on out there, guys, and we really hope to be able to share that with you, because we've been watching this for me and Rebecca about six years. Sam's been on board since way before that. But it's driving me crazy not to be able to share this, and I really want to share this. I only want people to see what we're seeing, because it's really happening. It's provable. We proved it over and over. Rebecca, you have some fascinating stuff. A lot of the older members, a lot of even new members, who are just still kind of figuring it out, posting stuff that they don't quite understand yet, but fascinating stuff nevertheless. I think subconsciously, even though we don't understand what's happening, a lot of people subconsciously are seeing something, even if they don't understand I took a lot of pictures, and now after I learned what was happening, I would go back, and still to this day I go back on a lot of my old captures, and I'm like, holy crap, it's right there. But it's funny, because I didn't understand it at the moment, but it's always interesting to go back to my files and files of pictures that I have, and always finding something new.
Right.
I still see new things all the time on older pictures. I'll go back. I sent in a whole bunch of old pictures today, and it's truly amazing what we've gathered for over the years. And then now that we know what we know, because we've seen it for so long, and you go back in those old files, and it's just like, holy crap, this is a way better picture than when I remember
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like, wow, and there that is, and there that is, and God, I never even saw that.
Yes. Anytime that my skies get a little quiet, that's what I do, just to keep myself. I get kind of bored when my skies ain't when there's nothing going on in my skies. That's what I do. I just go back to my own stuff, and I find something just to keep me entertained, because it's fascinating stuff. Just absolutely fascinating stuff. And once you get on board, guys, you will get it. It becomes an obsession. It becomes an obsession, because it is just so cool.
I'm
Bear with
sitting
me a
there
second.
smiling. If I smile any more, my ears are going to fall in. I mean,
Yeah.
listening to you talk, I'm just like, yep, I totally agree. Yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep. You know,
Yeah, this topic, hey, I can't speak enough about it. I'm about 7 hours into your guys' last podcast. But I'm like, every time you guys, every time something gets posted, I'm like, okay, I have entertainment for the next week or so. So, because I drive for a living, so I'll just put it in my car and I'll listen to it while I'm driving. So it's
Yeah.
just fun. It's fun. I'm like 7 hours in. It was great to see you guys, you and Leandra, and
It was
Mark.
so good.
Was Mark on? I don't know.
No.
Mark was. It was
Um.
you and Mark. Yeah.
Oh, Jillian.
Jillian.
Jillian. Yeah, Leandra.
Jillian's another one that. She was one of the first people that I met too. When it comes to this, Jillian, Jolanda, there's a Nancy. There's a lot of them that go way back, but
Yeah, Jillian was one of our original early members from South Africa, and
yeah,
we were always, trying to reach out to everybody around the world so that we could, add to our link of how we're viewing it. There's Robert in New Zealand, and there's people in Australia, and there's people in Indonesia, and we had some members in China, and we had members in Russia for a while, and somehow lately I have not talked to them in a very long time, but we've had members around the world, and I'm going to mention Linda in Holland, who is now like a new moderator for Montana Skywatcher 2. We try to reach out to all these people around the world so that we can make sure we know what we're talking about, and that's what we do. And it's not like we're just grabbing crap off whatever Joe or Bill or Tom sent in and is on newsfeed. We're actually doing the comparatives. We're gathering the information because we all have learned to recognize the patterns, and that's
but
like you're
that's
talking
why
about going
this all
back.
works. That's why this all works, because you have people in the U.S., like me and Rebecca and a few other people, Leandra, and then we post stuff right around that same time. People in other countries are posting their stuff, and you compare that, and it's basically identical. And if it was just clouds, as a lot of people tend to say, it's just clouds. I only see clouds. Clouds don't replicate like that. Clouds don't, they don't replicate over and over again. And this is why the citizen science works, guys, because we take one comparison, we compare it to other posts from all over the world, and then you see the same thing. And you get to be able to get an overview picture. And I think that's what Sam was saying about Mr. MBB333. The reason why he's not seeing is because he sees one picture, right? While we get pictures from all over the world, and we're able to compare them, and we get a bigger picture of what's going on. And this is why this citizen science absolutely works and has been a great tool for us to put in this, to understanding what's going on, because it's really difficult to just take one picture and make heads or tails of it without all these other people posting their stuff as well. So the comparisons are absolutely amazing. I love this picture right here.
It's one of my favorites forever. Isn't this Atu's moon, Sam?
I am more inclined to say lead asteroid in front, because see, the Atu's moon is the patch above in the right.
Oh, yes, I see it now. Okay,
Okay,
so lead.
so this is lead asteroid, probably about I almost said 19, about 20, 21, 22 from the size. And then you see the backlit focal flare, or the backlit crescent flare, because the sun's light is shining and it breaks through around the internal atmosphere of the asteroid, and then focal centers out the back in like as if you were holding a crystal ball, because the light bounces inside the atmosphere. And a lot of people don't ponder that yet, but yeah, no, this is lead asteroid rounding Atu and Atu's moon, and as you can see, Atu's moon patchy is deep dark blue in the upper right hand corner, where deep dark blue Atu is behind, and the behind and semi lower 2 years ago was Uri, with the horizontal still. There's a huge gap between the horizon, where if you look at now, we have all the way up until early 2023, there was very, very little horizon gap below Uri. And then now, of course, again, it's now that we're in late 2023, she's starting to rise up and go past us. So that's how I work through its size placement.
And it looks a little stripy as well.
Right. Yeah. And they're partial downward right angled stripes, and we know that the lead asteroid looks just like that.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm going to make a comparison with this now that I can see it. Now that you've told me everything. Well, it's fresh.
Okay, this is a semi-new picture. I believe I've seen it. I'm gonna scream Atu and Nepacity.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of thought Nepacity was in the mix there, but
I think Nepacity's on the left and Atu is on the right. I think this is recent.
I think so too.
I could
Yeah,
be,
I was.
I do make mistakes. But from what I'm looking at, I'm looking at two bodies.
It looks like two bodies because you can see the curve kind of in the middle of the sun there, kind of a.
And
Hmm. Yeah,
we've
you
got an
can see.
illumination under and around, which is showing a central flaring that wouldn't be on one object. There's a
But
dividing line in the middle.
Yes,
right.
that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, that dividing
I was
line.
going to say, just for anybody that's new and don't know exactly, what we're talking about, basically everything where the sun is up, that darker area is all planets. That's how big the planets are. They fill the whole sky. So we're not talking about small planets. The whole sky, the whole darker area from the sun up
Yes, ma'am.
is
And we
Dark
know
areas first.
And we
That is
know this because we watched them come in, and we have watched them to date every day for a decade, moving closer and closer and bigger and bigger. And we've watched the patterns, and we know what they look like, and we know how they transcend from one. Before Rebecca said that they have many faces, and she said something like five. I would say 3 to 4, but
mhm.
there are many different looks to each planet. And once you understand where those planets are and what they generally look like and where they generally are, all of a sudden, boom, there it is. And it it's a transitionary learning process, just like Jesus said earlier. Hey, by the way, did you catch all the times I've quoted you now?
I sure did. I
I was
appreciate
like, dude, I'm quoting you now for a while.
it. You said it's, made me a huge smile while
Every time you said, and Sam says, I smile too. So I appreciate you guys so much for what you're doing. Moving on, we're looking at cross illuminations of Isatum on the left hand side from probably 2018, early 2019, because at that point Isatum is getting bigger and the yellow moon is visible in the coloration, but not in the actual view. Whereas the picture on the right is probably 2019, 2020, because you're actually seeing the smaller yellow moon at the face of Isatum on the right hand side, which is cutting into the secondary yellow area, which is the standard red star. And over to the left, you have Lead asteroid. And above that, you have Attu and Attu's moon with Nepacity behind on the semi right.
See, that's where you get. That's where you get me, man. Like, I have an eye for big stuff. Sometimes it's the smaller stuff. Like in this picture on the right, where I struggle. I guess whenever I came to Montana Sky, which is the first thing I was told is think big, and I guess that idea never left my mind. So the smaller stuff, sometimes I kind of miss a lot of it.
Well, I believe, and Rebecca and I were talking about this the other day. I don't think you've laid in the shape of the asteroid group.
Yeah, that's exactly. I when you said that, I was like, yes, he's absolutely right. I have not.
You got to go and just take the monthly drawings, and put then go back to the old monthly drawings years ago, and then you'll see the same shapes, but they've moved, but their placement hasn't moved. And if you'd like, I'll even send you a handful of actual space asteroid pictures that match, which is
Yeah, no,
part of how I.
I made a thing where I'm like, okay, now I think I'm gonna focus
Yeah,
on the
because
smaller stuff, on asteroids,
yeah,
on
the large asteroid groups are also placed in a specific area and they've always been there in the same. And then before you know it, and I'm still sitting here every day and holding my breath, waiting to see the Skull asteroid again, because I know it's any time now, and we're going to see that thing, and it's going to scare the crap out of us because that thing is so ghastly, unbelievably cool. That, hey, Halloween, yeah, let's look for it for Halloween,
yeah,
and
man. Hopefully,
yeah.
it'll make a Halloween. Maybe
Oh
it'll make
wow.
a Halloween appearance.
Oh God,
Okay.
hello, because that.
So
Go ahead.
I was just going to say what I was looking for is something that matches this picture. Pretty much is where the sunlight is, being
Yeah, right.
met with
And
Nepacity.
the warble, the bell shaping of this shows you. And if we look in the upper left corner, we of course got Attu and Attu's moon, and we look on the right side, and we have the yellow moon of his Saturn punching in on just a little snib thing there, and his Saturn. And then if you look, there's a slight yellow hue off in the distance on the right hand side horizon line, which is the side of Nibiru. And if you look at the water, on the refraction of the water, you see the actual sun size, and it shows you that there are planetary objects. And if you see that little on the horizon line from the absolute line going left, it rises up, and that's the base cloud of Uri.
No.
And that's the patterns that are always repeating over and over again. And so it automatically tells you, we know that the yellow moon of his Saturn was that size, approximately 2020. And that's how I go back to remembering what was where and how big was it when, not what color I'm looking at.
Yeah, because that confused me a lot in the beginning. Colors. I always wanted to identify things by color, and that doesn't work. These planets are very, very close together.
Yeah, and that's what always
we have
blows
yet
me
to
away. I don't know
understand.
how they're that damn close to each other.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
and then
it's really confusing because the
okay,
colors really blend in.
that boils off into my off-world knowledge and my knowledge of the tool star. And I don't talk a lot about that because I have to be very careful over this subject. And I believe that the tool star actually magnifies how close these planets are together for a reason. Do you follow me? Am I being too cryptic? Do you need more?
um, maybe a little more.
Okay. Well, the tool star, and in Mystery Mark show, there was a person that asked a question or stated a fact or what they assumed were facts about 3 stars. And we know that the math doesn't work for that because I worked that out in the math. And other people who are laymen and just new to the subject and under 30 wouldn't know what they're talking about, except from what they've gotten from the internet gossip. So
Mhm.
that said, and I'm not trying to be arrogant about it, I'm trying to communicate what we know as base fact for science. From what I know of the tool star is a created by the high tech folks that live on these other planets in the other side of our larger solar system to keep their star and them facially closer proximity as far as connected, so they don't
Yeah,
fall
because I remember
behind.
you saying that Nibiru would go behind their star and they would
Or
go
they would
into.
go behind Imaru
Okay, yes, that's right, and they would go
because
into.
it had something to do with their orbit distance. I don't know the
It would cause
basics
them to go
behind it.
into an ice age or.
Correct, and I was, and in the in the back parts of my brain, I kind of remember that this was them changing their stability for a very, very long time. And of course, their technology is so much higher advanced than we could spend the next 6 years talking about. That it and the abilities that they have, even the races above them have unbelievable technology that is greatly suppressed from us, even though
Well,
the government knows about some of it. But
I do feel that we as a society aren't quite ready for
right, right,
and we're
right.
getting there. We're getting
Yeah,
there,
but the
but
problem is a lot of it. I have the answer, but I don't think that it's instantaneously applicable. I don't think you could just smear paint this over and say, here's the answer. It has to do with our fear ratio.
yes, 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 and the fact that we have certain beliefs that we just can't seem to let go of.
Well, part of it is our bigotry, and bigotry is also caused by fear ratio.
That's right. That's right.
And when people are afraid of things they don't know, and they become personally, emotionally upset by it, affected,
Well,
And
and also being told that everything you, because personally, I struggle with that. Um, I had a weird, okay, I like to think that I didn't get indoctrinated so much because, as I was telling Rebecca, I had a childhood where I was never in one place. So I was always moving around. My
me too.
family, my father was moved us around a lot, so I didn't have time to get indoctrinated, as most people do. So I was a little bit more open to this, but I think being told one day that everything you think you know is
Love that
wrong,
picture.
it's a big pill to swallow. It's a
Right.
very big pill to swallow, and I still struggle with it. In fact, I still have
Well, I
moments.
think I think your posters on the wall told the story. I think you're a space nut, and I don't think you were focusing on your surroundings around you. I think you were always looking to the stars.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
really do.
yeah. No, it's. I used to, watching the skies has always been an obsession of mine, even before all
And
this.
mine too. I had the grinding of the asteroids in my childhood dreams. I'm looking at this picture, and this is one of my older ones, and I got a comment on it. If you look, this is approximately 2017, 16, 17, and you're looking at yellow moon in front of the sun, and uh, you're also looking at its atom, and above it is another. I'm trying to think which body that was at that time. That could be actually Atu.
That
Because
too, that too used to cross the sun when I first was learning about this stuff.
yeah,
Remember
well,
saying,
in 217 and 218, Atu did go across the top of the sun, and then we had a lot of the purple effect, and the back illumination is partially what showed us that there was that moon.
yeah, and I remember during certain times of the day in the afternoon when Atu would cross the sun, you would have this, you would have what looks like the sun completely out, but it was a little bit of a dimmer,
And
a little bit
then
of a
after that,
dimmer.
we'd see the purple effect following.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's that refractive light angle where it bounces off the bottom of these planets and then hits us. And even in the lens flare that is on this photograph, you can see there's other bodies and other colorations that aren't normal lens flares. And sometimes, and we've talked about this for many years, correct, Rebecca, where some lens flares are actually helpful because
Oh
they're
yeah.
showing you
Oh yeah.
that there's
Oh,
these other bodies that are creating or part of the lens flare.
sometimes there's a lot of information to be learned on those lens flares. You have to be careful because sometimes it could confuse you, but
Yeah,
sometimes
well,
there
then
is.
it comes to if you accredit them to something, but if you use that and you go, very interesting. I mean, if you lay it as information on the table and rather than coming to a summation, where we talked about Mr. BB 333, he's laying summations on the table. He's not laying the puzzle pieces on the table to look at the overall picture, and he's just focusing his shows on one event or two events or three events. And oh, look, this is weird. We saw this today, and
But
then
also, you know what? What I think about Mr. MBB33 is that I agree with what Jillian was saying. I think that a lot of these YouTubers they're not calling things as to not get blackballed
right, right. Plus, they're selling like
because
camping equipment and
the,
food supplies and
yes, yes,
vitamins.
exactly, or lose their their monetization. So
Right, right.
they kind of play
Look,
in the middle as
and
to not
I've
because
stated before I don't disagree with it, but I don't agree with it either. So
Yeah, yeah, but I think that's what they do because I emailed Mr. MBB33 a few years back a picture of mine. One of the pictures that I was telling you, Rebecca, that was my aha moment. Um, I don't know. You remember that big? It's the one that's out of the big shadow line that I was talking about. From one and from east to
sunrise in
west.
Uri, yeah, sunrise
Um,
in Uri.
I think it was something like that. But it was one of my
Oh,
pictures.
oh, sidebar,
But
we were talking
I
about your
sent that.
Walmart
Okay,
photo the
so
other day, also.
I emailed him that picture, and we spoke. He emailed me back, and we spoke about it. And he said, "This looks like a planet." And then, okay, so it stayed like that, right? And then like a month later, I come across him on a thread, and I tell him, and he starts telling me that it was probably just the Earth's shadow or something stupid like that. And I'm
Right.
like, hey, look, you told me that you agreed that this looked like a planet. So eventually, what happened is that he deleted that thread.
Yeah.
He deleted that thread, and
Uh,
it was obvious to me then that maybe he does kind of see it, but he doesn't want to.
right.
Because if you know any of his history, I've been following him since the beginning of his channel. I think he lost his job or something. His wife got sick, and then he started his channel. So he's, he depends on
He's
it. And
monetized and he has to follow that. I
yes,
understand that. Yeah.
yes, it's his livelihood. So I get
Right.
it, but yeah, we had that conversation. He was really open to it, but publicly, he
Right.
denied
Right.
it. He
And
denied
I
it,
think
and
that goes
I
along with
showed
quite a
him
few others.
in that thread. I showed him screenshots of the conversation that we had, and then he just shut down and deleted every comment that he made on that thread.
Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah, they have a professional because I mean, yes, we are crazy. Yes, we are crackpots. Yes, we don't, I mean, I was telling Rebecca earlier all day long, I'm dealing with this wonderful gentleman with a fake name trying to tell me, how wrong I am and how, he's going to do everything in his power to stop me from being a scammer. And so
Mm.
anyway, and it's hilarious that we go from one end to the other, and it is fearful for these people because
Yeah,
when sometimes when people do start seeing it, they're going to immediately it's sort of snap back where your brain goes, no, I don't dare go there. Oh my God, no. And if I go there, oh crap, and then I'm scared. And then they put their religion in it, and then they put their other fearful this, that, and the other thing stacked upon each other, and that could be playing with it, a mousetrap that they don't want to deal with.
yes, yes.
It just seems like they get angry though. I mean, they're
Yeah. Oh well,
scared,
that
but does that
happens
make them
too.
angry?
Yeah.
Oh, I get a lot of that. I got a lot
Well,
of
they get
I
mad
get a
at you.
lot of
That's
angry
that's
people.
the cognizant dissonance where they suddenly and then they get hostile to you
Yeah.
because you told them something they're afraid of.
I get a lot of that. Not as
Yeah.
much as you, Sam, but I
Yeah, well,
occasionally will post something, and
yeah,
I always
hi,
get it. Oh, you're following a cult leader. You guys are a
yeah,
cult,
yeah.
and I get that often. It used to
I'm I,
be
I'm I'm
it used to be
standing in the
it used
village
to
square.
bother me more. It used to bother me more, and now I realize,
Yep.
because in the beginning of all this, I went into this really excited. When I started seeing it, I was really excited to share this with everybody, and I thought maybe if I could get the right pictures, the right videos, I could open
Yeah.
people's mind to this. But
Yeah.
it's I
Yeah.
realized quickly after that some people it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what you
Yeah.
show them.
Yeah. My ears are gonna
Unfortunately,
fall in my
some people
mouth
are
here.
just not open to anything new, and
Exactly.
change is difficult for us humans. It is. It really is.
Oh, I change is hard for me too, and I thought too, yeah, okay, I'll just give out this real information because they told me I couldn't, and and it's like, I mean, how many former insiders do you actually talk to online? And it's and so they're all like, oh, okay, I'm willing to listen. And the moment you tell them something, then snap goes that the door. Wow, and so yeah, it's a trip because it's usually the opposite of what you intend, and then
Yeah.
then they get mad at you, and you go, wow, okay,
I have a strict open door policy, but you have to take that first step first. If somebody
right.
is seeking this knowledge, I will talk about it till the sun goes down. I will help you, but I
You got to want to
try
learn.
to I
You got to
try
want.
to keep it to you have to, if you have genuine interest, I'll be happy to help you with anything that I can. But sometimes those that can go really
And then
south
sometimes,
really, really fast.
well, you got to step in and find out what their basic science knowledge is before you can even know where to begin.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. You're gonna have to meet somebody at their level sometimes.
It just depends on how like open-minded people are, because you got to be willing to let go of most of what you've already
You have to
learned.
let go of pretty much everything,
Yeah.
and that's not hard to do. 6 years in, I still catch myself doing the same thing. Um, it's gone better, but even 6 years in, I still do it sometimes. It's hard. It's hard, especially as us older guys. It's difficult to kind of let go of old beliefs and old habits. It's difficult. I get it, but I've always been the type that I'll let the evidence kind of guide me where I gotta go. Even if it goes against what I thought I knew. But I think this is the only thing that you can prove over and over again. You know.
Oh, and that's part of what we, when
Right.
when I first started doing this, and I went out and I saw the first passing planet. Boy, is that me feedback from my
I think
volume?
so.
I need to turn my volume down?
It just happened for a moment and then it stopped like a zapping
Uh,
sound.
it's I think it's Jesus's magic hand getting close to
Yeah.
his.
No. I was I
Oh,
was putting the
okay.
volume up on my phone.
Well,
Maybe that.
electrical. The man has power. Anyway, originally when I was seeing what I saw in the sky, I stepped in and just tried to find people that were posting a picture that was under 2 weeks old. And that, the main part of forming Skywatcher 1 from Montana, because that's where I live, was all about that's a good picture. That's
It
anyway,
is.
before I get distracted.
A lot. It's busy.
Uh, we had no way to get comparisons. We had no way to see if, like this picture before us right here at this port city matched what I saw in the sky. And that is the side, of course, of Uri on the left, and then
I
on the
know
right
it. I know you can see
we're
it.
looking at Nibiru and smaller, higher up is Saturn's yellow moon, and then maybe even earlier. Okay, wait a minute. Hey, it's 2023 is the picture. Oops, I'm full of shit. I just looked over. Wait a minute. Timestamp over here. Okay, so this is new. This is October 5th. Well, then we're definitely looking at Uri, and we're definitely looking at Nibiru, and then is Saturn's yellow moon, which we know at this month that Saturn's yellow moon was very big, so it's in the upper right hand corner, and that blue everything all the way down to the base is Nibiru, but it's sun cut off because it's pinching between the two bodies, and the refraction on the water shows you the actual size of the sun, and then the pinch between. Hello, asteroids.
Hi. Okay. I was just going to pull that up so people have an idea. It's not exactly the same, but that's an idea of one of your drawings.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And we do this for out view. It's not the actual placement of the planets. And occasionally I'll do an above view orbitational, but I've always tried to show you approach and placement in the rotating uh, solar system in the other drawings. And it's really difficult to put everything crammed into one drawing. And for the longest time, I thought about doing two drawings, but then I thought about how hard it would be for me to post over and over two drawings to everyone every time. And that's why I stuck with the single out view drawing.
Yeah, and also take it literal, but remember that there's thousands of miles in between
Oh,
these planets.
God, yeah.
I've heard somebody say recently, and he pops in every so often to kind of make this comment, and he always says it in a very snarky way. Oh, if they were like this, they would block all the stars and all this stuff. It's like this is a representation in a drawing, and don't take it too literal. It's the placements are correct, but remember there's thousands of miles in between these, and depending on where you are on the planet,
Right.
you can differ, could be a little different. Not too
Right.
different, but the angles could be.
Yeah, we've seen, where, in this drawing, for instance, an example is the red asteroid. We've seen it right where it says in the word that says light pincher, and we've also seen the red asteroid above the sun at the same time, depending, like if it's in Italy, where they're a little closer to the central hemispheres of our planet. When you're in mid-geologic regions on the side of the Earth, it looks different to you. If you're in New Zealand or Australia or Malaysia or Indonesia or China or whatever, it also looks different to you at a different angle. But the base representation of which is where on which side of the planet, left or right, is mostly accurate.
I was going to say, how about we show one of the videos we have?
Sure, go ahead.
This one, I went to Facebook and I just typed in cutoff flare to see what would, come up first. And it's a video from 2020, but I thought it was really nice. You can see the spinning rotation of Nipicity as it's moving across above the sun. So, and it was John Talbot. I'm not sure if he's still active.
He's got some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah,
John's
a Montana Skywatcher 2 member.
Yeah. And so the beginning of it is a diagram he shared with that post he made, but it's cool because it has a picture. I'll show you of. Wait, that may not be the same one. Well, we'll get to it. But anyway, you see that rotation, right?
And I don't think this was on the right hand side.
That may not be Oh, well, that's a little diagram he made. I could totally picture that when I saw it. This planet just kind of.
That is basically what happens.
Smashing into our sunlight.
Right, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it cuts off the whole sky.
It's huge. I mean, you see the whole thing is just the whole rotation. Look at that.
Yeah, this is 2020 in January.
Right.
This one.
I just thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can see everything going in a circle in rotation.
Right, and you're looking at it's actually Nipicity is very large. And it is showing the standard open core with the fingering. Behind, right there's one, and then you can see the base clouds start to rise up. There's one. There's one. These are rotating fingers of Nipicity, and the base cloud is forming right there.
So that you can see those stripes. That's what makes those vertical stripes.
And note the green. Note the green in the upper area.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that green hue. You can see that green hue.
And the only other time you ever see green is during tornadoes. So and we have to go back all the way back to God, year 2000, 1990, even 1980, where we had never had any of these colors or these rotational anythings or the big circular things with weird clouds around them going by, and everybody goes, oh, it's just normal sky. So if you're literally, and I'm not dogging you or downing you, but if you're under 30, you don't remember what the skies used to look like. And Jesus, you do. There used to be boring and little couple of cotton balls floating around, and it was all light blue and beautiful and normal sunny days back when the sun used to be overhead at high noon, and everybody's forgotten all these little tiny nuances.
We never had clouds going in opposite directions.
Right? Yeah. They would always do the weather pattern.
Yeah.
So.
Here's another video. This is one of Jesus's videos. So.
I'm hearing a tapping.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know what that is really. I'm not doing it.
It's the unseen hacker typing.
Oh.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
I love that little part. Let's back that up. Hang on one second.
I set my time-lapse camera, and then I go and take pictures with my other camera. That's typically what I was
going to say. Yeah,
that is so Atu's moon.
How long ago was this?
This was, 2018 maybe? 2019?
No, more recent.
I might
2020 or 2021. Atu was predominantly over the top of us.
This was still in New Mexico, Sam. So
okay.
I didn't move to Utah till 2020. Okay. This was in New Mexico.
Okay, well, that's definitely, absolutely, without doubt, Atu's moon. And I mean, we've seen, we have 10 times the amount of Atu's moon and Atu shots of above all the planets combined. And I've always chuckled about how unbelievably present Atu and Atu's moon has always been over us and next to us and in front of us, and how it, it's been a defining change in the entire story from, identifying the planets. And I'm still hearing that tapping.
I
But
am too.
I want to point something out, Rebecca. Could you? And I'm still hearing that tapping too. Could you play that again? I want to point something out.
Yes.
This is what we mean by. Okay, could you pause it right there? Could you pause it? Okay.
Let me try.
All right. Look
There.
at how dark. Look at how dark this is. This is at sunset, guys. All right. This is at sunset, and look how dark. This is what got my attention. Is because the skies went totally black. This is what got my attention. Why I went out there to start recording, because everything went black as the sun was still. It was at the horizon line, but it wasn't supposed to be this dark just yet.
Well, the only real
look at the dark sides first. As the sun, okay, so the sun is behind Atu's moon, right?
Right.
Okay. As the sun is going, or our view of the sun anyway, because it's not the sun moving, but as we're
Out
rotating,
view. Yeah.
and our view of the sun goes down, the angle of light starts shining on the bottom. This is the bottom of Atu, right? As that angle of light, from our view goes under more, it starts shining the bottom of the planet, all right? And we get this brief illumination, right?
Right.
It goes from dark to illuminated, and then back to dark as soon as the sun goes completely down below the horizon line. This is what we mean by pay attention to those dark areas first. And if you pay attention long enough, especially at sunset or sunrise, you will see that illumination for a brief moment, and then it'll just go all completely dark again. And it is the coolest 20-25 minutes that you will see.
12, 15, 20 minutes. Yeah. And I saw that the other night with that red illumination night, and that was like 3-4 days ago. It was just unbelievable. And it's just that once in a, and we always talk about that once in a moment where you get the $1 million capture. And if you're not out looking for it, you'll miss it. And then you'll just suddenly say, oh, well, okay, it's cool. It's dark outside. And well, back in 2020 and 2021, everybody was asking, well, gee, why is it light till almost midnight? And that's because that entire time we were staring at the bottom of Nibiru, and it was refracting its light or the sunlight down back on Earth. And so we had these elongated sunset evenings where the whole sky was light blue.
Where the sky looks almost white.
Yeah, and it was like, well, God, it's 11:30 at night. Why do I still, why is it still illuminated in the sky? And whereas now it is so dark, it's unbelievable at 7 o'clock at night. Yeah. And so we're seeing a definite change of planetary refractive light colors. And in the sunrises, somebody's typing, I swear, it's weird. Or somebody's got a loose microphone.
I only hear it like, Jesus, you say something for a minute, because I think I only hear it when Sam is talking.
Okay, could you hear it? No, I can't hear it now.
I don't hear it.
See, Sam?
Okay, I'll start talking to see if anything.
Yeah.
It's
coming from you, Sam.
Okay, I'll turn my volume down.
Somebody's listening. Somebody's listening in, Sam.
Oh, yeah. Well, get your donuts and coffee, because this is the boring part.
So Katina was asking let me get her question about how I believe she's asking about our planets, the traditional planets. How do they fit into all of this?
Well, we're spread out really far, and see, everybody lives off the dinner plate spiral that we rotate around our star year after year in the same place. That's not how it works. Our star travels, will just for better sakes of purposes, sideways. And we spiral behind it in a static spiral in our order, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, all of that, Mars, etc. And as asteroid belt or group, whatever you want to call it, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Venus, Pluto.
I meant to upload an example. I'm going to get an example.
We spiral behind that, playing catch up in a centrifuge or a blender, if you were to lay it on its side, depending on your point of view. And then our planets are farther spread out because we're on an outside attachment of lower weight compared to the secondary larger star and that larger solar system, which most of the planets are excruciatingly large, where our planets are small, 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 big, big, small, big, big, small. So, and most of the bodies in the secondary larger solar system are much bigger than our other gas giants as well. So we rotate in a secondary wider oval. That's why we have a winter summer arc, why we change, and why there's this weird planet X perturbment at Neptune, and why none of the orbits matched, and why they thought about planet X in the first place back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And we spiral behind and beside the other solar system, but they're far enough away we don't perceive them because of the larger body that holds us. And then every 3,654 years we cross paths, trade places, whatever. We don't have all the details, but
I would love to see it from up
they
there.
don't crash. They just shove each other out of the way because their electric polarity seems to be opposite of ours. Yeah, it's weird. When I do talk, I hear it's like somebody else talking in the background and then some sort of typing.
Yeah, patter.
Okay, men in the white van, half a block away from here. Woo! God,
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure
it's like,
what's happening.
hello. When I talk, I'm hearing other people. Okay.
All right.
Mystery.
Let me see here. I have other
Conspiracy, I
videos, but
tell you.
also Jesus sent me some pictures. You want to look at those over, Jesus?
That's it.
Let's
Let's
see.
see.
Okay, I am hearing them when you talk, Rebecca.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
it's
you're
like
right.
it's like there's another feed of people talking and tapping behind you too.
But it's only when we're talking.
Correct.
All right, now I get it.
It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
It's October.
And it didn't start out that way. It just started a little bit into the. All right, this was this cycle. This was a cycle, and I think that this one I was kind of messing around with it. I posted. This is my profile picture for a while, but I wanted to put this. This is a little. I put the light up a little bit just to make a point on this one. Look at the sunlight here, guys. Look at how it's being cut off. Okay, now everybody has a hard time with this because everything looks blue, and this is why I think people are missing this so much. Everything looks blue. Our skies are blue. As they come close, they get even darker blue. All right, and this is where people are kind of missing what's going on, is because everything looks blue to them, so they just assume it's just sky. But this is clearly, you can see where the sunlight is being blocked by something coming from the right. Right, the sun is clearly on the right. All the sunlight is just being blocked by something there, and the rest.
And I know automatically what it is, but yeah,
but it is
and
you have to.
the question, my question is, did you look at the asteroids in front? Did you look at the the downward OCG on the bottom left-hand corner pointing down?
This one is pretty. This one is.
This
pretty
is Atu and Atu's moon, and the Texas cube is there, and then the orb is off to the middle and upper, and there's a smaller ship showing its aurora as it's flying on the lower mid left below the Texas cube.
The one I'm curious about is the one right below the line, the trail.
I would bet money that is lead asteroid.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, because it's right in the right location, right below.
And we could even scream triangle ship in front of lead asteroid, but it's awfully close. But then, this could be what, 219?
No, this was this cycle.
Okay.
This was at the beginning of this cycle.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Center, Atu and Atu's moon were centered to anywhere from left to center to right of the sun, just over the sun, because it replaced last year or the last 8-9 months after this year, Nepenthe was cutting off the sun, but recently it's been Attu and Attu's moon. So I totally see it. Yeah, the cube's in there. The dark blue area, upper middle left, is the flat face of the Texas cube. And then there's the white shaping around the flat face. And there's craft there. There's mini craft there. We were talking about your Walmart photo from.
Yeah, and I see it. I saw it now. I
Did
never
you look in the
noticed.
upper left and there was the
Yes,
skull?
yes.
And
Upper left there's a Star Destroyer,
yeah,
and then
there
you
was quite
see
a few
the
Star Destroyers.
and then the school asteroid. I never noticed that. But
Yeah, I
when
was.
when you mentioned that, when I heard
While
that,
you
I
guys
was
were doing the show, I sat there. I'm out in my living room and I've got it on my big screen TV. Watching the smart TV, and there it is. It's like, holy shit. And that's also one of the huge benefits that I have going, where a lot of you folks, and I really implore you, if you're interested in this subject, put this on a larger screen, for God's sakes. Right now what I'm staring at is a 43-inch screen. So I have, and if you're looking at your phone or your laptop or your tablet, you're not seeing the whole story here. And it's important that you get a bigger screen, and then you're going to go, oh my God, I didn't see that before. And this is why I love your wide screens, even though some people dog you over it. I love your wide screens because they show
uh,
me stuff I want to see.
I got a lot of crap about it. But as I said
No,
before,
no.
I'm gonna use whatever I gotta do to get that shot.
Hey,
But
the only
what I
the
do
only
now,
people you have to impress are our members.
but what I yeah, exactly. And that's what I figured. Our members know exactly what I'm doing. So, but also what I've done now is I shoot in two formats. I always do my time lapse, which is a wide angle, and
Right.
then as you saw in my last video that was playing, I set my time lapse and then I take pictures with my phone.
Right.
At that time, I had another camera too, so I would take three different formats.
Oh, you
Just so
brought this to an art that I haven't even thought of. So, because I don't get to play with cameras. And the other day, somebody called me. I grabbed the phone, picked it up, and it went dead immediately the moment I touched it. So
No,
you,
I love that was another part of my passion about this, that I like tinkering with cameras and how I can get the best shot. This picture right here, in fact, I took this one took eight pictures overlapping each other, and then I ran them through an app to stitch them together. But
yeah, and you can see the skull plain as day in the upper left.
this is a super Walmart right here, so
Right.
it's taking the entire Walmart. It is everything in the sky, and there's no way I would have found. I could have taken this in all one shot. So I've gotten
I see
creative.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 major star destroyers around the cube. I also see the skull and its asteroid group in the upper left.
Yeah, and
And
right below it is the very obvious Star Destroyer, which I never noticed.
no, I just counted 10 of them, I think. What was my
But
count? I don't remember.
there's the one that's
Yeah,
really
they're
really
they're
sticks
they're
out.
fogged in, but there they are. They're multiple different axis tips, but they're pretty much horizontal. But there's closer ones and farther ones away, and smaller support craft. Did you see that picture the other day of the lead asteroid, and to the upper right hand, tiny, tiny, just above it, way back in space, was the Starfighter docking station? Did you see that picture?
I
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think I
Okay,
did.
well, it was an absolute. It was so perfect. I couldn't believe it. And it was a centralized. I have it. I'll try and find it for you. It's
Yeah,
the
if you
lead
remember
asteroid,
doing
dead
that
center
to
of
me.
the tick, and just like an inch and a half to the upper right of it, tiny little, and then it's a perfect, absolute depiction of the fighter craft docking station, and it's got like two fighters in it, and the rest is empty. And it's just like, oh my, and it's exactly what the drawings were and what we've seen. 20 times now. So, and it just keeps every day. It gets better and better and better. And I see more every day, and all the smaller craft and the stuff that everybody should have hopefully gone viral with about 2019, and here we're still wondering why. uh, you know Sorry, that's my
I,
little
I
quirk.
see I see the dumbest things online get millions of views, and I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Every
yeah,
time I see that, I'm like, yeah, but we're over here posting very interesting stuff, and we're fighting for maybe 1,000, 2,000 views, and it drives me nuts.
yeah,
It's
yeah. I got 13 the other day, and I went, "What? Hello?"
You know what's been happening a lot to
No.
me is that I get notifications that you posted something, Sam, and it
You
tells
do or
me
don't?
what it tells me that you posted something 5 minutes ago, and then I click on it, and it was 16 hours ago. Same thing is happening with you, Rebecca. Every time I get a notification from your
Yeah, oh
stuff,
yeah, my stuff's coming in days later. I
it
get I
tells
get a
me
post
five
about the
hours
sun, and
ago,
it's
and
5 days
then
old.
yeah,
Wendy
no, it'll
Williams
tell
is
me
asking.
you just posted, and then I go and click on it, and it's 16, 20 hours old.
Wendy Williams it's saying that is Nibiru, right? No, that is Atu and Atu's moon.
I was gonna say, if you when you see those cubes, you see the cubes right there up front,
Yeah, the
and
Texas cube.
yeah, when you see cubes, Atu's moon is somewhere close by, if not right behind. That's a
Yeah, the Texas cube basically sits underneath Atu's moon and in between the lead asteroid and the spiral and the red and all of those guys are in front and they're kind of hiding, and but yet they're always in the same place. And then as they rotate and twist orbits, sometimes they'll refract a straight line off the edge of the sun and you can see them directly, and then they illuminate for that 12 to 20 minute, like Jesus was saying, the 12 to 20 minute period of time where you just get to see it, a perfect example of them being there.
Very
And
brief, very
yeah, and
brief.
it's brief. I've seen up to an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, where some events, depending on which event you're talking about,
Yeah, yeah. But
where they
overall,
where they happen. And I mean, then there used to be occasions where it was all day long, and you were going, "Oh my God, look at that!" And and that's when I spent 6 hours outside, and then got a stiff neck and a sunburn. So
so
and
we're back to that picture that we
yeah,
started
that's
with a minute ago, and
Atu's moon with the asteroids going underneath it and orbiting underneath it, and the Texas
right
cube
here's
being underneath it, and other ships that are slightly illuminating because they're flying on the back side, on the dark side, and only the light that creeps around and under at the angle that you're seeing on the right hand side on the lower, where that light is creeping around the edge of the rounded object. And you have to learn to interpretate these shadows over and over, and that's how comparisons around the world have done what we've done, because we take into account that this a black object in front of us is the dark side of this huge body that's right next to Earth. Proven.
so Wendy's asking, is there a protrusion to Nibiru?
No, there's a
No.
there's a wider finger than Nefessity base cloud, and then it has a bottom dropping connective pole shaft that um, we've never really seen much of a base to, because how big it is. Protrusion, not like Uri does, not like the protrusion where Saturn has its yellow moon and its two side moons that cause a visible protrusion, nor protrusion like the bottom of the asteroid group underneath Uri, which protrudes. No, Nibiru is a very large, very smooth, huge, huge water planet with two tiny little moons on her side that concentrically tidal lock orbit each other. Nana orbits ML2, and no, but the Nibiru does have weather issues at its base and its sides, and most of the time you can see land masses.
I don't know
Yeah,
why this
they're
video
thinking again.
is. Sorry, Sam. I don't know why this video is playing a little. I don't know. But I wanted to point out what Olivia was saying about pointing it out to children who aren't so programmed yet. I wanted to say a story that happened to me maybe last year. I do rideshare sometimes. So I occasionally pick up families. I gave a ride to this family with three children. Well, actually, no, it was one kid. And I remember that night, it was an afternoon, it was clearly visible. I don't know if it was an opacity or something in the sky, but the kid was pointing it out. He must have been like a 11, 10-year-old kid who said, Dad, that looks round to me. And of course, the dad kind of just didn't really pay attention to what the kid had to say. But
See
I
this white
really
area?
wanted to say something, but I was like, okay, you can't with other people's children. You just can't really, you got to be
Right,
careful. So
right,
I
right.
kept my
Yeah,
mouth shut.
yeah. You don't want to overteach anyone ever. That
Yeah,
white
yeah. But
area at the
I
end of that
remember
video we
hearing the
just
kid, and
watched
I
that
was like,
crept out was right. Yeah, right there. That is a rounding in asteroid group, and I'm pretty sure I know which one, but I'm not going to go over the bend on it. But as you can see, it rounding into the light behind the darkened object is the edge, because our horizon line is below the telephone wires here, or the power lines, or whatever you want to call them. That's the real sky. The rest of everything that's brownish here is a planet.
yeah, and see
and
how the
and
light is working around the bottom of this
and yeah, and then
darkness.
this white cloud starts to show up out as it orbits and rotates out into the light. And
This
there's
was
what's
a cool
happening
day.
again.
This was an absolutely cool day. I can't say enough about this day.
And then you're seeing the gray, where we talk about a lot of times within a very short period of time, suddenly it turns to gray, and then you can't see it as well.
Hmm.
I swear it's God. It's like somebody's typing every word I say.
Maybe they have a stenographer.
I
Yeah,
know.
wherever you are, did you get jellies or sprinkle donuts?
Mhm.
And I hope your coffee's like Jamaican, or really a dark blend, because you're going to need it.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to your photos a moment.
That's kind of creepy, actually. Yeah.
There's your next slide.
Okay, this one's a little less subtle. Um, this is I have okay, so I have the video to this on wide angle, and it's a little bit more obvious, but I wanted to show this one because this is not a this is a regular camera. Um, but look at how dark it is, and you can see the clear curve to that. It's not as obvious, but to us that have been doing it a little longer, it's pretty obvious. But to some of the newer people, just if it looks dark in the sky, and you can see the clouds. Well, there's probably asteroids and stuff rounding it, but you will always see how the cloud patterns kind of conform to the bottom of it. And they always what's the word I'm looking for? They always there's a pattern of how the clouds kind of conform to the roundness of it on the bottom, sometimes on the top, but you can see this right here. This one was a very obvious close pass. You could almost feel the coldness of this. I'm guessing it's a moon. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, Sam. What do you think?
You're looking at Atu's moon and lead asteroid rounding underneath it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. So guess I'm
in
not
a
wrong.
in a vertical rounding, and this is where we talk about the transitory orbitation of the asteroids groups under the passing planets. And this is part of why we worry about the 180-day cycle on close pass, because when those pa- closer passing planets are close to us, we also have to remember the asteroid groups under the big bodies, the two gas giants that we're mainly in proximity with and have been repeatedly back and forth since this whole process started. We've spent a great deal of time very close to Atu and Uri, and they've been predominantly dancing in our faces and around us ever since, oh God, 2018-ish, where prior to that we were spending more time on the other part of the solar system, which is why we saw Nibiru first, because we came in from a different area in the orbitation and then moved our way in as they continued to rotate. And I try to show that in drawings, and it's really, I'd have to have 18 different spirals showing you this movement and that movement, and I'm still trying to plot it in my own personal brain. So but that's as far as I understand it. So yeah, wow. But yeah, that's what that is. Sorry, I'm being silly.
That's fine. I'm adding one of your drawings that goes along with this. I forgot to do that earlier, but that way people can get a visual. Give me a second.
It's really hard to describe to people, especially if they're new, that we've been watching this since, 2009, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, you know, and they've gotten bigger and bigger. And, when they started out as a little blip,
Oh yeah,
excuse me,
I
in,
have
in the
one of
corner,
the
in the
pictures that
corner
I
of
sent
pictures
you.
that we were getting, and then we get a little, circle and a little of this and a little shadow of that. And then over the years, they got bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's been document, and everything we could get to, which is built where we are today, which is the big, huge ladder / soapbox in the middle of town that we're standing in the middle of a crowd of people. And they're throwing rotten tomatoes, cabbage, and lettuce. And would anybody like a salad? But,
But
you know,
that's why I sent you that Nepicity shot, because it's Nepicity back in 2017, which was a little smaller and further. Remember, I don't know if did you get that green Nepicity shot I sent you, Rebecca?
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I did.
it's in your.
That's the reason
It's in
I
your.
put it up, because I wanted to show people how things have changed. We'll get to that, but how things have
Yeah, like
changed.
we were talking the other
Things were
day,
a little bit
even
more
from
distant,
June.
and now they have gotten so big, so big.
Yeah,
Over
even looking back at June this year, the change in the amount of sky that we're seeing. We were seeing, an inch or two of actual sky across the horizon, with the exception of Uri. And then after recent transitions, now we're seeing a sliver or the bell formation, and that's it. That's all we're seeing, is this tiny little piece of our actual sky. And then, no matter where you look outside, you're looking at planet. One way or another, one, this, that, the other thing, everything's above us and around us.
See,
They're
this
so
is the
huge.
one this is a video we were just discussing.
Yeah, there's another Attu's moon, and in front of Attu, in front of Uri, which is on the left, and the little illuminated left side object cluster group coming down.
I was just gonna say that, and you have the
I'm sorry.
asteroid rounding.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Rounding.
And that little illumination again, it's a lens flare, but it's also showing you that there's, it's there and rounding. Yeah, and in this you can see the craters. You
That's
see the
awesome.
craters in Attu's
Yeah.
moon. And we have 2017 and 18 close passes where we can actually document the facial markings of Attu's moon, and the craters are regularly tidal locked the same over and over
I
and over.
got to see the craters so
Yeah.
close one time, Sam.
Yeah,
It
you
was
were talking about that, and I remember that you saw the craters, and
it dropped the temperatures like 30-40 degrees in a matter of 10 minutes.
right,
It was the craziest thing I ever seen.
I've
But
experienced it,
it
outside
was
watching.
still at dawn, so my camera wasn't quite catching it as well as my eyes could.
And
But
what's cool is
was
when like
crazy.
the birds shut up, or all of a sudden they start talking, one of the two, or the
Mhm.
dogs bark a lot of the times when planets start coming over. The dogs will in the neighborhood for miles will start barking, and then
Yeah.
hey, time to go outside and look, because and okay, yeah, that's in the dark necessity base.
Here's what I wanted to say for those who always ask us about night shots, about how they
Yeah.
block the stars. This one is clearly blocking all the stars. It's rare to see them
Yeah.
at night. It is rare,
Yeah.
because as Sam has said, we're facing away from the sun. Most of the action happens in the day, guys. That's just it. Most of it happens in the day, because we're facing our star in the day.
And like you say,
But
the
at
dawn
night, you
and sunsets are the best.
at night you occasionally will get a passing, and he was one of them. This was this cycle. I believe it was this cycle, maybe last year. I'm not 100%, but this was a very cool sighting at night. And clearly blacking out everything. No stars, no nothing.
This morning there was a really, really freaky new change to the hum, and it was much higher cycle. It went hum, 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 and it was annoying. And right as that was doing its thing, I was watching Atu's moon onset, and then overhead, because they're now past Earth, and so I can actually see them in the northwest sky in the morning, which is weird. And I watched them inset, and that hum got particularly uncomfortable. So, that's, I think. And then I watched everybody get really cranky later on in the day,
That, that'll happen.
and
That'll
I was
happen.
going, wow, and I wasn't cranky, but everybody
Uh,
around me was just, you could, it was like waiting for that other shoe to drop. Like, I can hear it in your voice. So what's really wrong? And so, but I didn't question. I just left it alone. It was just like, wow. And that was, me running into town to get the mail, and, going for milk and that sort of thing in the stores. And it was just like, this is weird. It felt really odd today.
I feel it though. I mean, I definitely can tell a huge, huge difference when it's cloudy and rainy, versus when the sun is out. I mean, with my energy level, just all over general feeling of energy, I
Yeah.
definitely can tell a difference.
Well, there's good. And well,
I
we
get
just went through a big,
earaches.
huge fun, but
I
Yeah.
get earaches. Something awful.
Oh, really?
Okay,
Do
so
you?
that video that we first played earlier,
Yeah.
and this is why I wanted to discuss this picture right here. Sam,
Okay.
this happened just prior to that video. All right, this was just prior. So I was under the assumption that it was Atu's moon and then Atu behind it.
you're right. Regardless of the color, you're right. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Atu's moon.
because this was the same day, and I have video
Yeah, and
proof as well.
that thing looks like it should fall on you right now.
Yeah. This was actually Sam. Uh, After this passing, which was extremely close, there was earthquakes. There was reports of earthquakes. There was reports of volcanic activity around the world. There was
Yeah.
a lot of happenings on
Yeah.
on
Oh, I
Earth.
bet you that was that time that of the, was it, check see if the Alaska quakes happened at that same time.
Yeah,
Remember that,
probably,
on the
because this was a
Aleutian
very,
Peninsula,
very
and they all the
close
way
time.
up into the cove. And because we've got pictures going back to that. Yeah, I can hand you 50 examples of this exact picture from around the world. And
Yeah,
that's what I collect them, and why we're all doing what we're doing. And yeah, that is Atu's moon, and it's perfect, and it's really close. And I remember uh, when this was all happening, and it's just, the funny thing is nobody else saw this shit, and it's just like, how did you miss
yeah,
this?
yeah.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
I had a house full of my nieces and nephews at that time. And I was
My
out there
face is about
snapping
to break
away,
from
and everybody
smiling.
was
How the
just
hell did you miss this?
completely ignoring what I was doing, and I was out there just completely mesmerized, alone as usual, taking this all in by myself while everybody was just doing their thing. I never get used to that. Never get used to it.
And we go back, and the funny thing, we go back to 2017, 2015, when we, first found out about Atu's moon. And then here it is, 5 years, 6 years later, she's so in our face, causing all this crazy havoc and earthquakes and moods and people going off their nut, screaming in the street that, Armageddon is here, and yet they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. But, they're right up to a point. And, all this crazy shit that people are feeling and is right there in our faces. We're looking at it right now. And Atu's moon has had this huge, same time period. Remember when the tidal flow was going way out, and the fishermen would come out on the shore in South America, and they go, well, where the hell is the ocean? And, and you'd think that would have made worldwide news, but it didn't.
Yeah. I wanna play Who Can See It. This one was a little challenging for me. Who sees it? Who can point out the planet to me? And
Well, that's
who
easy.
yeah. That one is pretty. The stripes kind of give
And
it
it's
away.
also early. It's 2000. Is it new? It's not new, is it?
This is no, but this was in
It's old.
Utah, so it's at least from 2020. I'm
Okay.
thinking 2020. I think I'm guessing
I'm
2020.
thinking 2019, because if we look at the picture, the illumination is behind us.
Well, again, Sam, it can't be 2019 because in 2019 I was still in New Mexico.
Okay,
And
I'll take
this
your word
was
for it.
taken.
Absolutely.
This
But
was taken
the
as Park
illumination is
City.
behind us, and you're looking
This,
at. So this would be in the western sky at an early time of
yeah,
day. But yeah,
yeah,
that's the exact stripe pattern of Uri.
yeah,
It is.
yeah. This was definitely yes, facing west, no,
Right.
northwest.
And the light is behind us, and that's showing on the clouds as well,
Yeah, yeah.
and the ground. And so we're looking west because the light is behind us in the early part of the day.
This was a little more difficult. This is one of those things that I just and this happens a lot. This was one that I just took a picture out of instinct because I knew something was there,
Right.
but I wasn't quite catching it with my eyes as well.
Well, you can see the round of Uri. You can see it.
Yeah, it's obvious.
Start with
It's
the
obvious,
dark
but
first
seeing
and
it
work your way up.
personally was a little bit more, a little harder.
The area that isn't Uri is the purple clouds on the exterior outward part of it. If you reach to look at the purple, and the rest is blue and circular.
So just the striped area is Uri.
Yeah, well, yeah,
right?
but you can see the blue round, and if you look over to the light purple clouds in the right hand corner,
Yeah.
and take into account that level of purple,
Yeah.
and then look back over to the left, you'll see Uri plain as day.
Yeah, and you can see where the stripes start and the stripes end right.
Even the open spots.
Right.
Which
I have another picture.
I know they're there.
That's
why I know they're there. So
this was up at around 8,000 feet up. So I was way up in the mountains in Park City. Right. So this was I love going up there when there's activity going on because the elevation makes things so cool.
What's cool about Uri is that we've distinctively had many early pictures of her rings, and also have matched year after year after year over and over again. And that's why it's been so easy to fall into the going, oh, that's Uri. Oh, there's Uri, because the ring patterns have matched. It's not like they've ever changed. It's not like they've been different. And we've even seen the open spots on the side views and all this. And of course, the asteroids have always been in the same place. And that's why we've documented and drawn them, so. And that's for the newbies, pardon the expression.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Here in a moment, I'll come back to this photo because I'm uploading another one that matches it. I think we'll compare. So let's move on to the next one for now.
This was recent. This was not even a week ago. Huge asteroids just crossing the sky.
There it is.
Vertically down underneath Attu's moon. You're looking probably at the red and the spiral, and lead has already gone under the horizon in this picture. And then there's the side fluffs over to the right-hand side, which is predominantly noticeable on the side of Attu's moon between the dividing line of Attu and Attu's moon. And we look over to the left above the telephone pole, and you have the Skull asteroid.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's so good at
Attu and Uri.
pointing all that out.
Okay,
I haven't totally deciphered how to
I
identify
don't
each
know
and every asteroid.
Downwards and to the left, and looking down at the telephone pole. That's the Skull asteroid.
Wow. Okay, I see what you're pointing at. Yeah, but I would have never caught that one.
Well, that's where it is.
Yeah.
So that has to be that, because we're looking at a vertical, literally vertical orbitation, downward rotation of the asteroid group. Underneath that dark body is Attu's moon, and that light bluer body, halfway more down the picture, is Attu, because we see the light behind us. So, and we know that Attu and Attu's moon has been above us lately, so that's what that is.
Where was the sun at this time?
Behind us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, look at the light refraction on the telephone pole.
This was basically right
it's
above.
Off to the left and behind us.
Okay.
This was basically above.
Yep.
That's
Attu's moon and a vertical red asteroid And little sister is the white dot in the center.
Yeah, this I had to pull my camera upwards, so it was basically above.
And lead asteroid could be actually at the base of the picture in that patch of clouds, but more likely that's the cube hiding up in there.
Huh.
Again,
All right.
look at the dark sides first, guys.
Yep.
Speaking of dark sides.
Speaking of dark sides, this was New
Yeah.
Mexico. This was right before a rainstorm.
Atu's moon, and then Isatum and Nibiru on the side of the sun.
Yeah, because there was another part of this picture. There was a second picture that I took where it shows a little bit higher, and above this was something very illuminated as well.
You have lead asteroid just left of the telephone pole.
Okay, this was an interesting one. This was a very cool one.
This is illuminated base cloud of Atu's moon, and the orbiting asteroids are the illumination dead center in the middle of the wire lines.
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen that drawing 50 times.
Yep, this was a cycle, and this was a very cool one. Very cool illumination.
That's the illuminating body above us at sunset. Yep. If you look off in the bottom left-hand corner, it is sunset, and there's illumination at an angle. But yet there's this illumination directly above us, and that is Atu's moon, which is the white big central body in the middle of left and right screen, followed by the dimming down of Atu behind it, which is the dark area, and the ion drop tail at the end, in the middle by the light post, smaller in the background, center.
This was a cool passing as well.
There again, Atu's moon.
That was a cool day. That was a very cool day as well.
Lead asteroid is
this was a live. This was a live. I went live on this one on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. This was, I don't know if it was last year, maybe. Very cool. Purple. Yeah, this was very cool.
Yeah, that's the same thing with a vertical downward, orbitation. While the sun, the actual sun is over to the right bottom corner.
Yeah, this was at sunset as well.
Yep. And it's undershining. And there again is the asteroid group in the illuminated area. Sun coming from the right, showing Atu's moon is closer with darker purple Atu behind it in the left. And then Uri off in the lower horizon behind the pole. And the illumination of the light between the two bodies, between Atu and Uri. Also above.
Yeah, that kind of looks like, okay, see right there where it's rounding to the bottom left. That looks kind of like, gosh, what could I say? Kind of like, almost like an elbow macaroni kind of shape. That kind of looks like the same thing that we were seeing on that other picture that you said was a lead asteroid.
Right. Yeah. Well, if you look just above the elbow macaroni is the darkened round lead asteroid, and it's partially illuminated from light shining underneath it with probably that weird funky triangular ship we're talking about. So, or we have been talking about. We only have a few pictures of it, but we know it's there.
Here's a video of Jesus's also.
It doesn't match any of the other ones, so I always think that's a weird, odd faction or something, or God only knows what's out there.
Just that is a whole lot of going on.
I know. Isn't that great?
And
look at that.
And what's the date?
Oof,
so I don't make an ass out of myself.
I know this was here in Utah. That much I can tell you.
All right. Well, up to the middle left is lead asteroid, and you see the rainbow hue of the debris around it, and Atu's moon. And I think you might actually, that white band that goes up might actually be Atu's ring on this axis.
That's me when my music. I'm always blasting the music when I'm in my car.
So that darker circle.
Lead asteroid is more right, and so we're looking at, if this is more recent than the one to the left, that dark area to the left, upper middle, is red asteroid. See the shape?
Yeah.
That looks more like red asteroid, and then the elite asteroid will be over here to the right on the telephone lines as we're looking at it right now.
Yeah.
That illumination.
Okay.
Because we know that red asteroid has been far closer and far bigger recently within the last year, doing a major cameo, where lead asteroid has been orbiting more round and semi away from us with larger and smaller and larger and smaller cameo appearances, depending on orbitation below Atu and Atu's moon, which has been crossing over from left semi to right for about 4, 5, 6 months.
Hmm.
Just to put this out
In the
there,
transition where Nepesi used to always cut off the top of the sun, now Atu is doing it again. The dance.
I just want to point out that I recorded this with a handheld camera. It's a little camera, so it's not through glass.
Okay.
Just pointing that out.
I didn't see
Oh.
any glass deficiencies at all. So,
Yeah. It's perfect.
you know, if
I
I'd
always
have
gotta
seen it,
mute. I always gotta mute the wind when I'm driving.
yeah, yeah, wind and
hold it up on
cameras
my
is
hand.
no fun. It ruined a whole bunch of my my Arizona mountain biking trip, which was a lifetime ago.
Oh, this is an interesting one. I really want to hear Sam's take on this because there's a lot going on here.
It's busy.
Okay, well, I'm kind of looking at the lead asteroid when it was way on the right. And I'm looking at Saturn's moon center and his Saturn at the sun area in the center of the pic. And I'm looking at asteroids, including the big three right to the left of the sun in the center of the pic, followed by lead asteroid below the sun and red asteroid to the left, and then spiral asteroid to the left of that. Behind that dark area is Uri.
That is that's a panoramic shot I took here
Right.
in
It does manipulate it a little bit, but being that I know, I mean, you can
It
see the
does,
big three.
but
You
you
can
do
see,
have very obvious, the one right below the sun is the one that really stood out to me. That's the reason why I took the picture because it was
yeah,
just
that's
very
lead
obvious.
asteroid. And then to the left, you can see the odd shaped red asteroid and her much darker little sister in front of her. And then to
I
the
used to
left
take a lot of panoramics. I don't anymore because of that same reason. Because they're a little. It gives people reason to kind of down your work.
they're a little harder to read too because it adds a
Yeah, and they're
sort
a
of
little
a
harder to
jog to
read.
it.
So I did learn a lot taking panoramic photos. So I will say for beginners out there, it's a really good way to kind of gauge your sky as a whole. So
Right.
Yeah, and if you go
it
with the
helped me a lot in
series,
the beginning. I
if
don't
you lay
take them
this
too
out and
much
then two
anymore because
regulars,
I don't take them anymore because credibility is a big deal for me.
right,
Um, so I don't take them that much anymore, and I've found other ways to kind of
right.
take the whole wide picture.
I always say do what you're comfortable with,
But I will
because that's,
say that taking panoramics really helped me learn see the sky as a whole because I think that's where people have a hard time seeing this stuff is people really I think we are taught to think really small
yeah.
as we were
Well,
saying not just the skywise but in every way possible we think really small
a lifetime of staring through a
there's much
telescope.
more going on out there guys life is a lot more like Star Trek there's higher societies with higher technologies that we wouldn't even fathom. We have to think bigger. We have to think bigger, people, because we they want us thinking just Earth. There's nothing happens besides our little lives here of working 50 hours a week. But life is way more, a lot grander, and a lot more than what we experience down here, guys. So this is why I always put in my videos: think bigger. I don't mean that just for the skies, but I mean that in general. We must think bigger because they want us to think small. They want us to just be in a little bubble. But life is grander than we could ever imagine. And as soon as we kind of get with the program of thinking in broader terms, maybe we could start accepting what's happening and start accepting what we are and how we all roll on this earth. And once we understand it, maybe we can change it, and maybe we could rise above it
A
and see
step to
what
that would
happens.
be
Because
seeing the darn Texas cube or the long box cube by eye for yourself because they're there. And, you know, realizing that, there are no such thing as square clouds with little ships around it.
oof, that video that I sent you would have been great example. But maybe for next show, it was
I
great.
know.
It was a great
I'm
video
gonna look and see if I even got
with
it
the
though.
obvious side orb, and I have never seen the cube that
And like we've
obvious.
talked about before, I asked that little girl at the dentist shop, at the dentist office that one time, what do you see? Oh, there's a big box in the sky. Okay. And then she just went about her business like it was nothing. And that was shocking to me. And that was 2019. And they came out of hiding and they're here. And wow, I mean, how do we avoid that topic? And that would be a very strong topic for people to actually want to ponder this subject a little bit farther. Because, and then you made a comment the other day that kind of threw the bell off in my house, Rebecca, where you
Yeah.
said that the Empire orbs and stuff were from the Nibiru system. They are not from the Nibiru system. They are from the
Oh,
higher factions,
Really?
and yeah, there are many factions that entered our area of space from exterior of our space, and Nibiru system is not exterior of our space.
uh-huh. I see. Okay.
So
I thought it
there's
was a
been
part of
other
that other.
there is the Anunnaki faction of the people who live on the planets and whatever technology they have, which may be some of the pictures that we have, but have
Yeah.
not been able to prove because we don't have enough examples. I
So
can't.
where are they from exactly? Like what's
Well,
the
I
correct
can't
answer?
give you those facts. I can tell you that we know they're here, and we know that
Yeah.
some of these factions have been here before, and not within the time schedule of the Nibiru cycle. So, meaning that they are an external faction, and then there's other external factions. So, and we've had tons of examples of that, but nothing that we can stand there and hand to the general public and say, well, here you can study this within 5 minutes. And only because we've documented what we've documented can we say, yes, we know for a fact that the factions have arrived, X here, X there, when, how, etc., including the Empire orb and the numerous sightings of that. So it's not like, I'm standing here talking about that 300-mile-an-hour little dot that nobody can tell what really it is. We're talking about documented sightings from around the world for a decade. Go
Right.
ahead.
I'll fix that also, that video. I
Well,
can fix
you don't need to do that. I just wanted to mention that because, you know, and that goes along with the think bigger premise where
yeah.
we have to not only just think about the secondary solar system, but we also have to think that there are other factions that are also here for the commodity being divided in this annual event. So
Wow.
there's a larger hand involved here than just the planets that created us and own license to us biotools. There's a
Have you
there's an overall federation involvement of factions that are above the Anunnaki.
okay. So
Sam, I want to ask, and I don't know if you could answer this, and if you can't, that's fine. You said something in your last interview with Radio Wasteland that it just I keep pondering over it, and it just keeps coming up, and I want to know if there's anything else that you can add to the comment that you said. You said that we may be a patented technology, basically a patented resource, patented what maybe
Biotool?
bio to yes. What
Yes.
is there anything that you could add to that? Because I
Well, okay. Would you imagine why there's so many abductions being licensed per year by the federal government and the aliens?
no, that's That's how.
And they're not just checking wolves. They're not just checking herd size. And there's harvesting of biomaterial to do numerous things with,
Well,
because
and
they're
also,
licensed.
and I'm asking because also I feel like the drive that we have to, you were saying our lust for gold, but also our lust to, you know, we have to be doing something or else we're not happy.
Right,
we have to be
right.
working.
We're
I
bioengineered.
personally, if I work 50 hours a week, Sam, and okay, this week I worked 55 hours, and this is very typical for me, right? I took yesterday off and today. I didn't mean to take yesterday off. It kind of happened by accident, but I feel extremely guilty when I'm not working.
Right.
And I find that to be very convenient if, for somebody who created us to be a workforce. This is why I'm asking, because if you look
Yeah,
at our nature, you look at our nature and what drives us every day, it's
why?
very convenient for us, for somebody who created us to be a workforce.
That's why there's so many versions of us before us. We are altered in, okay. Well, an example of horses in New England, or in England, excuse me, was going to say New England, but in England, they bred horses for different type workloads. They changed the breed. They made this horse into that horse, and this type of an Arabian mixed with a quarter horse became that. And
Yeah,
and
yeah. My
and if you
family,
if
my
you look
my
back at the
family deals in
Neanderthal,
a lot of that stuff. It's why I'm kind of, I know how you can breed things, animals into certain things that fit your needs, and
and the
I
version before us were Neanderthal, and they were much larger, and they had a great capacity for actually mining and transporting ore. It's proven that the Neanderthal had carts, great big carts, and archaeologists don't talk about that a lot, but it's proven. And we don't give them credit. We don't give the past credit for the truth.
well,
Is
well, I mean,
we are
they don't want to bring up the past, and for the same reasons, and it's the reason why I love history, not the history that they tell us, but I
if you
love
go back to
watching
any
ancient.
standard YouTube Anunnaki video, they'll talk about the gods, and then they'll say how they created man and they placed him here to do the blah blah blah, and then they move right past it.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
gone.
Well, I like seeing anything ancient ruins, ancient petroglyphs, because I feel there's a lot of information. There's a lot of our lost history is there, and this is the reason why even in Egypt there's a lot of sites that are closed off to the public. And
Well, that's because they don't fit into the standard realm of science, accepted
ex-
science. and
exactly,
and that
exactly.
is what we're arguing with today and every day when we talk about citizen science. And we've also recognized, we meaning many of us have recognized, that the accepted science that we're being fed today is not acceptable. It's not up to speed. Something's wrong. We're uncomfortable with what you're giving us. And and so, and then where I've talked in numerous shows where, like, the best science comes from people's garages, and the best science comes from your filming, and
Yeah.
from Rebecca gathering her ability to recognize the patterns and match up drawings versus captures from her 80,000 or 100,000 or 200,000 people connection zone, where
And
she's got a great
Mhm.
outcropping of people, and all feeding all
it's
this
why
information into us.
I love when you post all the artwork and all
Yeah.
the things, because there's a lot of information there to see. But I just really wanted to ask that because it really impacted me when I heard when you said that in that interview. I was like, this is gonna ruffle some feathers, but it is something that we need to talk about. Even though it ruffles some feathers, I know it ruffled my feathers a little bit, a lot actually, and I can't stop thinking about that since, because there has been a lot of Hollywood. I think I agree with what you said. There's one faction that wants us to be awake, and then another faction that wants us to stay asleep. And I have seen a lot of in movies where they do kind of hint at that we are, you know, more
I
of
found it out the first time I was ever panning for gold. And I was, sitting there
yeah,
with
I
a
remember
shovel
that
first thing in
story.
the morning. And once I found gold, and the next thing I knew, I couldn't see, and it was dark, and it was the end of the day. And I looked behind me and saw that I'd moved, a couple of tons of dirt, and didn't even notice it.
That's
Yeah, my
amazing.
back was telling me later, but I just was in shock. And I managed to, collect a few nuggets of gold, but you'd have to do a lot more to actually profit off of it. But that was surprising to me, and I've never forgotten that. And yeah, I was a hard worker. I busted my butt. I enjoyed working. I love working in the mountains with a chainsaw, and couldn't get enough of it.
Well,
And
yeah,
I got in trouble for that.
our drive to not stop
Yeah,
is
I
what
got in
gets me.
trouble for working too fast.
Yeah, our drive to not stop is really what gets me because I've experienced that a lot in the last, as far as I can remember, of just working, and it's like this drive that I just can't turn off, and it bugs me, and sometimes I lose time that I could, be spending with family, that I could be doing this, and
Well, and
this is one of those things that drives me to do this.
I
Taking
think that's the
pictures,
people that are
it's
supposed
the
to
only time where I
find
feel.
out.
I'm sorry.
That's the people that are supposed to find out.
I just wanted to say hi to my friend, Third Eye Cam. We've been friends on YouTube for a good while now. We see each other's videos, so I don't know if he's been with us yet on our podcast or not, but just
Sure,
welcome to you. And he was talking about how he was catching more asteroid fields uh, leading up to the recent eclipse. More and more asteroids.
Well, thank you
we
for
also
being
had
here.
we also had the Orionid meteor shower just like last week. So yeah, there's this is the 180-day cycle, and the asteroid debris fields are a lot closer. Like in this picture, they're over to the left, from the sun area all the way to the end of the left upper corner of this picture. That's the debris field of under Uri. So, and yeah, know what? To answer you, Jesus, the people that work that hard are those people that have a drive, and probably the ones that are supposed to be finding out this information. And then there's other people. I mean, there's all kinds to fill the world, but yeah, the driven people, the people who are supposed to find out, the people who are awake, the people who have a drive, people who want to learn, people who question things and don't just take, other people's information for granted. And then there's people that go, well, that's beyond me, and then they quit thinking. So I'm not one of those.
Yeah, I have a few of those in my family that well, there's nothing
And
I can do about it. So why
yeah,
would
you
you?
can't push a rock uphill. You
Yeah,
can't.
no, I that's one of those things where I just kind of stopped. I don't even discuss this anymore with certain people because certain people in my personal life, I don't really discuss it anymore because
Yeah, I was
honestly,
playing with.
so a part of me just kind of thinks, well, doesn't sound like you're quite ready. First of all, why
That's the
bother?
premise. I was playing with a troll for right before the show, and they know who they are, and it's like they're, I'm gonna get you, and it's like, okay, you go ahead, but you run with that, and then there's just some people you just don't even discuss it with because they're not prepared.
Yeah,
So
yeah, but
yep, it is
yeah,
time to wake up and see the passing Nibiru group of planets. Please note the planet shadowing on the water, Montana Skywatchers. And you can see over to the right-hand side the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon. And you can
which is
see over
very
to the left,
repetitive.
you can see the stripes of Uri, and you can see the reflection of the actual sun on the water and the shadowing of the planets on the water. So it shows you it's not a lens refraction, but a reality. Sorry, I sat back. Maybe I couldn't. I walked away from the mic almost. And you can see the shadowing on the water. And they're there. And they're there. They're showing up in videos all around the world, in people's yard sale videos, to driving down the road videos, to you name it videos, and they're there. And it was this repetitive shadowing and ion trail and coloration. and cut off flaring, where we don't actually see the actual round of the sun. It shows you it's there.
Yeah.
I love this shot. This is a cool shot. I love this. That's a very cool photo.
And there again, we see the ion tail dead center first thing of Saturn's yellow moon on the right hand side of the sun, which has a sort of pinched off bell illumination of the sun in between the other planets. Over and over again. So, that's the thing. People go, well, they're just clouds. Oh, okay. Clouds, they do the same thing week after week after week after.
And
You
there are
know that
clouds.
that last my last reel that I posted, I think you commented on it, Sam, that it was asteroids, which I thought so. If you notice that video, you could see the asteroid coming in. Starts out small and then it comes in, and what most people would say is clouds do not change whatsoever. They keep their shape during the whole. I think it was about 10, maybe about 8 to 12 minute video, maybe less. But the clouds, what people would think are clouds, hold their shape the entire time. And this is what I wanted to point out to sometimes. If you see a cloud or you think is a cloud that does not change shape in over 10 minutes, you're seeing something that's not a cloud.
Whatever happened to Dr. Phil? This is
I
one of Dr. Phil's captures. And it's Saturn's yellow moon with a winged tail right in front of our
That's
face.
right. There was a Dr. Phil in Montana Sky Watches. And then
Yeah,
all of a
he
sudden,
did great work, and then suddenly all of a
yeah,
sudden he vanished.
yeah, that's
Or
that's that's
maybe he's
funny.
around and I don't know it. I mean,
I haven't
and
seen anything
and
from
and,
him
and
in a
if I
long
don't know it,
time.
excuse me, I apologize. I don't mean to not know it. But yeah, Dr. Phil, this one, and then I wanted to send the next one to it, which absolutely shows the faceplate, and then Saturn's yellow moon, and then the wings on either side. This is an early picture, like 2020, and great shot. And then I have another winged one, and then I believe, Rebecca, you have one with the far away Saturn and then Nibiru picture that is probably of that same series. And you
Okay.
said earlier that you love that shot, and that's
Oh, yeah. I think I know
and
which
if
one
you
you're
look,
talking
you can
about.
see in this one, you can see Saturn is reddish, dead center, just above the sun to the right. You can see the
Yeah.
little faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon and the just now forming wing tail on both sides of it.
Right.
And then the down angle off the sun pinch or sun cutoff is Nibiru face.
Interesting. Yeah, I can picture that drawing that you have
Right,
that matches
right,
that perfectly.
right.
Yeah, I know.
And this is the pre-shot as it's developing. And I wanted to send you more than this one, but I thought about sending this one because if you also look to the left, and that light blue area is Uri.
Right. I
And
wish I
and
had
that wasn't in
more of
that
your
other.
drawings. By next show, I'm going to get the rest of your drawings loaded where we can, flip back and forth and I can match it up. So I'll
Oh, I don't doubt it
focus
for a
on
second.
that. Yeah. Each week I'm getting more and more added. So,
But you can directly see the faceplate in this if you look for it, and then there's this line that goes dead center through the faceplate and on either side of the Saturn to form the wings. As one of the few dual wing side shots, because we saw the dual wings when it was over the sun, but not since it can't come back in since the 218, 219, 220 rerun on our right, where it got closer and closer and closer, which to me is still the epitome or the heyday of my drawings, is when I started drawing the Saturn and Nibiru on the way back, and then it happened. I went, yep, cool, I got this, and I felt far more comfortable in my drawings at that point, because how many times I've been razzed for my crayon drawings, and I don't use crayons. I use
it's,
colored pencils,
yeah.
and
I love your drawings. Just putting that out there.
Well, I try to do it in a fast representation that,
Well,
that
it's practical,
yeah,
it's
I could,
practical.
God, I'd spend 5 hours on a damn,
Mhm.
Photoshop program trying to get it to work, you
It's
know.
practical and informative, and as you were saying, when you're on a shoestring budget,
Yeah,
I feel
yeah,
it's very good work for a shoestring budget. So talk all you want, guys, but it's
yeah. Well,
practical and
And it's
comprehensive
accurate.
and
It doesn't
accurate
matter what
above
it's
all.
drawn
It's
with. It doesn't
well, as
matter.
Spock
comprehensive.
said in the Star Trek series, it's stone knives and bear skins.
Yeah,
Right.
it's practical, comprehensive, and accurate. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm. I gotta write that down.
yeah. Boy,
Hmm.
I need about 5 more notebooks. Yeah, yeah. I stopped writing stuff down and just left it in my head. But
It
yeah,
doesn't
it's
stay.
just crazy. Sometimes I just sit here and we're all trying to, work this out, and yet we've spent so much time just knowing. And that's, I'm sure a huge problem for half of the newbies is the level that we just belch out our information in one sentence. We lay in 3 topics, and they're going, what? you know so
You got to remember, guys. For the new viewers, that we've been doing this 6 years. Sam, a lot longer, but 6 years is it takes time. That's the biggest problem. That people get impatient. It takes time, but it is very well worth the time to take to learn this stuff.
Right. It pieces itself together over time. It
And I
starts to
think you've
fit
done, and I
together.
think, and I think um, with all the stuff you've done, Rebecca, all the comparatives and
Yeah.
Sam's drawings and all that. I think if you put all that together, I think the learning curve is probably a little faster now than it was, you know, than it was before. So I think that's helpful.
yeah, before I would have to grab everybody, each individual person that had a question, and I have to lay out 8 to 10 pictures for them, and then lay out some more, and then they'd come back, and then we'd have to deal with them 3 or 4 or 5 times. Now where we're hurling the 2 comparisons together, I never had time to do all of that. I was always trying to answer everybody and yet deal with them and give them
Yeah,
on
but
average 3 examples.
but there was a time period before. Okay, so when I first started, we were directed immediately after joining Montana Skywatchers to the Understanding the Sky series. But then when that was taken offline, unfortunately, there was a time frame where there wasn't that much learning
Right,
to
right.
it. And
Yeah,
then
that was a blank spot.
Rebecca started doing her comparatives,
Right.
and
Yeah, there was a
I
huge
think
blank
we
spot, and that
gained
was
a lot
also
of.
before Lucinda as well.
Yes,
We
yes. So
did.
we gained those learning tools again, but there was that
Right.
short window, maybe a few years, where there was not as much comparatives and as much information as there
Yeah,
was.
that's right. That's right about the time that my YouTube died, and I couldn't post anywhere, and then my Skype died right after that, and
Yeah,
I
because I,
couldn't
I
record
remember
anything.
I remember Jillian got to Skype with you, and I don't want to mention his name, but you know who I'm talking about. She got to Skype with you guys, and I remember talking to her, and she's like, "You gotta join the Skype one of these days." And I'm like, "Yeah, that sounds pretty cool," but I never. Shortly after, you guys, had that falling out and things got a
I
little
got to the
weird.
point where my Skype link wouldn't even open anymore, and my YouTube account wouldn't open, and my email wouldn't open, and just scroll and scroll and scroll, and I'm sitting here with a new computer, so this isn't possible, and that kind of thing. So yeah, after a while, I learned that I'm sort of somehow oddly shadow banned that I have no way to protest about, and so we spend a lot of time going around things and flaws and that we had to argue with. And then, oh God, remember, when Facebook went and moved everybody public, that was a nightmare. But that was much later than you guys joined. I'm completely digressing off topic on that one. But anyway, yeah, and then we got better at it, and then directly when Rebecca started doing the comparisons. That's when it got a whole lot easier. And then she'd post something and I'd save it. And then I got to use it, which made it easier for me that I didn't have to post two pictures there immediately
Yeah.
or a third one or a fourth one in comparative. I was always trying to lay out for everybody who had any questions as many comparatives as I could pull as fast as I could, as long as I could keep on topic. So,
Yeah.
and then share and share and share, and then spend the rest of the time removing the crap and, uh, the wrongful posts on Skywatcher and everything. And I had two rooms, and then I had to post elsewhere. And so, yeah, we learned. We got
Um,
there. Hope.
I get this question Stephanie is asking a lot. Do you want to answer that, Sam?
Oh, well, Earth is going to go on. We have plenty of time till next cycle and next cycle. It depends on the human individual and life, and if people are aware and prepare and can manage to deal with the changes that are about to be followed. I can't tell you the kind of changes that are happening, but I can tell you changes are happening, and we've already seen evidence of that. And there's also other videos where people who make money for a living talking have said that we're going to have these cataclysmic issues. Well, there's extremes to every point of view on that. So
Yeah, and I just want to say that we don't really. Yes, we emphasize on being prepared when we emphasize on being knowledgeable and learning this stuff, because the best thing that you can do to prepare for anything is just knowing what can happen, and what you're gonna do if and when things happen.
right,
But we don't preach. We're not the doom and gloom type here.
learn
We're
learn
just
how to grow food,
we're just be prepared, be self sufficient.
learn how to
You
store
know,
water.
um, I know we're all on limited budgets. Most of us. So I think learning how to be self sufficient, as I was saying in the first episode that me and Rebecca did. My way of preparing for this is just learning and soaking up as much of as how to be self-sufficient. How to hunt if you have to, how to gather water, gather resources, gather that stuff without going to turn on your water faucet, those kind of things. But we don't really do much of the doom and gloom, guys. Just be prepared and be knowledgeable, but nobody really knows when or what. We kind of get an idea what's happening. It's really been gradual. Our weather has been changing, things are getting hotter. You know weather storms are getting a lot more extreme. It's always going to pay attention to those things of what's happening in your area. Remember that information is very limited, so you have to seek it out. You're not going to find this on CNN, you're not going to find this on Fox, you're not going to find this on those kind of news, but there is a lot of good information out there. You just have to seek it out. Get familiar with their skies. That I think is the most important one. Get familiar with the skies. Get familiar with
Be
what is
aware of
what.
be aware of current weather, what's going on outside, because
Yes.
some of these events have happened within a matter of a half hour, and before you know it, boom, half the town is gone.
Yeah.
And these lightning storms are very possible. I'm in expectation of some major event anytime now. So people have already forgotten Charlie Binsk, and that was just a couple asteroids coming in, and we don't know what major event, but we've seen some footsteps to major events that are happening right before our very eyes, and they're not being shared worldwide. And China's flooding and everything burning up all over the place for the last 3 to 5 years, and the draining of rivers everywhere. And the Amazon River is running low. Hello,
You see
this
that
is a
on the
major
news.
there's a world marker going off right before our very eyes. There's this, alert going beep, 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 beep. We're in trouble, and it's now. And people are, when are we going to see? Oh crap, we've been watching it for,
Yeah,
extreme
I,
5
I
years.
I often get the whole well, wouldn't wouldn't it affect Earth? I mean, God, are you not paying attention? It is affecting it.
If
We're
the
seeing
planets were that close, wouldn't we already be dead?
it's disguised as global warming, which I'm not saying that isn't happening, but it's disguised as carbon emissions and all this. And again, I'm not saying that's not one of the things that's happening, but
Yeah, the
it's a
volcanic
lot more
activity.
than that. That's not, it's being disguised that that's what's happening, but there's a lot more to it.
Yeah, yeah, and finger pointing is not a good
Exactly.
thing,
Yeah.
and because you're going to miss the rest of the sky scene because you're going to be looking at your own hand. Um, yeah, this one here, 2015. I love this shot.
See, I
This
saw in the beginning. I was really obsessed with what was this Neo Station webcams. Only
Antarctica,
I
correct?
wasn't understanding a lot of what I was seeing, and a lot of bad information coming out as well from the channels that I was seeing this from. But there was a lot of weird stuff happening on the Neo Station webcams.
You are looking at the entire group right here. You have Saru on the left. You have Uri above the sun. You have Isatim. You have Nepesity. You have Matim. You have Atu. You have Nibiru. All in this one shot.
Okay, you're gonna have to point out Matim to me because I
It's the
I
little lighter dot
still
directly
long to
above
see.
the left side of Niemeyer Station. That faded little dot. That is
What color
Matim.
is it?
Light blue.
Yeah. Okay. And then what's the red dot and the green dot?
Isatim and Nepesity.
Oh, wow.
Okay, all
In
right.
front of
Okay.
Uri. In front of Uri, which is the middle round dot just above the sun, which in our terms would be the size of a Saturn in our imagination right now. Uri is
So,
smaller back in the original onset. Saru is on the left. Nibiru is in the background on the right.
what is pressing the sun that shape?
Uri, Saru, and Nibiru.
Okay.
In the
Wow.
early arrival of 2012-ish, remember how small Uri was? And then it moved forward above the sun. And you
Wow.
can actually see the stripes of Uri, and you see how small Isatim and Nepesity are in the face of Uri. And
Yeah.
Atu is the reddish illumination above that.
So Yuri is just way bigger than I had any idea.
But smaller than Saru and
It's
Nibiru,
smaller
which
than
is odd
Saru.
for
Oh
a
my
gas giant.
gosh. Wow.
How about compared to Nepesity, Sam? Where would you say you would say Yuri's bigger, right?
Oh yeah, Nepesity is a small, almost. Nepesity is the second smallest of all of them. Matim is
See,
tiny.
and that was very confusing for me. I think I'm barely getting into
Well,
what
Nepesity comes close to
because
us,
Nepesity is one of the closest one or what gets so close. It
but
looks
it's
so
at the tail.
huge,
But it's at the
but
tail, and it goes over us because it's so small.
gotcha.
As Yuri and Atu rotate past, Nepesity falls in behind in that path of their spiral rotation. And it goes, because it's so much smaller, it goes in closer to us with less repelling effect. But, and we've also talked about this, where its discharge pattern is this massive wide lightning bolt, sort of like the scorpion tail stinging to get me the hell away from thee, so to speak. And
Mhm.
it has a really highly repulsive and snorkel effect and rain bomb effect that the other planets don't have, whereas Atu and Atu's moon do discharge, as well as Uri and her asteroid group discharge and cause weather effects, but not in the same manner because their magnetosphere is much larger, so they are farther away from us and have a less violent effect. Even though Nepesity looks so much bigger, it's only because it's one of the tiniest of them, and only Matim is smaller.
You said recently that Nibiru would be a lot more eventful if it would have come closer to us. That's due to its mass, right?
Right. And it has its own outward gas plant, or water planet magnetosphere that reaches thousands and thousands of miles beyond its actual normal atmosphere. And that's the electrical magnetosphere of every body, of every planet. And that is so repulsive to us, it would, lightning storm push us away if we were even close.
Yeah.
But because its placement is where it is in the orbit model, it is passing around us at an arm reach away, because we're
So
closer currently to the lower orbit other side of Uri and Atu and Nepenthe, and it is on the upper half of their orbit model, as
mm,
well as Isatum. But that's why Isatum hasn't gotten majorly big, except for Moon has, is because they're in a side pass at that arm reach. Do you follow that?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're
Gotcha.
away from it because be thankful we are. Otherwise, we'd probably be tumbled away from how big Nibiru is.
Yeah.
It's hard to, lay a design of Earth next to the size of Nibiru when it's an entirely different class of planet than we are. And I can't fathom the class of planet other than what I've been taught in school. Water type, rock type, etc. Those are two different size bodies. And the
So
water type
we're a
planet
rock
is
planet.
huge.
We're a rock planet, right? You
Right,
said we're
right,
somewhere in the soft metals. Is that
right, right. In
uh,
our solar system configuration, yeah.
So is
We
a
we, we have an iron core. We have soft metals in our uh, geology, and we produce all sorts of crystals and metals and iron and tin and gold and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, platinum and magnesium and
so
all the way up to
Nibiru
sulfur.
isn't really that much like Earth. I mean, aside the fact that it has people living on it and land
Well, I'm sure
masses.
they have resources on their larger planets, but we're sort of like the Sorcerer's Stone placement in the Goldilocks region, and our atomic structure of our volatile, hot, spinning rock type planet creates a lot of good geological mining. And we've talked about this before. Maybe maybe part of our destiny or our destination, whichever you want to call it, um, that we might end up being man that's out there mining some of these asteroids, which they're talking about introducing to our point of view. And send a space force out there, and there's hundreds and hundreds of billions and billions of dollars worth of material up there that we can't even mine off of Earth, and
Well,
there it is out there.
now that you bring that up, Sam, I one of the pictures that we were discussing earlier with the trail that goes right across it, very common in a lot of these captures. I have a video of that one where you could see what you would think is a plane. I don't know. It could be a rock. I don't know what it is because it's probably way out there. But you could see how close it is flying to the through the at the edge of that planet, right?
Right.
I truly believe that a lot of times it's not just about distraction or I think that they're maybe studying or maybe trying to get a close pass of what is out there,
Well, yeah.
because
If you were visiting, say for instance, your job was to drive, and you had to drive this materials bus, a commodities cart, whatever you want to call it, and you went and drove it back and forth, how would you look? I mean, of course, you'd be looking at it and observing and enjoying the spectacle of this rare body of Earth with it.
yeah,
That there,
yeah.
all of those people are down there, and oh my God, and this, that's also what the other factions are here for as well. They're here to watch this cross reference of the crossing as
because
the tribute to the gods.
I've been meaning to post that video, but I've been reluctant because we're it's a sensitive topic with our what we post, but it is pretty obvious that there's more going going on and then just trying to distract us because of the way it's flying and how close it is to that planet. And clearly, it's not in
Oh,
our
yeah.
atmosphere.
Well, you
Clearly, it's
probably
not in our
captured,
atmosphere. What is
a different ship or craft doing, one of its
Yeah,
functional.
that's exactly what I was getting at too. Is that I don't think it's something that
Oh, well, yeah, we've got, hundreds, if not thousands of sightings of that for the last, since the time they came out of hiding. And then they started offloading all the extra star destroyers. But before that, we saw a few of them. But then after that, there was like, oh my God, look how many there are. And I think that's a direct show of force to say, give us the commodities that we require. Otherwise, you're in such deep shit, you have no idea. And
because
then
sometimes
therefore, they're,
I sit there in awe sometimes because you could see it in broad daylight. That day, I was sat there and I saw it just flying up close to this planet. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what exactly are you? What is your mission here? What exactly are you doing? Because it was clearly
it's a
um,
siege. It's a siege. They don't even have to throw stones, man. It's a siege.
it's crazy, and this is the kind of the crazy shit I tell people
Yeah.
that you're missing. You know, I sat there in awe, and I'm just like, God, who can I share this with? It drives me nuts sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, we're coming off as
It's
nutballs
just
here,
crazy as shit sometimes. Sometimes I'm just in awe of the shit that
Yeah.
we see sometimes.
Yeah, and that goes all the way back to the documentation of the Norway spiral thingy, and how, this ship comes irking out of the center of that damn thing. And then we've been talking about it for well over, a decade now, and yet it still hasn't gone viral. It's
And
like,
it's
what
literally
the
happening in front of us, though. It's literally happening in front of our
Yeah,
eyes. And it is the
yeah.
part that drives me the most crazy. Is
And
it's
it boils
happening
down to
right in front of us.
credibility, and nobody gets to hear this. And I mean, shit, look at this picture on the screen right now. What's that dot with the dot in it? I mean, hell, come on. You know,
Yeah, jeez.
it drives me crazy because you would have thought that by now, and the numerous sightings, and how many times we've reported this and discussed it and asked everybody, please share this with your friends, like, subscribe, smash the like button. And yet, at what, how many years later, we're still going, hi, we got to remind you people that this is here. It's kind of scary. Oh, and hey, I actually saw one of the Money Boys online today, and I went, wow, speak of the devil. Anyway, sorry, sidebar. I just had to, while it crossed my mind.
I
Oh,
haven't seen though. I haven't seen any of those in a while. Thank God, because thankfully I always go with my instinct. But if you don't, you could really go down a really really bad rabbit hole and come out the other end really confused and lost.
Yeah. Well,
And we see that all the time. We see it
I
all.
was really amazed when they went after Planet X Hunter and the crap that they gave him, and I was really upset about that for him because he was doing such a good job. And other people that and other things that they laid out so much peanut butter that I don't think anybody could have walked across that floor. But
Yeah,
um,
there was one that used his music on one of his videos, and he used to harass you. I don't want to mention his name, but he's one of the worst things to ever happen to skywatchers, to the skywatching community, because I hate people that invoke God at the end of their videos
yeah, so
after they spent about an hour talking out their ass and then invoke
yeah.
a prayer in God at the end of the video. It's like, Jesus, you have no shame at all, do you?
Yeah, and it was spooky what they did, and what they continued to do, and the people that they did hurt. And then, of course, a lot of those people reached out to me, and they were calling me, and I was going, I know less about it than you do. And we a lot of this has gone through, and we're also, we're currently going through more of it still today. Um, there's stuff that's ongoing always that we're having to deal with,
I do
and
feel they used to be worse, though.
it used to be worse. It's better in ways, and just as ridiculous in others.
Oh, I love this picture. This is Yuri. Is just Yuri stripes are so cool in
Yep.
this picture.
Yep. And then, of course, the water, look at the water again. Always start with the dark of the picture.
Yeah.
Back this, the date is like 2018, I believe. And that would be, of course, is Saturn on the right.
I really hate that they took these webcams offline because they were so cool. That was so cool. The Mexican webcams.
I saw a couple this week of the one with the hotel in it, where you're seeing the hotel on the lower right, and it's got the
I
big
remember.
Incan side panel, or Aztec building side panel, and they were really blotchy and hazy and grainy, like I've never seen them before. Like it was really dirty or something.
The
Actually, got
housing unit. Sometimes they put a housing unit on there, and it has a double glass
yeah,
effect,
yeah.
which I kind of think is done purposely to kind of
Well, they do. Yeah,
discredit
they changed the
discredit.
technology.
Yeah,
It's amazing. I mean, we used to get such great stuff, and now it's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. And I mean, that can't be by accident. They can't be getting worse at what they're doing. They've
yeah,
got to be getting better, and they're not. So therefore, it has to be on purpose. It can't be by mistake.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree.
And third, iCam said I actually got after that guy through many of my videos and backed him off of Planet X Hunter. Well, thank you. I'm sure that I'm sure that he appreciates that. And the problem is that what amazed me was how many people took a little bite out of the slice of the pie and then ran off someplace and tried to make money off of it.
Yep.
And that was kind of, not a good thing. And that cut into the credibility of everyone, even the people who are right compared to the
Yes,
stuff.
unfortunately, it reflects really badly on this entire community. And this is what really annoys me and irritates me about it is that they're kind of, and a lot of the things that I see people comment on, I'm like, dude, there's a certain level of credibility that we're really, trying to stay clear on here. But I feel a lot of the crap that you see, people often comment on my videos. There's a lot of beings in the clouds, a cloud of beings, and all this. I'm like, it kind of annoys me because I try
Dragon.
to I try to not get too annoyed because there's nothing I can do about it. But it does annoy
Right.
me because I feel like what I'm posting is losing credibility just by that comment. You know,
Right.
and anybody else that comes into the thread and sees a comment like that, it could really
I
throw them
avoid
off.
liking those. I avoid commenting on people who are throwing out inaccurate top headings. I have for years removed posts on my site for people with bad top headings, like when they say, "Well, these are dragons," or this, that, or when they throw out a dispersion or a sidebar of truth that can distract. I just don't participate in it. I don't use it, and I'll get it out of there. And yeah, you're right. It's a pain in the ass when people, because I saw it today. I saw somebody that we trust and we actually enjoy their material that they send in, and then they throw out the, well, these are dragons, and I'm going, oh shit. And dragon energy, and you know who you are. It when you start throwing sidebar stuff in off fact and start going into lore, it can be really misleading to the new folks, and that's the part that concerns me.
Yeah, yeah, and it just stops people from learning. Somebody who's new and comes across this stuff and they're like, "Oh man, I'm just around another bunch of bad shit, crazy people." So if they
Right.
could just it keeps them from learning any further, and that's kind of
Yeah,
what
and
gets
this
me.
is why we've tried to go back to the origins of the dragon and why and where that legend came from. And every time we do mention the dragon, we try to point out that that is a lore that came from the passing of the asteroid groups on the last cycle from the Chinese.
Specifically,
And
the salamander group, which
right, and well, the salamander group there is
which is
definitely.
very similar, and you would
Oh, we've got
understand
we've
how
got
somebody who
hundreds of
had
pictures
no
that
and you
really
would see
seriously
how
look like a
somebody
dragon, and it is
but
that
yeah
same asteroid group.
but but you would see how somebody who doesn't have any context would see would explain it as a dragon. You know, somebody
Right.
with little education or little education on this topic, especially. You know,
Right.
so and this is how a lot of folklore starts. You
Right.
know, by people trying to explain something they don't quite understand. It's the reason why they always say do your homework before you
And
comment.
some lore is science, yes, and you know I don't expect them to throw that completely away, but if you place it as to why it is lore and how is a
Yeah,
representation that they
yeah,
could explain to others at that
and that's
time
what
that
I
it was
mean.
created.
That's what I meant by saying that now that I look at a lot of the stuff that a lot of our history with different eyes, it's a little bit more understandable. Once you learn this stuff and you start looking back at our history and a lot of the stuff, folklore and all that, you start understanding where it came from.
You know, when some guy spends 6 months or a year, 2 years of his life carving on this gigantic rock, patterns that they are trying to point out to us that reoccur, and you know they spend a whole great deal of their time of their life, and that stone manages to last thousands of years. It's for a reason,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and we've been warned, and I keep chuckling over the fact that the trolls even bid in on that one. And we have been warned, and we have been warned, and we're being warned, and we're being warned, and
So
and
somebody said recently that, yeah, we've been warned 10 years ago and nothing has happened. I'm like, you know,
yeah,
you're not paying attention, buddy, because things are happening almost daily. Weather
well, yeah,
storms. We are being affected by this constant.
yeah, and just, all you got to do is look at worldwide weather and see the extremes that we've never, ever, ever seen before, and they're going on every day.
We are here, Sam. We're almost in November, and we are about almost 80 degrees just this past week.
Right? I know.
No,
Yeah,
we should
there's
be
a
we should
snow thing
have had
going to
our
happen
snow
here.
already. We should have had
Snow
our
is on the
first
way.
snow
We're
on the
about to
mountain.
send it to you guys. It's going to be here first this week. Today is what, Tuesday, and it's going to be, yeah, today's Tuesday. Um, it's going to be here Thursday. Here, maybe it's already here in a manner of the way the sky and how cold it is. But there's an Arctic blast coming down, and it's
Right.
going to head your direction, and
Oh
then it's
yeah,
going to
yeah.
meet that nice little storm
Somebody told me we
pattern.
should be getting some snow next week or something.
There's a storm pattern that's blowing over the Mexican Rockies from that hurricane that's now breaking into a tropical storm, and it's going to get Mexico and Texas and Oklahoma. Um, and then it's going to run all the way up the East Coast and flood the shit out of a whole bunch of people from the cold and the hot zone, and everybody's going to get a little snow on one side and a lot of rain on the other.
Is it going to catch you too, Sam? Because me and you are kind of
It's
on the
going to go
same.
past us over, probably more over on the eastern Rockies because I'm on the western side of the Rockies. And
Because
a
you
lot of
are
time,
right
the wind of
above me.
Canadian blast will drop down on the other side of the Rockies and keep the cold air over there. But then it'll creep in through our valleys, and then it changes the wind direction, etc. But we shouldn't be bad. So I mean, I'm not particularly worried about it. The only problem would be for the kids and trick or treating.
Well,
You know, nobody wants to wander around in their costume through the snow. And when you come down off the steps after you're getting your candy, it's slippery, so you don't want that. So we always say it can snow the day after Halloween.
yeah, well, snow is a big part of the local economy here in my area. So I kind of look forward to it, honestly. Some snow here, as long as it's not too destructive.
Yeah,
Last
if you have
winter
a
was
blade, you can make a lot of
last
money.
winter was crazy. We usually see about 350 inches up on the mountains. We saw over 700 last winter. It was
Oh yeah,
insane.
the jet stream pattern off the Pacific Ocean is in the opposite direction than it's been for as long as I can remember. And so the moisture is now being fed in from the southern or from a subtropical based area that runs under Hawaii that it never ever used to do, and now it's heading straight for the Baja Mexican coast, goes over the Rockies and into the Gulf of Mexico, and then runs up the key, past the Keys and Louisiana and all that, and goes up the East Coast, and that's a jet stream we've never seen before, and they're calling it the new El Nino jet
Yeah,
stream.
that's what I keep hearing. We're gonna have an El Nino winter. Yeah, that's what they keep blaming it on.
Right, and yet they're saying it's, but it's like an El Nino we've never seen before, which automatically you blow it off and you go, oh, okay, so this is a completely new weather pattern that we've never seen before, and we've been watching it for a year and a half, 2 years now. So, and plus the 2010 the Gulf winds changes that changed the whole Gulf Stream that is yet to ever rebound, I don't think, which is why the temperature in the Gulf went up so high, because it's not circulating like it used to. Anyway, I digress.
Ion tail again, very very.
Yeah, I love this. Both of those really. I mean, both of them are, and you can tell the ion tail once you realize where it's supposed to be. Then it really stands out like all the time.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
There's always this white streak to the right of our sun that just stands out.
And that's that part where I sat there and when I started drawing and knowing that the Saturn was on the way back in, and it kept matching all the drawings, and that really kicked a whole bunch of people over to the other side of the thing. Went, yeah, now I see what you're talking about, and that happened, in the last few years since 2020 and 2021, and so. We knew that you don't look over on the, like in the top right corner picture here. You see the stripes of Uri on the left, and you see S Satum and the ion tail. There it is, and we saw it over and over and over again. And so, here it is, and here we are today.
It is.
And now the yellow moon is so unbelievably huge and close because the Satum is massive.
So I found this. Okay, I was going to go back to this one a moment. Let's see. Hang on. Just those stripes of Uri, and then we'll compare it with the one that Jesus shared with us tonight.
Yeah.
And those stripes, they're just like identical. You can see now. It's pretty cool. Matches right up.
Very repetitive.
We've used that, and we did a lot of the facial comparisons early when, 2013, 2014. And, by then we'd had so many pictures of them that you knew exactly, the shadowing on the face of a Satum, and you knew that Atu stripes went at a 35 down, and Uri's went at a horizontal with the missing empty spaces. And we knew that Saru had less deep oceans. That's why it was more green blue. And we knew that Nibiru had deep blue oceans and land masses, much like Earth. And so we got, many close-ups of all the planets because they were far enough that we could actually kind of do an accurate, oh, well, we know this is it, study. And then they got big quick. It was amazing.
All right. Let's see what else.
I sent you a picture that's it's Atu's moon stacked. There's 4 pictures stacked, and I wanted to talk about how the sunlight can change because that was from a time lapse. So I took 4 still shots of in between, and they're all different colors. So I wanna talk about how light angle really changes the colors we see. I wanted to talk about that for just a second.
And I'm going to step away for like 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, what do you have to say? Are you asking?
No. I just want to make a point of how we see different colors at different times, and it's the same thing. It's just given the light angles and everything that's around, because these planets are very close to each other.
And they do refract, and they do cast off colors, especially at different light angles. Sometimes
yes.
we're either getting a dark shadow or we're actually getting a color blast.
Yes. So that time lapse was maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops. And I took the 4 still shots because you could see how it's white at first, and that's probably its normal color, so white moon. But as the light angle changes, it turns to blue, a little more purplish, because you have Atu behind, probably refracting some of its purple color on it. and also blue, which is very common because blue is always in the mix at one point or another. Given the right light angle. So
Well,
I
it's
just
also the
wanted.
perceived color through our atmosphere of the dark shadowing as well.
Yes, exactly,
And then
exactly.
then there's prism effect where if you're adding refraction off a Saturn's yellow moon, even then you can turn your red into orange, or your blue will actually turn to green, and and then this is where we had the
Yes.
cross up with what color is the color is the last thing that you attribute where what
Yeah,
planet
and
is,
again,
because
that confused the hell out of me for years, and I couldn't get it through my head to look at placement relative to the sun instead of going by color, because as close as they are, it's really impossible to make heads or tails of it if you go by color. You
right,
know,
and depending on the
uh,
refraction angle and what part of the day it is, if it's morning,
yes,
noon, or night, then you're going to have a different angle of light. And if it's sunrise or post sunset, and yeah,
yeah,
and it's all you can't. And it's amazing when you do see the onset of the full true color, but
yeah,
you also have to remember that they're also going to take on other refractive colors, which are completely not normal to our normal sky going back 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Nobody ever saw colors like we're seeing now, and patchy like this picture here is, Attu's moon. Nobody ever saw momentous clouds like that ever before that were reoccurring on the onset pass, around the world. Yeah. So, and people who doubt, and I chuckle at them, I really do, because we've had so much evidence over the last decade that it's just absolutely undeniable. You can't argue with this, and somebody's
but
typing away again. I hear the tapping.
people love to argue. Um, I will say, and also people seem to love to piggyback off of you and kind of have their channels take off by downing you, which is very common.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. I
it's
knew about that.
yeah, no, no, but I think as I've said it before, I think you know the truth when you hear it. Because when I came across you, Sam, one of the first things I remember you saying was you're talking about WSO, and just hearing that, I was like, okay, I finally found somebody who, at very least, believes what he's saying, because everybody else sounded so full of shit. Nobody really seemed to really, because you could. I think we have a good sense of who's lying and who believes their own crap and who doesn't.
Nobody else has any connected evidence of any kind
Well, that
whatsoever.
too, and Leandro was saying this. You never get any questions answered anywhere else. Everywhere else you always end up back with more. You end up with more questions than you do, you know, before you started. And
Right,
that's what
right.
really would get me. I never found any answers to anything that to any of the questions I had until I came across Montana Skywatchers.
And once you start seeing the patterns for yourself, you can automatically answer it for yourself because you go,
Yeah, yeah.
duh, it's right
Everything
there.
everything starts to fit.
Yeah. The
I'm
old
back.
shaft light.
That's an old video I made, but it matches your drawing just perfect.
Yep.
Those light pinches.
Yep. That's how that forms. And, everybody go, oh, it's a lens refraction. No.
But you,
Shaft lights has always been really important about this whole thing. It shows you that there's a
like you can,
complete light thing going on here.
right. You can see that, like I sat him. You can see the ion tail. You see the
Yep.
streak right there. There it is in motion. I sat him in the ion tail.
And cube.
Yeah, long box cube down
Yep.
below. And the perfect like blue curve, you can just see it as it's going. You can see I sat up the moon right there.
And also look at how the sun shape changes and gets
Right.
bigger and
Obviously
gets
there's something
smaller.
brushing up against it.
And I don't see how people don't see that. You know.
Well, remember when everybody was freaking out? Oh, the sun is flickering. Well, why? Why is the sun flickering on my video?
Right.
Well, the
Because
biggest
there's
reason for that
rotating
one was,
objects on either side of it, pinching it off with its own atmosphere.
well, but everybody was saying that it was, your camera overload. That it was the sun overloading your camera lens. I'm
But then
like,
why would it be intermittent?
exactly, exactly, exactly,
It would be an always thing, and then they'd have to upgrade their lens and make a better camera.
exactly, exactly. It's one of the reasons why I love my camera that I do my time lapses on, because it picks up so much more. And I've tried to buy a newer version of that camera, and it is complete crap. I don't know if they just
Yeah, the
I think
older, well, yeah, I saw that in the
you,
early generation cameras where the handheld camera that I had that recorded and put it on a card worked well
yeah,
enough.
that's on mine is.
Right.
It
I
worked
use the
well
SD
enough that
card.
you could hold it up and you could see the oncoming brown blob solar system, and that was all the way back in 2008, 2009. And if you pulled the camera down, you couldn't see it at all. It wasn't there.
Yeah.
And you'd put it back up, and well, there they are. So the
Hmm.
camera actually saw better than I did.
Yeah,
And
and
that's part of
what I think it is like with my camera compared to like my phone camera is that old camera that I have, which I've had it for years, and it picks up more 3D. There's more depth to whatever I'm capturing, as
what
opposed to when I record on my iPhone. It's more 2D. Anything that I'm recording in the sky is a little bit more 2D. There's no depth to it, so there's no. It's not really too revealing. But when I record on my other camera, my older camera, which is it's on an SD card. It's a very old format. Um, it picks up so much more colors,
right?
so much more depth, so much more shape, so much everything more in 3D, and I love that.
Yeah, I think they've kind of downgraded on purpose. Hint, hint.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I
Because
got a
I'm trying to buy
picture or a
that.
couple of pictures today that you guys are going to love that I didn't share because I didn't have time earlier. But there's a new base cloud, almost like Atu snorkel or Nepesi's base
I
cloud
saw
snorkel.
that. You just commented
The
on that.
multi,
What is going
the
on with
the
that picture?
the multi-core picture.
Yes, yes. It has like
God, I'm thinking that might be Yellow Moon because
that
I've
was
never
crazy.
seen
Yeah,
anything like that ever. We've
I
never
have
ever
never.
seen
Yeah, I have
anything
never seen anything
multi-core
like
like
this.
that.
I've
And
never
and
seen anything like that either.
I saved
I
like
was
3 copies of it today, and it's just I was like, holy shit, what is that?
I
And
was thinking
I
craft at first, and then I was waiting for you to chime in, and right
oh,
before
I bet money it's a close pass of the moon. I bet
right
that's the
before we
drop
went
tail
live,
of
I
Saturn's
saw
yellow
you.
moon.
Right before we went live, I saw you comment on it, and I wanted to see a little further. But good thing you brought it up
God,
because yeah, it was a very
oh,
cool shot.
I'm
I've never
I'm
seen
I'm gonna
anything
look
like
at it
that.
for a couple of days. I promise you, that thing is awesome.
Yeah, it
And
is.
and it would attribute to the faceplate. You know how there's that weird flat faceplate when a Saturn's yellow moon starts in on the cloud thing, and there's that flat area. And if this is that close up of it, like a drop tail snorkel slash snail foot snorkel, whatever. And if that is Saturn's yellow moon, I mean, we're documenting a first one of these that we've never seen this before, ever.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow. And I mean, wow. I'm going to wow that for a month, I promise you. And then, we need to keep our eye open for it, because what a push, what a push plate that would be for a drop tail or
Yes.
whatever you want to call it, snorkel or whatever, wow. And because yeah, I've never, I've seen snorkels and I've seen snailfoot with, lead asteroids stuck in the middle of it and everything and lightning discharges, but I've never seen a core with multi-centralized vortexes that are exactly the same as each other before.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
insane.
That was the most unique picture I've seen in some time.
Yeah, and that's probably that fire-like little patchy area that we see and we see and we see, and now all of a sudden here it is. Ta-da! Oh my God, look at this. You
That
know,
clicking
I can't
sounds
wait to see more.
really
You know,
worse.
yeehaw! I saw that today and I was like so excited. I couldn't believe it. It's like, holy shit, look at that. You know, and you know, who do you tell? I can't tell grandma about this. Nope. She'll throw a shoe at me.
Yeah. Mhm.
I just wanted to like everybody look at those streaks appear, just all in unison, even,
FYI,
you
my
know.
grandmother has been dead since the 70s, so that never stopped her from throwing shoes. No, I'm kidding.
But those are the, asteroids
Oh, there's lots of them.
right
Oh, there's
there.
so much stuff going zip, zip, zowie all day, every day up there.
I
It's,
know,
you
I love
know,
that part. Sorry. But look how it just goes crazy. All of a sudden, you can tell like there's just this whole field of asteroids just zooming by. You can just out of nowhere zoom a
yeah, now the
bunch.
tapping is coming in on your
There's
voice
like,
too.
yeah, like the leaders right there, and then right behind them it just boom. Oh well, I love it.
Wow. Fortunately, we haven't seen a bunch of shit coming in and smacking noticeably, wiping out cities or celestial areas,
Right. I keep
So,
telling myself that's not going to happen because he said it is highly unlikely.
well, we
So
might get one or two whoppers. There is the old Edgar Casey thing, and I still ponder that from time to time, and that would create a very large tidal wave that would really, completely change everything we know,
yeah,
and that's
How
entirely
about
possible.
smaller stuff, Sam? Do you feel that maybe some of the fires we've seen may be attributed to maybe smaller stuff?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there's been smaller stuff coming in, light and forest areas, and we know that
Um,
discharges have been happening too
I'm
on the
saying
coast path.
because I remember a few years back when I was in New Mexico, there was a few streaks I saw in the sky, right? And I it was so close that I followed it in my car, and I swear to you, it was really, really low, very close. And as
Well,
I
Russia
drove,
had a fire that was going for a couple of
trying to
years, even
follow
through
it,
winter.
there was a fire that was started basically in the very same direction. Um, I called it in, and they told me it was a controlled fire, which
I
I never
think
really bought. I never
I
really
think
bought, but
midsummer Canadian fires were started by asteroids
hmm. What do you
because
what do you
they
how
were
about now? Do you think it
well
might have been
they multi started in many provinces all at the same time, and they showed it on the map, and it was just this huge swath. And I thought, God, that it could either be electrical discharge
yeah,
or asteroid.
yeah. I thought maybe what happened in Maui might have been a discharge of some sort. But
And
that's
I do look and wonder, is it a volcanic region? Could it be underground? I kind of try to, be as scientific about it as possible. But
interesting. I didn't even think about that one. That's definitely a possibility as well.
yeah, I believe that, discharges, we were talking about the Hawaii event here recently, and I think this probably was power lines because they were having that bypassing hurricane force winds that was creating a centrifuge on the backside of the islands there, and there were more than one fire on more than one island. So I think it's entirely that they had another electrical power line failure, just like they had in California, where they lit up an entire forest because of electrical power lines. But which also shows events that that are not normal. So because you don't rip power lines out and start wild forest fires unless you have really high winds that are not normal. And we know that our high winds used to be 35 miles an hour, and now they're 70 to 90.
Yeah.
So we're in a definite change environment that is not being accounted for, and except for by what we say, and I hate to say it that way, but we account for it. And that tapping is driving me nuts
Yeah, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Yeah, this
until
was
we talk.
Yeah, it seems fine at thumbs
Yeah,
up.
it's like the only way you can get rid of it is just to end the show and start over, but you really don't want to do that. So
No, I mean we're already here.
I feel like it's not going to stop. I
Oh,
haven't.
Yeah, we're not
I have.
let's not let them stop us. Let's not let
I mean,
well, I'm not going to go
stenographer-
madman on anyone. That's for sure. You know, but
right.
I'll go crazy in the 7-Eleven parking lot, y'all.
But I have like 10 years of telecom experience. Not that this is totally telecom, but I have a little bit of tech support experience.
I'll just imagine I'm typing.
Right. Right.
There's somebody's typing.
Now I'm hearing
Like water on
an
the
Om
line.
chant soundtrack in the background too.
This is another one of Jesus's videos.
This was this cycle as well. This was a cycle.
Was it?
Yeah, it was at the beginning of the cycle. This
It
100-day
just
cycle.
like jumped out at me.
That
A
looks like
lot
a necessity snorkel.
A lot of rain, a lot of lightning, a lot of weather happenings this day.
That looks like 2019, 2020 necessity. See the snorkel at the bottom?
No, this was it this year? I'm pretty sure it was this year or last year, Sam.
Okay, well, you know, necessity is getting higher too. So
Yeah, I've noticed that too. You mentioned this in the last the last episode with you and Jillian and Rebecca and I think Mark. I'm not sure, but you mentioned how we used to see a little bit more of the horizon. Well, we used to see less of the horizon. Now they're a little bit higher, and I would have to agree with that. They are coming in a little higher now than they.
right, because they're rising above us and going past us.
Yeah.
And it's moving, it's changing, and that's why in the light pinches are different, and that's why I believe that within time they're going to be more beyond Earth and more visible, because they're of course following through a pattern that has occurred for well over a decade, and in their transition. And let's hope that I kind of have it in my head and it's working. It is, which it seems to be. And it's kind of almost disappointing because I knowing that they're getting smaller in some sort of way is semi disappointing. I don't know why, even though I don't want it.
Yeah, of course. Me and Rebecca were talking about this the other day on the phone. It's gonna be when they leave us, it's gonna be a little and boring. But I did like your answer to that one, Sam. We might be busy doing other stuff after they leave. So,
Yeah, by then, homie, and we might be building roundhouses back in the Stone Age.
Yeah.
Well, all it would take would, one really good solar event from separation that, knocks us into the Stone Age electrically, because everything we rely on right now is electronic. And if we fry our major electronics and lose our power grid, there's barely any crawling back from that within the technology, especially since we don't make that the replacement parts in the United States just yet. We need to get back to that really damn quick. And
we really shot ourselves in the leg, haven't we?
Yeah, they don't listen to me, but
Also, what concerns me is the insane amounts of nuclear weapons that we've amassed. It, not just us, but I mean countries in general. I mean,
oh Christ, do you know what happens if all the power plants around the world go offline and we have 2,200 some odd nuclear reactors that are running, and then only have like a week's supply of people to keep them going, and then after that they're going to have to be turned off and dealt with, and there's no way to deal with them. If we have no power to come back from, every one of those things is going to go nuke on us, and the entire planet's going to be sicker than shit, if not dead.
Yeah, I think about that all the time.
That's what scares me about a major Carrington event. Well,
absolutely shot ourselves in the leg. We've left ourselves at even if things don't happen, severely. We have so many other things that could really bite us
and
in the ass, in the
and
end. So,
Fukushima's currently pouring the damn radioactive water into the ocean. So thank you very much, Fukushima.
and that's been going on for years.
Yeah, well, they started pouring it into the ocean, I believe, this year, after supposedly treating it in some manner to reduce the radioactivity, conductivity, whatever.
Yeah,
And
but I
I
mean,
heard that, I just screamed.
we all know their history with being forthcoming with information too. So, they could be telling us that they treated
Well,
us.
I have a direct lawsuit with with the people that run Fukushima. So
You see that going anywhere?
no, I can't find anybody that'll. I was looking for a class action lawsuit and I couldn't find one.
Because I heard that even insurance companies are not taking any of that. Um, Something like they can't, or they were excluded from taking anything that has to do with nuclear anything.
You mean thyroid and all of that?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, well, I prompt people to look up the rate of thyroid cancer in Canada,
yeah.
considering
I
the fact
remember
that the
you.
United States doesn't record that stuff, sadly.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I asked and they didn't record mine, and mine is direct from radiation from Fukushima. And I remember the day it happened. But anyway, um, no, we're in trouble for a lot of reasons if things go wrong, and things are already going wrong in so many. And I'm just lost in what the rebuild for all of this is going to cost for just what happened in the last 3 years alone. To the worldwide economy, they're going to have to. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of people, if not millions of people, that now have to rebuild their home because it's gone. Okay,
Yeah.
Michael Stewart's back.
There is, there's a lot we did that really is going to come back to bite us in the ass eventually.
We should get some student who loves doing research to actually look up the cost of what the flooding in the last 3 years has cost worldwide. That would be a long research project. But I mean, God, the houses lost in Germany, the houses lost in France, the houses lost in the United States, the houses lost in Canada, the houses lost in Australia, the houses lost in Indonesia and China and India and Italy and northern Italy, etc. I mean, just nasty shit. Poor people lose their home, just boom, gone. So I've been concerned with if they're not drying up with no river water to drink, and all of a sudden the rest of everybody else is overly flooding. So and then we're looking at the temperature thing that we discussed earlier. Spooky.
And also, I've noticed too when you go to the grocery store, there's a lot of stuff that isn't available, and I've never seen that before.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
always
we're
have an
seeing a change in
abundance
product.
of this and an abundance of that, and sometimes I go to the store and there's aisles of vegetables missing, and certain things that are not available anymore. Our
Yeah, we're
supply,
seeing a reduction
supply
in
chain,
we're seeing a definite reduction in output of food products around the world.
yeah,
And I
yeah,
mean, China
yeah.
for sure lost they lost their early summer crop, and then they got another flood, region in different area, and so they're definitely hurting all over for their economic and the food supply, and they've got a very large population. And then we're not shipping as much to them because our crops are off too because of lack of water and drought like conditions, and yet most yields 60%, 70% normal yields. But and then of course with our economy and everything going up in prices and corporations wanting more money while they can, it's kind of spooky.
Yeah, it is. Buddies,
Yeah, I feel like they're going to come at us with the food, making it so expensive. Eventually, it's just going to creep up and up and up. to where you really can't afford to eat, you know. I
It's
feel like that's
getting
where it's headed.
it's
And it's
getting
frustrating because most of the food in the store is crap. You know, most of it is. I mean, it's just frustrating. I get really wound up when I go to the store because it's like you can't hardly find anything that's, you know, actually good for you. There's
and
something,
if
there's
you
a
find
catch.
it and if you find it
Right, there's a catch
it's
always.
insane.
It's either got pesticides or waxes or, you know, you just can't hardly get around it at all.
Even vegetables now are questionable, you know.
Yeah, it is because they're all like modified, you know, or everything is
I've tried eating
bioengineered.
healthy the past few years, but it's so freaking expensive. It's just
It's
it's so
impossible, right?
it's
I can't
so
afford
expensive.
that. It's
Yeah,
not an option. So you do the
and
best you can, but it's frustrating. Wow.
it really is. It really
Did you
is.
see that?
That is insane. That
Oh
is
my
insane.
gosh.
Insane discharge there.
I'd hate to be right under that. Whatever was there.
I experienced a few of these in New Mexico that really made your heart skip a beat. That were just put the fear in deep inside your bones. That were just so. I'm like Sam. I'm not afraid of weather. Never been afraid of weather. I love it. But I have seen some discharges that were just heart stoppers. You know.
Yeah, that is. If you look up at the upper part of the storm, at the sky, that is way bigger than people give it credit for.
All right. I mean, that entire purple curve is a
Yeah,
planet.
that's the onset of Uri in the Tan asteroid group, and this is the 180-day close pass discharging that, and now it's echoing. Wow, cool. Yeah, that's the big Tan asteroid going zoom boom right in the center there. And that's close pass. Just like,
Very,
like expected.
very.
And that's that,
That's like,
same Boxing Day event in 2018. It's the same San Francisco storm. It's the same South Dakota storm. It's the same Ohio storm.
wow.
And it's completely different of the other weather. And light blue skies and going way, way up in the atmosphere. And if we had not seen that base cloud pattern over and over and over again with the salamander tail and all of that and reaching and doing the thing for so many years, it would be a different story. I'd go, oh, what a cool storm.
Yeah, I was hearing somebody say recently that the lightning, all the discharges we claim that are discharges is nothing but storms passing by, and I'm like, well, some of them could be, but the vast majority are. I think it's very obvious when you see the difference. Clearly, what we just saw was an insane. It was a crazy discharge. It's not normal lightning.
Especially when we've cataloged it annually that this is going to happen every pretty much September, and here it is.
What's your take on this one, Sam?
Oh well, that the earlier part is the Empire orb, and this could be one of the smaller orbs.
That is
Or
crazy.
the Empire orb. They could be both mixed the same object.
Because I've seen
what the
this
Empire
one.
orb looks like. It's got a slit on it where there's inside that facial slit in the center is where the blue light turns on.
Because I have a friend that has this exact same capture.
We know there's more than one major orb, but they're not as big as the one big orb. But we've seen captures like this one. This is the big orb. And when you see that light turn on, I mean, that's exactly what I saw. And it was just like, holy shit, it's real. And that's the light. And that's the thing that came through the Norway spiral, and it's been here since 2009, and we've seen it over and over and over and over again, including the light array where the other lights are on, and smaller ships. And of course, this video shows a smaller orb beside it that's blue. And then after
So, what's causing the light?
the it's probably a sensor or a light lighting up the area that they're looking at. Because I saw that light turn on too, and it has an array of lights on the all four sides of it as well.
See, that light is what led me to believe that this is a very genuine video. Because I
Right.
usually I'm skeptical of a lot of videos, but that light there, because
Well, it's exactly what I saw happen.
Yeah, but I mean that would be really, really difficult to
A really intensely
to
blue
fake that.
shaft of light that looked
Yes,
right at
yes.
me, and I mean, oh my God, when I saw that thing drop out of the clouds and turn around, and I saw the facial opening and the eye sort of shape, and then all of a sudden that light turned on, it was just like, holy crap. And then it, faded into the clouds and went higher. And I knew what I'd sighted was real, because asteroids don't turn lights on and then change directions.
Mhm.
Man, when was this again?
Oh God, it was like about 2:15. We know it got here in 2009 at the Norway Spiral. That's a documented event, and that's 2009. And we know it came through the Norway Spiral. And because we got pictures of it in 2010 and 2009, and we stuck with it. But we'd never seen it. I saw it personally by eye for the first time in 2015-ish, maybe 2014. But then we got this capture in about 2019, I think it was, and I kept trying to save copies of it, and then my copies would never work. So
Yeah, I don't see this anywhere else. I really don't. That video.
yeah, it's
It's
hard to
not like
find.
it's common.
But
It is hard to
isn't it a
find.
Russian video? Isn't it come out of Russia?
I
Something
think
like
it
that.
did. I think it did.
Let's see what else.
Dun dun dun.
I know. I'm looking to see what else I might have. Let's see. I'm
I
digging
had to,
deep.
I had to throw something in there.
I'm not sure what this is. Hang on a second. I gotta take some stuff out.
Dead airspace in the media world.
Okay, let me try again. I just have this labeled Jesus Video 1. Let's see what this is. We'll find out.
Drum roll.
There it is. There it is. That's number 1.
Jeez, this was a very close pass. And
Just another necessity video. I'm
yeah,
kidding.
yeah, because we had some major rain bomb afterwards. In fact, this was
Yeah.
what caused my slip and fall was the rain after this guy came in from last week that I was telling you about, Rebecca.
Yeah.
I have not seen rains like that in a while.
Your year's worth of rain in 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Rain bomb from necessity, and we've never seen the like of that weather pattern ever before anywhere on Earth either. So, and that started when close pass of necessity started.
And also, I want to point out to people, look how yeah, there is yeah, I do darken a little bit more at one point, but in the beginning of it, it's just normal. But notice the darkness in the sky. It's compared to down at the bottom of the horizon, how much darker it is. It's a little bit more subtle but it's always there. You can see the difference between
Right. It's just
the
a weird dark blue.
It's
yes,
because there's a
yes.
larger planet way above that blocking the light.
So it's a really
The
quick
base
pass.
cloud is not necessarily the base of the planet.
Is that is that a streak from it passing by, or is that base cloud, Sam? Because I time lapsed this, and that streak runs through the entire video.
It looks like it's just dragging by, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, they
That's
do.
kind
They
of what
do
I
leave.
was.
They leave, eddy trails, and then of course, you could be looking at side fingers as well. And there's bigger fingers that just depending on where. And they've also got there's a small. Nepacity has a small group of asteroids that are usually in front of its lower left. And I've never really cataloged them very well. That's sort of a limbo area for me on information, but they're there. They could be the big three. I'm not sure.
So are you saying the big three run with Nepacity?
They could be in between Nepacity and Atu.
Mm. Well,
And
what do you think they belong
it's in
to,
the
though?
same placement, but I've often wondered about the three that are below Nepacity, but I've never tagged them over. I just sort of left it hoping that I would get a better description, and it's just sort of passed by in limbo, and I never pushed it.
I'll try to turn the sound off. Hang on. There.
I love this one. This is one of my favorite time lapses. You guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm here.
You kind of disappeared.
I know, right? Where'd you go?
Time lapses. I love this one.
Okay.
It's just, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, but there's three in this one. There's what I would think Nibiru in the back, Isatum, and then Isatum's yellow moon, because you see you see the ion tail.
Is this from a wide lens?
It is. This is
And that nice little rounded sort of long box cube right there.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes. Long box is.
So you have 3+.
Jesus.
I mean, it's just a big square rectangle.
And are those two upper little things on the upper corner of the end of the long box? Are those craft that are parked there with little trails they're leaving?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's always the same. It's always the same. It's always the same. And you just sit there and you shake your head and you go, "Oh, it's got to be." And that's the part that everybody misses who doesn't know what they're looking at. They go, "Well, there's just clouds," but these just clouds keep happening over and over and over and over, and yet we know what's there because we've seen the close-ups.
And also look at this, guys. This is about, I don't know, 15 minutes of footage, maybe 10, 15 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
Look at what people would say are clouds. They don't change at all during the entire.
It stays in that perfect curved shape. The square stays in the perfect square shape.
And every other thing that looks wide that would be called a cloud remains.
And it rotates. It rotates on a central axis.
Yeah, that's so cool. One more time. That was number 2, I think. Let's see what I have. Number 3. Hang on.
And people who only see this one shot of this and haven't seen the 47 we looked at this week don't get it. And this is how Rebecca does it, and this is how you do it, and this is how I do it, and this is how the other people do it. And
also, I want to say is that this wasn't the only time that it passed during this month, or that month where I took that video. It passed a few times in that very same pattern, in that very same direction. I caught it a few times.
Yeah, and it literally happens every day. But then we go through it's like 3 weeks on and one week off, or something where there's a few. I just call it out days where not really visible. But then, right away within, a matter of a day or two, they're back. And we, of course, have, we've had the luxury to watch all of this go on for so long. And to us, it's almost gotten to the point where it's absolutely second nature, which is why we talk above everybody all the time, because it's, it's just stuff that, that we're used to and they're not. And there it is, and there it is, and there it is. And, I don't want
I
to sound like,
mean, it's just this
Also,
dark circle.
the kid
What else would
around
make it dark circle like that, right?
it's
What else
it's
would do
dark, and
this?
look around it. Look around it, guys.
There
You
is
can see
nothing
how
else.
you can see how the sun is shining on the other side of it. And I pointed out because people
You can
say,
see it.
it's a wide angle, but I pointed out because I'm seeing it. That's why, I'm pointing it out. Like, I'm pointing it out because I don't want to give any people any more reasons to down my work, but it's there. I recording it because I saw it. Actually,
yeah,
you posted up one of the pictures that I sent you that we were discussing earlier was from this. Only this is a wide angle format, and the other picture wasn't. I don't know if you remember we were talking about it. It's a little bit more subtle. It's kind of like this, just a little bigger, because it's not in a wide angle format. This is the reason why I like wide angle is because wide angle, what it does is it puts a little bit more distance between whatever you're capturing and the camera. So it gives you a broader view of it.
well, and that's helped a lot. That's huge to seeing the part about the dark uh, anomaly in the sky in actuality, because if you go back in history and you look at the older wide angle lens shots, there were no big huge dark areas, and there are now. And
Yeah.
like I said, we see it in YouTube videos. Everybody's posting from around the world, not just even sky pictures, but just
Yeah.
them driving down the road and in their daily life in their backyard and everything else. And then they're in everything, and they're in TV commercials, they're in movies now, and everybody goes, oh, hey, I saw this in such a movie. And yeah, anything filmed within the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years has got a planetary capture in it too. And I chuckled. I
That
saw a
was
couple of really good sci-fis recently where they had planetary actualities in there, and I went, "Oh, okay. I know when this was filmed."
this was a cool day. Very cool. This was a Facebook Live I did. Sounds a lot like going live too. So there's no questions, no nothing. So nothing was altered on this one. It's just exactly the way it was. I recorded it sideways
Just an
because
overhead passing planet,
yep,
planet, 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 planet.
just, that was a cool day.
And people would go, "Well, I just see clouds." Well, that's because they have
Yeah,
their own
that had a
atmosphere.
big bow in them always. Like,
But
that
Yeah.
is
that
so
Well,
curve,
cool.
that curve, it's something that regardless of what camera you're using, you could stand outside and see that curve. Your eyes will see that curve. Again, I'm pointing it out, just to make a point, but you could see it. It's not like regardless of what the camera shows, you could look at it outside. Just go outside and see it with your own eyes. That's what I always tell people. Forget what I'm showing you. Go see it yourself. Go outside. Get off your phone. Get off your computer. Go outside and see this for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Just go outside. Go outside and pay attention. Sunset, sunrises is my favorite time to watch. But these things, you could see them midday, a little bit more blue. But don't take our words for it. If you're skeptical, good. You question everything, guys. Question everything. But go outside and look at this stuff. Anybody can see this. Anybody can see this. Just go outside and pay attention and follow a few of the things. Remember that there's dark sides. Remember that keep those things in mind. Remember, always keep in mind that these is going to be very, very big. So you have to train your mind, train your eyes to have a broader perspective. But we all can see this. Anybody can see this. You know, this is not camera trickery. This is not nothing like that. This is something that anybody can prove. You know,
Sky fillers.
yeah, yeah.
Just they
Think
fill the
sky
sky.
fillers,
They're so
guys.
big. And that's why when they first came up in visible in the northern hemisphere, even way back when, not hardly anybody could see them. I'd point them out to them, and I'd use my finger just like you did, and they'd go, "Oh, I can see that," but then they would 5 minutes later lose interest because they just couldn't stick to it. And to them, wouldn't we be, wouldn't there be all these troubles that are going on around the world if something was that big and that close to us? And A, it's happening, and B, it's the electrical universe, not a gravitational planetary crash into each
But
other
what
scenario.
is that's the thing we hear over and over. If things were that close, it would the gravity forces would destroy us. Geez, well, first of all,
We're
it's not
still here.
gravitational. It's not the strongest force out there. It's electrical. You know, you got to
Oh,
think
it blew me away.
in terms of magnetism and electrical. And as Sam says, we are a compound. You know,
When we first started seeing like when At2 started electrically discharging on its close passes, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. It was just like, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, it looks like there's just this big giant thing that's just about to hit, and there's all this lightning, and wow, look at that. And God, I think we ran 2014 just discussing the lightning alone. And somehow that didn't get noticed. Okay.
I remember looking at the purple lightning, Sam, in the beginning of all this, and that didn't sit right with me because I had never noticed purple lightning. I
I
knew
don't believe we
something.
ever had purple lightning prior to
I had
2010.
never seen purple lightning in my life until right around the time that I started waking up to all this,
Yeah,
2014.
I'm
And who
really
knows how
trying to
much I
think
had
back.
seen it before that, but I just didn't really register in my mind. But purple lightning, never a thing. I just don't understand how it's become so normalized now.
Well, a lot of the early captures when Atu and Atu's moon were smaller, there was a regular interaction between the lead asteroid discharging on Atu and Atu's moon. And we got a series, God, we got tons of pictures of that. And unfortunately, we lost a lot of them in the old computers. I have a few of them left, and I've always resorted back to those. And then there was the overall illumination. God, I can't remember exactly what year. I think it was 2014. The entire object cluster group, both all of the object groups, because there's quite a few of them, were illuminating on the bottom of Atu's moon and Uri all at the same time. And it was small enough that you could actually touch that in one shot. And I have that picture still. And I use it. I don't think people have yet to really grasp the enormity of the illuminated region of cloud and the lead asteroid, extending all below Atu's moon and reaching all the way to Uri. And we had that in the 218 and 219 events as well. Is in some of the captures that were live film, which I wish I could find back. They actually showed both Atu's moon, and Uri in a full discharge against Earth. And once you know what you're looking at, that's part of the warning of the end of the 180-day cycle, is because we saw it happen. And that, of course, again, it goes back to the Boxing Day event, the San Francisco storm, the South Dakota storm, Mount Rushmore, and some of the other major storms that have gone through that were directly visibly that Red Sonja type storm, like we were watching earlier on the video with the lightning storm, where you could tell the shape and the drastic, unbelievable freak lightning and repetitive lightning coming from one spot, et cetera, et cetera. Ugh.
Hey Sam, I wanted to ask you. You commented on this video And I'm not sure if you mentioned Yuri, but what are we looking at here? Is it Yuri
I
or
see the
Atu?
stripes of Uri at a higher tipped axis.
And sorry, I didn't catch
It,
that. Could you repeat that again?
I see the stripes of Uri.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
you do see it.
I do see stripes, and I also see what looks like asteroids.
Right up in the upper left, that would be the tan
Yeah,
asteroid,
yeah,
etc. Where the other, like the red and the lead asteroid and spiral, would have been farther off to the right, off camera, because this is the site of Uri and the tan asteroid group.
yeah. This was one of the cool. This was at dawn. This
Yeah,
was a
and you can
very
see
cool
the
sight.
axis on the rings are tipped, and this was not recent because the axis on Uri has flattened out to more horizontal.
This
But yeah,
was
that's the illumination of the rings of Uri.
this was this year. This was this year though. It was
Early January-ish. What?
uh no no.
Okay. Well,
I would
I
say
see Uri
maybe gosh. I reposted it
May, June.
because I
I
posted it and
don't
I
know,
feel
but
like you and Rebecca didn't see it, and then I reposted it. And then Rebecca saw it and you saw it, but
yeah,
I
but I
maybe I would
definitely
say
see the rings of Uri.
What
I
time
would.
was this? Like what time of day? Is this
Well,
you
I
said
went live with this one, and you were chiming in, and a few other people were chiming in. I was at the airport. We're close to the airport. I was at work. I went live with it for a little bit,
yeah.
and then I
Yeah.
recorded the time lapse. But I didn't post the time lapse till later, so I would say maybe this is maybe a month or 2 months, three months tops.
Okay,
You know.
no worries. Still Uri.
But I do feel it was different. It was different. I didn't feel this was
Well,
Atu or Atu's movement because it felt
she started going overhead more before she was just pretty stable in the south by southeast sky for the longest time. And then this year is, when we're coming to the end of the cycle, she started moving forward and forward and forward, and that's when the major cutoff flaring off the side of Uri started happening, because it had moved over and then more toward us, so therefore it blocked more of the view out or the actual sky. So yeah, this is the side of Uri, and you can definitely see the rings. And in the upper left corner is, of course,
All right, we've seen that one.
yeah, I'm awake.
I know. I know. It just appears. Let's see. I'm on Jesus video number 8. So hold your ears.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, we've seen that one. Okay, keep going. 8. Looks like I even skipped 9, so we're jumping to 10. Oh yeah, look
oh,
at
I love
that.
this one. Oh, this was such
Yeah,
a cool
just so
day.
everybody knows, like all of these videos. Well, they're from Jesus, so just so everybody knows, he's right here.
Look at that, Jesus! There was a crowd of kids, teenagers, sitting there, and I was recording this, and not a soul really ever questioned anything. I just it drove me nuts. It always drives me nuts, but whatever. But this was a very cool passing because it was on the
Yeah.
opposite side of the sun. So this was going basically past Earth. This is the reason why this is so well illuminated. I don't know if you remember that one of Atu's. Uh, I pointed out with the finger. You commented on it, Sam.
Yeah.
Said the finger points to Saturn's yellow moon. Right at the end of this video, watch. Right at the end of it, you'll see it in the top left corner. Watch. Right towards the end, you'll see that picture that I took. Yeah, there's coming into view. Top left corner. No. Go a little bit further. Go a little bit further
So,
forward. Yeah. Your
yeah.
top left
Okay.
corner is coming right into view. Keep going. There it's coming. There's coming right there. There it is. You see it?
Yeah.
Right there. Top left corner. That's the picture. I took a video. This was a time lapse, but I took a video with my phone, and it's a little. You see it a little bigger in the video with my phone, of course, but right the top left corner, right there.
And the long box.
Yeah. So what are we
Right
looking at
dead
here,
center.
Sam? Is Saturn and Yellow Moon, is Nibiru at all in this frame?
Well, yeah, that would be the blue compared to the yellow.
Okay. All right. So we're seeing all three of them is what?
Yeah, well, you always do because
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I
Saturn
thought.
is much smaller in front of, but currently Saturn, and you can see the faceplate.
Yeah.
The little sort of blue purple faceplate right there, and then
Yeah.
over to the right is the square of the long box cube right there
Yeah,
next
you
to it, as
could
it always
see
is.
it. You could
And see
see
the
it
lines.
clearly right there in the middle.
See the lines in the faceplate? Those
Yeah.
little straight lines?
Yeah.
In the middle and then at the bottom. And that's always there too. And I'm wondering if those lines are the ones that put out those really weird straight line multiple base cloud vortex pictures we got today. I don't know. We've never seen a Saturn's yellow moon this huge, this close, ever.
Yeah.
So
this was a very cool time lapse. It was just so big and so obvious.
and I'm going to be going back and studying those because they could be right there, literally just off Earth. And maybe there is a huge change going on right now. Maybe that's why I'm so edgy. Maybe that's what I'm feeling is like that damn thing is huge. So I was sitting back. I should stay closer to the mic, but or scoot my chair in, I guess. But yeah.
See, our sky is down here on the bottom left corner, guys. See the difference between the bottom left corner sky and the top right corner blue? That's the atmosphere of those planets.
Right.
But look at the difference.
Even deeper at Saturn, and when it's close is blue.
Yeah, you can always see how darker it is, compared to
everything else
of the sky.
Yep, and that's why I also recommend when you are out viewing, wear gray black sunglasses because that adds to the change definition where you see the darker. And you see that a little more prevalent with gray black sunglasses rather than blue or brown or any of that other or purple or whatever people use.
This is crazy. Every time I see this, it's like there's an entire other world passing right over us. This is what I really want to share with people. These cool happenings are happening so often, and you're missing it. You gotta get on board, guys. You gotta get on board. This is the coolest. I always, as I said, put it in the end of my videos, it is the greatest show on earth.
And it's repetitive. You don't get that in anything else.
It doesn't stop giving. It is just repetitive, and you can see it over and over and experience it. Every time that I experience something like that, it's like the first time. It just gives me this rush, and it is like my happy time. I love it. I absolutely love it. And why wouldn't you see this? This should be getting millions of views. Not stupid Kardashians being, stupid. This should be going viral. This is entertainment, my people. This is what it's all about right here. This is what I have obsessed over for years. It is the funnest, coolest thing you could ever experience. And I hope that you guys get on board because I want to share it with everybody. It is amazing. And I am grateful to be one of the people that is awake to this. And
I'm blown away.
Thankful to you, Sam, for helping me understand what I was looking at.
I'm absolutely blown away that not more people see this. It's just, after the...
Well, it's because they can't see it just by looking at it. You just can't. You have to get your phone out and start taking pictures and video, and then take time aside and start
So
going through
sometimes
them
it is
all.
sometimes it is obvious, but most times your camera's gonna catch it way better. You know,
Oh,
Yeah,
this
that is
was
definitely.
true.
the curve was very obvious to me. Um,
Yeah. Let's see what
but
else
I
we
would
got.
have never caught a Saturn's yellow moon. I would have never caught that by eye. I caught that. Well, I did later because it was a little bit more obvious. But there's a lot of things that there's a lot of things that I post that I haven't caught right away that I
Yeah,
catch later when I start tinkering with it. But
I even
the
sit and watch
camera,
by eye, and my
our
attention
eyes are
span will
so
wane.
limited, guys. We are so limited. You know, it is so limited what our eyes can see. You know,
Yeah,
keep that in
I
mind.
lose attention, then all of a sudden I miss something, and then I'll watch it for a while longer, and then I get distracted, and then oh, I missed something, and yeah, but I do a lot of watching out my windows and stuff, and
See, look
it's
at
an
the color
unbelievable
transitions
show.
on this, guys. Look at how the colors change as it gets closer and the angle of light. Look at how it goes from purple to green, and this happens all the time. You have these color transitions that are just absolutely fascinating. That is Skyfield. This was in New Mexico. This was I was already living in Utah. I had to go to New Mexico to tie up some loose ends. But this was a very cool passing. This was on my way out. I kind of left New Mexico with a bang.
Well, and it's flat there too,
Yeah, yeah. It was big skies, very big skies.
except for the Sangria de Cristo and all of that.
Yeah, yeah, of course. um, well, this was right in eastern New Mexico. I was right off the border of Texas, so it was a great area for skiving. And because it's very small communities, you don't have light pollution for one, and you don't have a lot of the trail people, messing around. So you get a very clear stuff. Here in Salt Lake, we have a very big pollution problem. So I have to often go to up above the mountains to get away from the pollution that we get here, especially during the winter inversion. Because we're
Yeah,
surrounded by mountains here, we get a
right.
winter
Winter Valley
inversion.
inversions are no fun.
Yeah, we get all that pollution trapped here, and especially over these last years, it's grown so much. A lot of people, the traffic has gotten much worse, so we get a lot of pollution. So I have to drive up the mountain to get up above the pollution and get a better view of it. And not something I had to do when I was in New Mexico because the skies were so clear out there that it would make for great videos.
All I see is clouds. Yeah, right. And I just, we run in circles with some of these people, and it gets to you eventually. I'm resorting back to the person I was talking to earlier today, and I just, man, no matter what I tell you, you're just not going to listen in the first place.
Like, what else would this be? Like these, there's no such thing as round clouds like this. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. Yeah, well, they got to actually take the time to look in the first place, and if you can't keep their attention for 10 minutes, then of course
because
they're if they don't want to learn anything, then they're not going to learn anything.
But that's the
And
biggest part of all this, guys, is that it takes time. If you're coming into this thinking I'm gonna hang out for a week or two and I'm gonna learn everything there is to know, then you know what, just don't bother. It takes time. It
I
does.
didn't.
But I promise you, it is well worth taking the time because you're missing a show of a lifetime, of a few lifetimes. This is
oh,
not like an eclipse that comes
Read
and
that
you ain't
part.
gonna see it till another few years. This is the event of our lifetime, and you're missing out. And
yeah,
hopefully,
I can't even imagine having not seen this stuff.
oh
I
yeah,
mean, wow,
I
it's like
think
three
about that all the time.
lifetimes. It's been a long time. I mean, we've been and God, it's been one group of show followed by another kind of show followed by another kind of show, and then you can study the weather and you see, you know, the major events happening all around the world, like the flooding in Germany and France, and you know, right now currently England is having a, you know, Scotland is flooding, and England and Ireland are flooding, and they're getting rained on really bad, and China of course flooded all summer long, and Libya flood in cities and people dying by the thousands. And wow, you know, it's a never ending changing cycle of events. And you know, I can't get over how many people say, well, when's it going to start? I'm like, whoa, you know, and that goes back to, you know, the news that people are not getting. God, we can never stress that enough. You have to go and look into this weather, and you have to, you know, when you see a notification or a thing that says typhoon in China or Japan, and they had a series of quakes south of Japan the other day, and there's, you know, there's all kinds of events going on, and there was quakes in Northern California the other day, and there was one in Missouri, and there, you know, there's unusual things going on, but you got to go look for them.
Yeah. Here's another perfect example. I wanted to talk about this one because this is such a clear example of what the light is doing. So you're looking at the bottom, mostly the bottom of you know, kissing Atu's moon.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Atu's moon.
You're right. You're correct.
Okay. This was at sunrise as well. But look at how the sun is reflecting it is shining right at the bottom of it. But as the angle of light comes up, you know, as I'm gonna use the term the sun comes up, but it's us moving. I hope you guys understand that. But as the sun rises behind Atu's moon, the angle of light starts getting less, you know, because it can only wrap around so much. You know, light bends, guys. So as it's bending around the bottom of this planet or moon, it can only reach so far. So look towards the end, how you see the top of it is getting a little bit more shadowed. You know, you can see as it turns blue. It goes from purple because Atu is somewhere in the area as well. You know, maybe out of frame, but it's there. Probably where you're seeing the purple is reflecting off that purple, you know. But you could see how towards the end you start seeing a shadowing of it getting darker and darker, you know. This is why we're seeing the color transitions, guys. We see because the angle of light is shining on them, and as it rises behind, you don't really get that, so it kind of blends in, and we see them for a little while, and before you know it, they blend in with our blue skies because you know, without that sunlight, you know, you're really seeing more of the dark side of it. You know, it's not being illuminated anymore. So, but this is one of my favorite ones. This is one of my favorite examples to show people of what, you know, how the light angle influences what you can see and what you will see and when you will see it. This is why sunrise and sunset are the best times to see it, because the light angles right off their bottom. You know, sometimes we get a side illumination. This is what I would like to call a bottom facial illumination, you know, but a very cool example.
I couldn't have
right.
worded it better.
I know it. He's like so high tech. I love it. Um, seriously, you have like so much experience at all of
See, look,
this.
you're right there. You see how it's getting shadowed, how it's getting darker, the top of it. That's
I
because
see
that
it.
light angle it's going up behind it, you know, further
Yeah.
up, and it's losing. It's like only wrap around so much the bottom of the planet. This is why I love time lapses, because they help you so much understand what's really happening. Most people attribute they say the purple light comes from ice crystals in the sky. No, that's not at all what happens. You know? All it takes is taking a time lapse, and you'll see
Oh,
for
I love that
yourself
one.
it's not what's happening.
Yeah, ice crystals in the sky. I love that one. That's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm. And they use that excuse for just about everything, for the sun
Yep,
halos.
yep,
But I think the
yep.
sun halos sometimes are are ice crystals. You know, it's either
Oh yeah,
ice
there are times
crystals.
that there are real sundogs, and that's usually
Yeah, yeah.
at a brief refractive angle.
But purple skies, we've never had a purple skies up until we had a purple planet in the mix. So yeah, not a good excuse. You know, dark side here again. You know, it's a good example. Sometimes it's a little more, a little less subtle and less obvious. This was a little more challenging because you have a lot of that white light hue around it, you know, but it's dark, you know, in the day, and you can see it moving too. You can see how it's
Right.
moving out of place. You know, it's moving out of the way. So dark circle moving out of the way. You know, moving in a certain direction. Come on, guys, that's something there. You know.
It's just like that one I shared a few minutes ago. You know, it was just like that dark spot in the sky. It was just like that. So
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
so
Yes.
repetitive.
This is basically the same thing. Basically the
Yeah,
exact same thing.
right.
Repetitive, guys. You can repeat. This is why why they say the science. You have to be able to replicate, you know, a science experiment. We've been replicating the science experiment over and over again. You know.
I think that was the last one for you, Jesus. Let me look and see though what else I might have. I'm still getting every stuff loaded.
I sent a picture and I wanted to discuss this because apparently not everybody knows this or not everybody remembers our 8 phases of the moon. I sent you a picture of the phases of the moon. Did you get that?
Yeah.
I want to discuss that just real briefly.
Let me look and see.
Because it really bothers me how nobody notices. It's one of the first things that I noticed. How our moon phases were completely out of whack, and they still are, and nobody seems to think twice about it or question it or nothing. In fact, I recently saw there was one where the shadow of the moon was on the bottom, right, which
Yep.
isn't supposed to happen, and they were
Yeah, I
calling
used to
it.
post. I used to post all of that, and I just stopped because nobody was paying any attention to it.
Yeah, no, and it drives me nuts. So, but they were calling it a wet moon. Have you ever heard of a wet moon? I've never heard of a wet moon. I guess they
No,
call it a wet
yeah.
moon because
It must
maybe
have
it's just
dipped
the
in the
bottom of
ocean,
it.
man.
It's dark, and I laughed my ass off when I heard that. I was like, oh no, like seriously, like how can you cannot think people are this dumb? But I guess a lot of people in the comment section seem to. It was a TikTok video I saw where they were questioning that, and then somebody said that it's called the wet moon because they googled it, and then all of a sudden nobody
Which makes it
questioned it ever
okay.
again.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
went
Then
into
it's
the
just
comment
fine.
section just to see what everybody was saying about it, and everybody accepted that response, that Google response. Like, okay, all right, that's normal. Like years and years of having the same moon um, patterns didn't really matter. You know, all that matters is that Google said it was okay. You know, I just don't get it. I don't get it. It frustrates me how people don't question that and just take the first stupid answer um, for okay, that's it. We're done, Nick. This is it's explained by Google, so that's it. But the moon has been a very constant thing in our sky,
Hey,
guys. How could you not notice when something like that changes? I just don't get that.
I almost got the picture for you, Jesus. Almost. I don't know why I didn't get it earlier, but we got it in just a second.
It was all really last minute. A lot of the stuff that I sent you to.
But I know. It's okay.
But what are we looking at here in this video? The Saturn's yellow moon. This was a couple years ago, Sam.
Oh boy. Not at that dark angle. I would almost say Atu's moon.
Yeah.
220, 219.
Yeah. Some I'd say 220. 2020 is kind of around the time I took
Because
this.
remember, Atu's moon was always crossing from the left to the right in our faces, and
That's
then going
right.
overhead.
That's right.
That was the best sighting time for Atu's moon we ever
It
had. It was
was.
just unbelievable. And
It
then
really
it
was.
would go through clear shots where you could actually see the craters, and then all of a sudden it would go boil over and do the huge, massive momentous clouds and stuff when it went overhead. And then those were just
Mhm.
unbelievable shows. And everybody said, "Oh, those are momentous clouds." Yeah, the size of Texas. You know,
Jeez.
I
And it
love that when
also
they were
would
just
it would
blowing that
also
off
dim the
too.
sky in midday. It would dim the sky, and I always used to see that in pictures I would take because your eyes wouldn't really
Yeah.
see it that wow. But if you would take a picture, you could see how everything was just slightly dimmer.
That was the year I saw it up here in the sky and thought, Jesus, it's like a big old giant balloon right off the deck. And it just it argued with my eyes so bad I couldn't believe it. And I'm just going, that can't be that close and not touch. And yet it's how high off, and it really argued with the mountain range view that I was looking at, trying to take into account miles. It was just, it argued with my head all the way across the board in those close past Atu's moon. Oh my God, you can't argue with it. And there it is. And we
Yeah.
had the best view. I mean, we've got hundreds of pictures of it. Got a whole file of those close passes from then. Just tons.
Well, I'm working on it. I'm
Yeah.
having some technical
Well, see
issues.
now you could realize people how long it takes to do this.
Yeah.
Just putting up a picture, could take forever.
Right.
So as we were saying the other day,
Heck,
hopefully
try
we can find
finding that
some.
one picture before you put it up.
I
Sometimes
know.
I
I hate
scroll and scroll
everything
and
I'm
scroll.
trying. It's like, well, Google Slides is not letting me access my a lot of my files, and it did this one other time for another live. It just doesn't let me access it. I don't know why. So
No,
that's a problem. But I have another way of doing it. So let me try it. At least try.
Yeah, we all end up learning how to go
But
around things.
right, we may have to put that on for
yeah,
the next show's
I gotta say
agenda.
though, Rebecca, you've done a great job. Like all this,
Oh, good. Well, thank
I love
you.
the citizen science thing that's going along the bottom of it.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
comments, the introduction. You've gotten really good at this. You've gotten so good at this.
Well, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I'm having a good time. And it's all coming together. The more I tell you what, it's been almost a year since everybody bought me this laptop. Almost a year. It was like the 2 days after
Oh, I
Thanksgiving last
remember
year.
that. I remember that.
Right. And it kind of set for a while. I mainly just used it to help transfer the recordings with Sam, those calls that we were been recording. And
I knew you needed one.
yeah, it's time to make a new one for sure. I think we
Yeah.
should do it on here and just record it though, just to record a show versus going live, and then we'll, I don't know. I think it's some new stuff to do, but because that recorder is not working anymore. I don't know. Remember, it quit working. So I think this is the next best way.
That is the problem with computer equipment. It does not last near as long as you
It's
would
a
hope it
little
does.
device. It's like this big. It's like a little stick, and you hold it like a phone, But anyway, it records calls made on cell phones, or at least on my end, a cell phone. So that's how I made those first two twin solar system talk videos.
Wow.
And where was I going with all this? I was trying to explain something important.
How
You're talking about the
have
laptop
you
and all
gotten
that.
better at this?
Oh, the laptop. Well, anyway, yeah, I was just like super intimidated with it because I hadn't worked on a computer, with a computer for years and years, and they change quickly. But I was just going to say it's actually come together pretty nicely. How I kind of got forced in, not forced. I wanted to do this, but Sam mentioned it off and on for months and months. The idea of a show was just like really far out there. I think
Will
Jesus
you
knows that too.
well, you know what? Rebecca, I had spoken about doing a show years ago,
Did you?
with a friend of mine with Zane Berry.
Oh, you told me
Um,
this. Yes.
and we had thought about doing it years, and we had discussed it, but it just wasn't. It was bad timing, so
And we
we
have to
never
give a
ended up
shout out to
doing it.
Zane because we used some of his material today.
Oh, I love his material. He's
I,
me and Zane. We've kept in
Thank you,
touch for
Zane,
years.
for all your
yeah.
past work.
Thank you, Zane. I was telling Sam that we want to invite Zane on here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I told him we would love to have him on the show. It'd be great.
Yes.
There's so
Because
many
he,
Because
really good
he's
people out
knowledgeable and
there that don't get the recognition.
he's very knowledgeable. He's very intelligent guy, and I love talking to him because he's always so insightful. And we have a
yeah.
very good. We've kept in touch. Throughout my time in New Mexico, and then my move to Utah, and we've always kept a relationship, and it's good to be. He's one of the few that has stuck around for the years and years that we've been around.
Right. Right.
I am
Yeah.
so
And
jealous of Tony when I see these videos. He lives in
he
an absolutely gorgeous area, and he
right.
has a hell of a view.
They are gorgeous. Can you imagine that being your backyard practically?
Cheers. That's
Well, kind of
every time I
ideal.
see it. Every time I see it, I'm like, God, I hate you.
My
You
backyard
have
isn't
such a
this
great
nice,
view.
but it's kind of like this.
That would be so
Jesus.
nice. Anything like that. Anything.
Jesus, look at that. Oh my God. And it's so quiet too. This is what I hate about living in Salt Lake. I when I was in New Mexico, I lived in a really small town. The noise, and Sam has mentioned this before. The level of noise that human beings have lived with now is just. I hate it. I can't get used to it. So many cars, the traffic, and just the noise in general. Just God, does it bug me? I intend to maybe move a little further out from where I am eventually, but yeah, the level of noise is insanity, and Salt Lake City is a small city compared to many other cities. I don't know how people do it. I do miss that about my small town in New Mexico.
Right. I haven't ever had like a real small town. I was like grew up in a suburb, but it was still decently sized, just a few miles outside of Tulsa. But now I'm like
So are
almost
you from Oklahoma, or are
yes.
you?
Yeah,
Oh,
just
so you
outside
are
of
originally.
Tulsa.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
all right.
Sand Springs. But
No,
so I lived
my
there
younger
for
brother was actually born in Oklahoma City. We used to live in Oklahoma for a long
okay.
time. Yeah.
That's where Alan was born, Oklahoma City.
Oh, really? Yeah, my younger brother
Yeah.
was born in Oklahoma City, and my older brother was born in Kansas. Actually, my dad was a farmer in Kansas and Oklahoma for a long time when I was younger, and
Right.
we're little kids anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like you grew up in multiple states.
I
Multiple.
I uh I remember I mentioned you. I went to more than 50 different schools for that. This is why I mean
That's
that I never had the time to be indoctrinated so much because I was
right.
always moving. We were always moving around. So I always had an open mind because I saw a lot, was in a lot of places, and got to see a lot of different points of view. Which
For
was
sure.
difficult, but I wouldn't change it. It's always your history is what makes you who you are.
I
So
mean, I was going to say, I can see benefits in a way to,
yeah, yeah,
it's like you learn things that most kids would never,
yeah,
come across really. So I think you might be ahead
yeah,
in
yeah.
years, because
We
of
we,
it.
we, we, were, we all are where we're supposed to be at. You know, well, our history is what was meant to be. God, this
Isn't that
guy has
something?
an
Look at that.
insane view.
It's just
Jesus Christ.
kablam. There it is. Well,
And I
there
love
they
his camera.
are.
I love his camera work too.
Because you can see how it's like the layers, how it just perfectly one in front of another. right there.
Hey
I
Sam,
wish. Huh?
Yeah.
if okay, and if you had to guess, where on the planet, where would be the best place to see this? I know it changes a lot, and I know things move a lot, but if you had to pick one place, where would you go?
I'm torn. I would say Alaska or I would say Mexico. Just, regionally close. It depends. For exit view, I would say Alaska. For the view on incoming, I would say Mexico.
Mm. Yeah,
You know,
Mexico again. When they were coming in, the beginning of it was crazy.
and that's why all the webcams in Mexico did so well because they
Yeah,
had you're in the middle of the ball looking out rather than up on the upper northern hemisphere. And as
okay,
they're exiting, we know they're going up and above and away. Therefore, Alaska would be
that's
probably.
right. Okay, I see. That makes a lot of sense. I love this particular video right here.
This is crazy looking. Like, what's
Well,
happening here?
and they originally built the SETI Alpha project down in Australia for watching them come in.
That's right. That's right.
So and we forget about that because it was so long ago. Hey, if you want to say a decade was so long ago, but it was so long ago. It really was.
I can't
We
believe
have been doing this forever. Oh
so
my
much
God.
time, so much time has gone by, and I still feel a very small percentage of the world is on board with this. Unfortunately,
Yeah, and we're still young with it too. Sorry, I'm eating a little
You're
munchie
fine.
here. I had to have a munchie.
I'm going through my videos
yeah,
to see
I
if
think my stomach is starting to growl too.
I haven't. Oh boy, it's 1 o'clock.
Oh, geez, we've been on 4 hours.
That's how does that happen?
I don't know. Every
4 hours,
time I think
58 seconds, 59, 4 hours, 1 minute, 2 seconds.
every time I
I
think
made it.
we'll wrap it up in an hour and a half, 2 hours, and before I know it, 4 hours has gone by.
Every
No,
time.
no, it does. It
Seriously.
just you guys spent 8 hours of the day. I'm 7 hours in to that one. I've been playing it, and it's why I like YouTube because I could play it off in the background and still do
Yeah.
my things on my phone when I'm working. And
Right.
I just listen to it. I'll just listen to it while I'm at it. I'm 7 hours in, but even that, it gives me entertainment while I drive, and I love that because I drive a lot. I could just put it on and do my thing, and it could just be playing in the background.
I got to admit, I was a little loopy at the end of that 8 hour run, but
Oh, I know.
So I
It
heard.
was. I was too. The last hour, at least, I was so sleepy, and I just kind of zoned out and listened to you and Leandra. And you guys were just full of energy, and I'm like, how is this possible? I mean, I used to go out when I was younger, and I didn't even used to start getting ready till about that time, and now
right,
I'm
right.
struggling to hold my eyes open. So
And
Well,
Sam,
and
from
sleep
what you
schedules
say,
also.
you don't sleep, and
Yeah,
me,
I
well,
barely do anymore.
I work graveyard, so this is midday for me. So
yeah, this is normal. You're wide awake.
yeah.
I'm in the world of perpetual 2 hour naps or I sleep for 4. Now, the other day, out of the blue, I slept for 7, and it was just wow.
Hmm.
So I thought that was, and I hadn't done that in years. It's
That's
strange how
yeah.
it's a little, well, I require a little sleep.
I can
I
do
mean,
7 hours, but not all at one. I always wake up in between, and that's what really gets me. I can never stay asleep for more than 2 hours at a time.
And that was what was kind of
wow,
surprising that I actually had stayed in one place for 7 hours.
that's a long. Yeah, I don't sleep.
You know,
I sleep from about 3:30 to about 8:30. So,
Hmm.
but I sleep so sound. I don't move a muscle. I wake up exactly like I fell asleep. So it's the best sleep I've ever had in my life. I'm having right now.
Is it maybe because you're comfortable now in your own living
I
situation and all that?
maybe, and see
Lucky
that says
you.
something. I used to have. I mean, I went from having the worst insomnia problem. I mean, the worst. So I understand how bad it can be. It's horrible, and to now, I'm sleeping like a baby. So I don't know, but I'm thankful.
Because my level of stress sometimes is what messes with my sleep a lot.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
I used to
if
be
I'm
a
dealing
highly
with
stressed
stress,
person, and I'm not now. I mean, I've conquered stress. I really have.
I'm working
So
on that, but it's been an uphill battle, honestly.
it's miserable. I do know.
Well, I mean, the last 3 years for me have been, I was married. I don't know if nobody you know this. I was married 18 years, and I married very
Right.
young, and
Yeah.
I went through my divorce, and that was tough. So it's been a big transition for me. Especially being that I never
Right.
had a stable life, and then I got married, and then for 18 years it was the same, and then
And
after
then
my
now.
divorce, so all that's been, it's been good, but it's been a big transition for me. So it's been a little challenging, getting readjusted to certain things, and it's married 18 years and then you're divorced.
Yeah.
It's
I
challenging,
I was
but I
married for
am
10
getting to a
years.
point where I love the change. It needed to be. It needed to be.
Yeah.
But it is a change. So, but I think the stress from the change again, like I said, we don't take change very well. So, but
But
I
it's
am getting.
but it's
I am
good for
working through it.
us.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. I
good
am
for
work. Change
us.
is good for us, absolutely. But we don't take it very well in the beginning. We kick it and scream.
No. No. But then you can sometimes look back and see what you gained out of it,
Oh,
all of it.
absolutely. I'm loving this stage of my life. It's just been a transition, but I love this stage of my life.
Right.
I feel like I'm finally myself, like my absolute self, so yeah, I'm loving it. It's just, it's a transition. So health wise also been a little better. Up here, the elevation, the pollution here has also been a little bit difficult to get accustomed to. I was in the desert. I was in the desert, and I mean, technically, this is kind of desert too, I guess. But it's been a big change going down to the 3,500 feet up here to 6,000 plus has been, my ears I've always ringing. I know part of
Yeah.
that is the system, but part of it is just the elevation too, and the
Now,
pollution,
Salt Lake also
noise
has
here.
a salt particulate in the air.
That's right. Especially now that the Great Salt Lake is drying up so much, there's a lot of crap flying up in the air too.
Hmm.
Anytime we get these windstorms, it looks like we're having a sandstorm because it's kicking up all that crap from the dry bed from the Great Salt Lake.
Yeah, I've watched quite a few documentaries on the toxic value that they're concerned about,
Yeah.
and I imagine that is going to be hopefully alleviated this year by the change of the snow patterns, because
Well, we
that's what happened to California.
well they rose 6 feet just over this last winter. So if we
Oh,
have a good winter, it's why I was saying we kind of want the snow here because it's a
right,
big
right,
part of life here. So
right.
we have another few good years of snow. Maybe we could remedy the Great Salt Lake problem because it is a
And I
big
absolutely
problem.
love northern Utah's rocks. Just at the right before you go out of the northern end of the state, that's some of the
Beautiful.
coolest damn geologic patterns I've ever seen. I'm
It's
sort
a
of
beautiful
almost
state.
jealous. Wish they were in Montana, but I mean, then Montana's, we have a lot here too. So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
I'm
I like.
planning a road trip up towards Montana, and I'm gonna swing around. What is it, Oregon, and then down to California and back to Utah. I've been planning it for years, but I haven't got around to it. But
Yeah, you have to have a good car for that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, of course. I have a little Honda that's really trustworthy. I love Hondas, good cars, and it's all-wheel drive. So, and I got the snow tires, all of it. So, yeah, I do plan on doing that eventually, but that's a future project. But I'm definitely going to do it because I've never explored that side of the country.
Yeah, I took a whole tour on the geologic scablands and the outflow of glacial Lake Missoula, going
See,
all the way
that's
through Idaho.
Scablands. That's
Yeah.
exactly
Oh,
where
and we,
I
we
want to
took
see
this
all that.
guided tour that you paid a bunch of money for, and I learned not to do that again.
No, I
But
want to do things on my own. Maybe sleep in
right,
my car. That kind of. I don't. I'm not gonna want rent hotels. I'm probably gonna camp out. That kind of stuff. I want that.
yeah,
With a little simple, not too expensive. Where I'm just basically paying for food. Well, I'll probably pack some food, that kind of stuff. But where I'm basically gonna sleep in my car and do that stuff. But I really want to do that. Go all up around and take maybe a couple of weeks off and just take that road trip, man.
yeah. Northern Idaho is something else too, and Eastern Washington and Oregon. Oregon, I like Oregon, but Oregon's a little too wet, mildewy, and they've got slugs and things like that, and all the wood there is rotten. I mean, I loved Astoria, and I actually lived in Eugene for a while, so it's a great run. It really is. And the volcanoes and all of that, and especially the scablands and the volcanoes, and yeah, I love geology.
Yeah, all that area. I want to explore all that. Again, I've been planning that road trip for some time, but life always gets in the way, and financial issues and whatnot. But it's definitely something I will do in the next couple of years. But definitely on
Well,
my bucket
after I'm
list.
wealthy and famous, I'm only kidding.
Oh,
Yeah,
hopefully.
I'd like to go and go to southern Idaho and see what's going on with that possible mounting volcano that I think is about to happen.
Oh, well,
You
really?
know, well, there's an earthquake. We had that earthquake up here, and that whole area has like Craters of the Moon State Park, which was a flowing volcano when I was a teenager, and we actually drove down there and watched the lava flowing across the road and all of that. So we know that there's a lava major active volcano in that whole area, and this is the central top of that whole ball of wax is where they had that major earthquake, and it's still to this day, and I can even check it now, but it has been um, rumbling. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Could you still
You
hear?
still,
Could you
you,
still hear me, or did
you,
I
Yeah,
clip
I
out?
can hear you.
you still with
Okay,
us,
well, I'll real
Rebecca?
quick check this. I heard a funny sound.
What's going on?
Oh, I was checking an earthquake magnitude thing. It's going
What?
to give you the location.
Okay.
Well, there's
Of
some
what?
hot springs in lava hot springs, and that's as far as I've gone.
Yeah,
There's lava hot
yeah,
springs,
that's
Idaho.
Lolo's volcanic, and wherever there's a hot springs, you have
Yeah,
underground
yeah, yeah.
uh, lava domes, and the groundwater's getting into it and then burping back up. And
It's
people
beautiful there.
don't realize how much volcanoes are all around them, even though they're not listed, because there are, like, Denver, Colorado, for instance. Pikes Peak is an unborn volcano.
No kidding, man.
No, it's
I,
huge.
I have
It's a
no idea.
giant pyramid shaped mountain, and it's yet, it might be a forming mountain range or a new mountain, but underneath there, I guarantee you that thing's got the shape of a volcano. So,
Well,
and
that's something to pay attention to then.
well, they're all the same. Mount Fuji, all of it. They all look the same. There's that pyramid.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Volcanoes have a predominant shape, and they'll blow a side off or the top or at the bottom. And sometimes they fissure, and then there's fissure volcanoes. The entire Bitterroot mountain chain that I'm sitting on is an old fissure series of volcanoes that have worn down. As a matter of fact, the Lola Peak next to me is active still. it has blown up, 30,000 years ago or something like that. So we could call that still active.
Sam, you mentioned that Montana is a very safe place geologically when it comes to that one. What is the reason for that?
Well, it has to do with the age of our rock, the fact that we're sitting on um, tectonic plates that are moving, and they're 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 flaking rather than grinding or subducting. Our plates up here will raise or lower like a tipping of a table rather than snapping or causing major quakes. And of course, this whole region is all formed by all of that. Um, the tectonic movement of the West Coast under subducting under the North American plate, for example. And up here, we're sort of at like a folding zone past the major issues, where you'll see some, uplift or some subduction and maybe a break here or there, but you're not going to, have entire areas that are gruesomely wiped out.
Interesting.
And old rock doesn't move. If you like, people know there's lots of preppers moving to the Ozarks.
Yeah, that's what
And
I heard.
that area
I've
will
heard
turn
that
out to
before.
be,
Ozarks too.
that
Is that
area
accurate?
will be tall and not really move. The Grand Craton is pushing down on the North American plate all the way down to the Ozarks, and that's being held by the Ozarks. If the Ozark Mountains weren't there cutting the Grand Craton in half or slowing it from its bank turn, then we would see a lot more earthquakes in the Mississippi region. And only when a major shift goes on at the Mississippi region do they get those massive quakes, and that's always possible as well, because they're well overdue for another one equally. So
Because I was hearing somebody say that he had a insurance friend, that was saying that a lot of old military personnel was retiring to the Ozarks,
yeah,
and that
that
it was
and Idaho, southern Idaho, or middle Idaho, northern
yeah,
Idaho.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, and in my area, and Idaho has a different geological. They have a boundary right at the edge of Montana, and then you go start into Idaho if you're heading west in the middle northern part of Idaho, excuse me, and you go in and it goes down. I mean, it drops in elevation drastically, but then also it ends up going up as well later in the middle of Idaho. There's areas up here that are just so unbelievably cool that nobody even goes to because there's no access to it
I'm kidding. Wow.
because of mountains and how tall and steep and deep. I mean, there's some stuff up there where I don't think white man's even seen.
Jeez. Wow. Well, you're close. Montana's closer to me than the
Yeah,
Ozarks.
it's a spit throw over the edge here. I could walk, it'd take me, a day or two and I'd be tired as hell, but I could walk to Idaho from here. But we've got some mountain ranges up here that are just unbelievable. And of course we got gold and sapphires and you name it. So
Mm.
the treasure state. And of course we got all the deer and the elk and the moose and everything and the wolves and the grizzlies, and we have the wildlife corridor, which is planned, by the way.
So you have a good sustainability there. You have
And we get the water, and that was part of what
you have good resources. You have good geological position. Yeah,
we
well,
got: timber, fuel, we got water, we got fish. We were told I was told that Montana would have the water when others don't, because I mean we rake it out of the clouds.
yeah. Well, my bug out plan is to head up north if anything ever happens. So
Well, I'm hoping that we somehow manage to get an area to put everybody if that was to occur. That would be, and I tried for years to try to arrange that, and that's why we need a philanthropist so that we can accomplish that, because we
Yeah,
ain't going to
'cause
be unless I get a winning lottery ticket. I mean, you're going to do me a favor, mail me a Powerball ticket.
hey, I'm in a state that doesn't sell that. I have to drive to Idaho sometimes just to get a
Oh, God.
ticket.
We used to drive to Idaho for strong beer when we were
Yeah,
young.
yeah, that too, that too, that too.
Yeah, we
And
in
I
Montana
mean, the
they did sell
alcohol is a little.
7% for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little better now, but
Gotta go get some Idaho Coors.
yeah, yeah.
At Chuckle, I have, maybe a Coors that tastes good. I haven't tasted a beer that tasted any good in so long. It's probably me, but I'm chuckling over those old days. We used to drive to Idaho to get beer.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very common thing here in this area. Everybody used to drive to get beer in Idaho or lotto tickets. I like scratchers. That's my thing. I'll take a road trip with my brother. We'll get some power balls and then sit there for a couple hours doing scratchers.
Yeah, I haven't won in years. I mean,
Sometimes
I
we
made,
we break even. Sometimes we end up getting gas money, but we
yeah,
never lose. We
I
never
haven't even
lose
had
too
that.
much. We
Yeah.
always do, 20, $40, nothing too fancy. And it's entertainment, and it's mostly about hanging out with family. We take
Okay,
a
I
day
don't feel
off.
bad when I spend $3 then.
Yeah, I haven't done that in a while, but yeah, sometimes when I go up there, it's good. I take a road trip with my younger brother. It's our bonding time, I guess.
Yeah, because I'd buy like a Powerball, which used to be $2. They just raised it again to
Yeah,
3 now. But I would buy one Powerball, which was $2, and then I'd get 2 Montana Cash because that was $1. Because you got two Montana Cash for $1 back then. I don't know what it is now, but I tell you, yeah, I'd just occasionally buy a lottery ticket in hopes to God that we could hit and make enough money to have a place to buy some land and go, and then help people and all that shit. But God, I worked on that for years, and that was, oh, and I speak of the devil, I just received a bunch of crud from somebody today, also early this morning about what those people who were jumping in on that we're all about, and I'm just still shaking my head over it, going, "Oh my God, you help some people, and then they turn on you." So, whoo, yeehaw, you know, got to chuckle. This shit's
well,
crazy.
hopefully, all this information gets the attention of somebody.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe we can find a semi non-insane millionaire or
They're out
maybe
there,
billionaire. Yeah.
that's a big ask.
right?
Yeah.
I
Right.
mean, you don't never you just don't know who could be listening. And I know I
Let's
keep
shoot for a
talking a lot
friendly
about,
foundation.
well,
That way they're not
seriously.
single-minded.
I mean, there are people out there that could help make this even bigger. I mean, we're just working on such minimal funds in general. I mean,
Oh, we're gonna be selling flashlights before you know it.
well, I don't know about
Yes,
that.
when you're caught in the dark, try New Everlight. Runs on
Oh
General
my
battery.
gosh.
Doesn't use oil.
Sam would
I'll
be
start
great
sponsoring
to do the
stuff.
advertisement.
Yeah.
Sam
Yeah, I
would be
used to
great
do.
to
I
do
used
the
to do radio.
voiceover advertisement.
I did a lot of the commercials for our. I ran a hip hop nightclub, and it was quite popular in Missoula. And yeah, it's of course closed now. Um, and I did a lot of the radio ads, and I did a little bit of FM radio,
Yeah,
and
I
I
could
and
totally hear it. I could
I
totally
took
hear it.
schooling. I have a minor degree in a lot of that stuff. So anyway,
Yeah,
yeah,
I could totally
you
hear it.
just got to you got to just hit the brain for it, and you just tell yourself, yes, you do. Can I this once in a lifetime offer?
You need this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but
Yes,
yeah, but
new
like I was
Ronco
saying,
light. You
I feel
remember
like
Ronco from the
we're going to
like
get to that
70s?
point where it's going to get bigger. I don't know. Somebody's going to help, sponsor us in a way.
Well, there's a lot of people out there. Right now the online thing is huge. People
Yeah,
are
Me
making
YouTube
too.
is huge.
people are making a lot of money. Selling crap that doesn't really help humanity, I think this has, a basis of good morality. It's good for there's something here besides just money.
There's a lot of
I
blogs
think
that
it's a
I
good.
watch
I
that I try to
think it's
give
a
the
good
view to.
cause. It's a great cause, and I do think, given the right person to come across this information to validate this information, I think, I think it has a great chance to take off.
Well, you never know if people might actually get used to our horrible voices and might actually want to listen to our
Yeah.
witty repartee, whatever, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I hope that
I had a
maybe we
very
have a
good
certain
response
Peyton
from the
Place
first.
drama draw. Let's hope.
From the
Wait,
first
hey, I got hope.
live that me and Rebecca did. I'm not gonna say it. There was a huge, but there was people who reached out. There was people who said thank you. The information was great.
Yeah,
I added a few more followers to my Facebook account, a few more subscribers to my YouTube account. So I do see it growing, but I do feel that consistency is key. I feel there's an audience for just about everything, but I
yeah. They
think
did run soap operas for like 40 years, so I think we
that's
should be
right.
able to get away with a little bit of time.
So I think if we continue doing this on a regular basis, and maybe I do feel that slowly but surely this will grow into something.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's the biggest story there is, really.
Yeah,
That's right.
I can't think of a better show.
I mean,
Not one.
And
right.
we're very experienced. We have a lot of years of experience here. Between Sam, Rebecca, myself. The entire team. The moderators, all that.
Right.
There's a lot of knowledge to be learned here. There's years and tons of information here. I think this is the right time. I do agree with what you said, Sam. This is this was the next step, and I do feel I was open to this. I've always been a little bit of the shy type, but I kind of got past it because I'm having a lot of fun doing it. So
Mhm.
I think when people see the passion that we have, and how truthful we all are, I think that'll resonate with people. I really do. I really do. I feel like we are genuinely passionate about it, and that kind of stuff rubs off on people.
Well, the idea was to get everybody to get the information, and that's why we're doing the way we're doing it, and not charging subscriptions or,
Yeah.
or well, I can't even see trying to hire a production team without having some kind of way better funding. So, we couldn't even afford to keep people together in groups because and we I think we're already sister sighting up all over the place as it is. So that's a good thing.
But I mean, do you think? I think there are people who would be interested in donating towards making this, a more well-known subject. Go towards,
Right, but that
more
would only be up to a point where
upgrades.
we'd go up very high ratings, which would be wonderful if it does. And
Right.
like an example is like in the political scene, a good YouTube is the Midas touch, and a good in the construction business, a good YouTube channel is um, um, Escape to Rural France. And when we talked about the eating uh,
Yeah. The
competition guy,
eating guy.
beard
Yeah.
meat food and
You mentioned that guy so much, I had to go check him out.
yeah, he's just hilarious, and he's a hugely wonderful distraction.
No,
And every
he's a
time,
character. He's a
and every
character.
time I'm done watching him, at the end of his show, I'm smiling.
Yeah.
And and I mean, I'm smiling, and my damn face hurts. I'm smiling.
That's good entertainment right there.
Right, and that's why I want to share Beard Meets Food, because the man leaves me smiling. Husker du, and all this shit, and Beard Army, and we got to have some of those, and that's why I was also pointing out YouTube is because this is how it'll have to go. It'll have to go where we get some sort of funding for you, and so we can upgrade our cameras, and you get a better computer in front of you and all of this, and then of course one and then or like the Diesel brothers, Heavy D and Diesel Dave for Sparks Motors. You'd love that show, by the way, Jesus.
Heavy
And
D. Is that the
yeah,
name?
Heavy D. Sparks Motors. Uh,
I thought Heavy D was a rapper.
no, Heavy D is they rebuild trucks, and he
Yeah.
buys and sells all kinds of stuff.
Oh,
And
interesting.
him and
Yeah,
Diesel Dave
when you mentioned that the other day, I was like, is he talking about the hip hop guy? Because
and Alan Morris, and he's got something Mountain Labs, and there's all these YouTubers that do these. Oh, and don't forget Ghost Town Living with Brett, and I mean, there's all these really cool YouTubers that are out there that have made it and are actually making a furtherance of their video cause because the YouTube system is actually paying them enough money to make money because they're sharing so strongly and so regularly, and it's become their regular blogging or vlogging or whatever you want to call it, filming of their lives and how they go through these stages and how things have changed, and like Brett in Saragordo Ghost Town mine, and he talks about moving and going down in the mine and doing this, and that's brought me over to some of the mining channels where there's all these other YouTubers who pan for gold, and it's just this interconnected YouTube family where people actually reached out to each other. And Heavy D does that. He went over to Cerro Gordo and hooked up with
oh no, yeah, I've seen how one they basically get together, they kind of promote each other, and
right, exactly,
kind
which
of,
is why
but
I'm
also kind of
mentioning
hang
them.
out and,
you know
become friends.
right, and
So it's
YouTubers,
like a whole
it's sort of like
community.
service
It's like a whole
industry.
community, and that's what's great about YouTube, and even TikTok is like that too. Where you
Well, yeah,
people from these channels get together with these channels, and
I don't
they
have a phone, so I
connect,
don't see a lot of
on a
TikTok,
personal
but
level, also while promoting each other's
right.
stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool people out there, and they're doing their thing and putting it on there, and that's why I was sort of kidding, like everybody's going to have to get used to our Peyton Place daily live discussions, where over time we put out a little of this and a little of that about our lives, and then before you know it, everybody gets used to our faces, and well, I kind of know Rebecca, and I kind of know Jesus, and that's Sam Hoffman. What's wrong with his picture, and why doesn't he talk? And why is it a 10-year-old? They're going to go after me. Well, he's got a 10-year-old picture up. That's only because my feed is so bad that my picture would stall out, and so would my microphone. So we put up a picture so my microphone will work because that's Montana uh, caveman internet. Anyway,
Yeah, no, I've been trying to go live. I've tried going live a little bit more often on Facebook because I think YouTube you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers. I think, and I think TikTok you have to have so many subscribers as well, so many followers. So
right.
Facebook is the only one
1,000.
that's well, Facebook is only one. Well, I mean, on Facebook I do have over 1,000 followers, but I could go live on that one. So yeah, I agree. I think we need to make ourselves more familiar to people. Become more familiar faces and more.
Well, I do keep talking about how big TikTok is growing. I
Your
mean,
TikTok is blowing up.
it really
Your TikTok
is.
is blowing up.
It really is.
Last
Like,
time I joined your live, I saw the comments and people chiming in and
I
people.
had a good live a couple of nights ago. I had, consistently over 100 people at all times,
That's not bad.
which was nice. Yeah.
And then
So,
it was 500 views by the next morning.
oh, it had over 3,200 views during the
Oh, okay. I
live.
was talking about
Yeah.
YouTube
Oh, on YouTube. Yeah. Several hundred, several.
in comparison
So,
to way more on TikTok.
yeah. I mean, TikTok is just like it was just a few weeks ago that the name, your hashtag, Samuel Hoffman, was at 1.9 million, and now it's at 2.7 million.
Oh,
So
wow.
that's only in a few weeks,
It's almost a
and
million. Almost a
yeah,
million.
in a few
Wow.
weeks.
I'm kidding.
So
this is
things
going
are
somewhere.
really
But
happening.
I think we just I think we took the first step to be more involved and put ourselves out there in the public eye, which was a really
Yeah,
difficult step to take for some of us. But I think that we've gone a little bit more. We're getting a little bit more comfortable being, more open about this. Most of the time I've spent kind of on the sidelines, just posting my stuff. And
This is
right.
where you watch out
Same.
for flying cabbages, tomatoes. When
Yeah,
our little soapbox here, and then later on after that you've got a few cabbages, then you serve salad. Yeah, yeah.
exactly,
I got you.
exactly. So if you look back at when we started, Rebecca, I mean, it has been growth. Not just first it was personal growth, personal knowledge, and we have that. Now we're doing this. You're
I
growing a
know.
lot as far as knowledge goes. Just in the past month or so, it's
Yeah,
evident how much you learned on doing this whole tech stuff.
Yeah, I'm
You
surprised
know,
myself.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm like, holy crap! This, that, if you told me you were an amateur, I wouldn't know. Just because I
well,
know
it's
you,
true.
just because I know you, and I know you're just starting. But if I
Uh-huh.
didn't know you, I would be like, she's experienced with this stuff.
I found a lot of stuff on YouTube, like how to, how to do
There's
all
a
of
lot.
this.
If you need to learn something, I can't tell you the countless amount of money I've saved myself on car things that I have to
Yeah,
do on my car, stuff like that. And I just go to YouTube, and I learn how to do it. And
me
even
too.
if, there is so much stuff out there that you can learn
I
to do
call
on
it
YouTube.
I call it YouTube college.
Yeah,
Because you might as well just go to YouTube. It's already there.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think this is the beginning of something. You know.
I do
I'm
too.
optimistic. I'm optimistic, and at the very least, we're having fun doing it. I'm
Right.
having a blast doing this. Because that first day that we did the live, Rebecca, I had this sense of peace because I don't
Yeah.
know, I just you know holding all this stuff keeping it all to yourself sometimes. It kind of drives you nuts. I want to talk about it. I mean, clearly we want to talk about it. We've been almost going on 5 hours now talking about it.
I
Um,
know. I
and we're
know.
just scratching the surface. There's
We're
so
like
much
the
more.
diehards.
There is so much more stuff that I want to share with people. There's so much more videos. There's so much more pictures. There's
Yeah.
so much more anecdotes. There's so much more experiences that I have to share. So I do see if not, at very least we're having fun, and at very least I know that somebody will benefit from this.
and there's a copy for later.
Yes, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So
Well, between you and me, we have like unlimited material. I mean, both of us have taken years and years and years of,
right,
videos, and we can go back into all mine are in my Google Photos. So
yeah.
that'd be cool. We'll do that one show. We'll go back in our older stuff and
But yeah, I really
share
want to
that.
share that cube video was a really good one. It's a really good
I
one.
didn't get it. I didn't get the link or anything.
No, I sent it to you on your other account, on your Facebook account. Remember,
So
I
do
sent
you,
you other videos.
you
Oh, okay. I
I
didn't
sent
even
a
look
few. I sent a
there.
few videos. Maybe we could discuss those next time.
Yeah. Okay.
I sent you some asteroid ones. I sent you the cube one. I sent you a few. I don't know
Yeah.
if you had a hard time extracting those, or how you ended up doing that. Were you able
Well,
to?
not really. It just depends on some of them. But no, I found it. It was a website that just takes any Facebook video and downloads it fast.
Oh, really? Okay, so
So
well, just so you can do it just if I post them on there. Okay, all right. I'll just
yeah.
okay. So as I come across them, I'll just post them on there. I'll post on that account, and then you
Or
could just.
yeah. Or I mean, can you tag are these things that you have posted on your Facebook page, or are you sending them from your phones?
There's a lot of stuff that there's a lot of stuff that I post on Facebook that I can't find anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
That
Well,
I
yeah,
that I
try
I don't
posting
know.
it
I'm
there
not
then.
saying that they disappeared, or I don't know what happened, but there's a lot of stuff. There's one video in particular that I've been looking for months. in my pictures, and then it's a really good asteroid video, but I cannot find it for the life of me, and it's really bugging me because it was a really good one. It was a good one to share with people, but I can't find it. But I
Huh.
sent you some cool stuff on that other
Well,
account
hey,
that you sent me. So,
yeah, post
but,
it on that one account, but also send me a copy on Messenger too.
well,
Just
I tried, but if the file's too big, it won't
oh,
let me.
it's too big. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Sometimes there, if it's short enough,
I
I can do
know it's
that.
hard.
But if it's a big file, it won't. You know, especially like my time lapse because my time lapse is such an old format.
Yeah,
It takes up a lot more space than most.
it's
So those
tricky.
are really a pain in the ass to kind of get through email or get through Messenger because it's just such a
You
big file. You know.
you need to set up something called Dropbox, and then you can send it directly to me through
The
Dropbox.
Dropbox. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
download that and kind of
yeah. You go to the
kind
Play
of get
Store,
familiar. No, I've seen that. I just honestly I never knew what it
and
was
it's kind
for.
of like a cloud. It's a
Okay.
cloud, and you can send stuff from one person to another through Dropbox, and that's
Okay.
convenient.
Okay. That
So
sounds good.
I think you get so much free, and then you pay if you get more than you want more space. I
Okay.
think.
All right.
Yeah, that's
I'll
what
check
happened to
that
me
out.
with the Understanding the Sky series.
What the
Well,
cloud?
I put them at Showmore in a cloud series,
Yeah,
and then I ran
yeah,
out of time, and then I tried to pay them, and then I never got issued the future time for trying to pay them. So
right.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, and I never heard back on it, and so it was sort of like the end of that. But and
Yeah,
then of course then James was posting them, and then they went up to YouTube, and then he closed that account, and boom, they're gone.
I know. I was thinking about those videos earlier today. Actually, I was listening to one of your videos when I was getting ready earlier, and
Oh, they're
it
so
was
embarrassing.
no,
Those
it
older
was from
videos, I am
it
so
was from
embarrassed.
it was from 20.
I love your older
I know, I do
videos.
too,
I
but
love
it
the
was
older
from
because and I
Oh,
it's
I
not
ran music on the side that was too long, and
yeah.
da 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 da, and I
This
made
didn't
so
have
many early
music.
mistakes in that. I listen to them now and I just cringe.
No.
I try not to listen to myself afterwards because I criticize. Oh, you should have said this, or you shouldn't have said that,
Yeah.
or look at your face. I tried doing that the first time, and the first time I went okay, and then I went back again, and I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna do this because
Yeah,
I won't end up going public at all. I keep seeing myself again. So
yeah. Some of them are pretty embarrassing. Embarrassing. Yeah,
Yeah,
embarrassing.
it
I can
is.
almost talk. Yeah, yeah.
No.
I've got the originals that in the cloud that before they went to editing, and then James went through and added stuff over the top of them, and that made the complete shows. And I have the original ones without some of the editing, and it's just like, oh my god. Yeah.
Right, right. No,
I was
I
seeing
have.
one of your older ones recently, which is one of the first ones that I saw with you. And you mentioned Mark, and I was like, holy crap, I didn't know Mark, and you went way back. Yeah.
Yeah, I've known Mark. Mark is one of my earliest Facebook friends when I barely knew anybody, and he was a photographer, uh, taking pictures and posting them online of gravestones. And that's where Mystery Mark comes in. Mark is always looking for the secret
Oh,
macabre
interesting.
world, and he's into a lot of the conspiracies, and I believe he's Catholic, and I'm not just you know mocking him for it, but you have the Protestants and the Catholic in Ireland, and so they've got a really thick religious base that guides and leads him, and he has a tendency to not be able to separate that. So that's part of why he's looking for his
Well,
mysteries.
I think that in general, Sam, is a challenge in general for people because religion is such a big part of the world. And I think that is a challenge sometimes with certain people because Mark seems to be a little bit more open than a lot of people who are from that come from a religious
Right,
background like that.
right, right.
Um,
He lives in a slightly different world than we do,
yeah,
and
yeah,
with
yeah,
more local, close knit, small town,
yeah,
um,
yeah,
societal norms that he has to live with. And
yeah.
I'm not trying to down
Not
him
out
in
of
any way for it. I'm just saying that
no,
it's
but
affect.
that when I was living in New Mexico, that was kind of an issue when people would see me recording. Like I remember him saying that he wouldn't. Mark was saying recently that he didn't like taking pictures out in public because people would look at
Right,
him like he was crazy.
right.
I know the feeling because when I was living in New Mexico in a very small community, which was predominantly Catholic as well, um, it was I had to go away from town. I would never do in town,
Right.
sit there with my phone and my camera because people would look at me like I was
So,
nuts.
social
So
taboos. Yeah.
yes, exactly. So I would always go to the end of town where it was just me and there was nobody around to do my thing. And even then, I got the call. The cops called on me at least a couple of times.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah. I've had them
I
called
do
on me
see.
too.
Especially small communities are very stuck in their own ways. So you have to. If you want to be in society or accepted, and to some point, you have to kind of, I guess, at
Oh, I'm
least
sure that my
let
neighbors
it.
think I'm crazy for being out in my driveway doing the, parking lot 360. And I
You
do it
know,
all the
here in
time.
Salt Lake, people just assume I'm taking selfies. They assume I'm recording myself. So I'm like,
Yeah.
think whatever. But when I was in New Mexico, it was a lot because it was a really small knit community. It was a lot easier to get the wrong kind of attention. You know.
I know, raise your foot and put out a hand when you're doing it, and then they really will think you're taking selfies.
Yes, exactly. So.
Pull a Charlie Chaplin pose or something,
Yeah, yeah.
What is it about when you like leave the grocery store? I don't know. There's like memes about it even. So it's not just me, but you go in the grocery store and come out the grocery store and it blows. It always just looks phenomenal. I don't know. Is it like that for you? I don't know. It is
Every
because
time
I'm the one
no,
person in the
it
parking
seems like
lot
some of the
taking
best
pictures.
here. Now that I'm in Salt Lake, it seems like some of the best time to capture is when there's a million people around me. So I have to kind of get over it. Like I've learned to
Yeah.
just kind of let it go. And for the most part, here in a bigger community, people are just kind of minding their own business. Like there's very few people who even notice. It's small communities because people either have nothing else to do or because the
You ain't
religious
allowed to
faith.
film me without my permission.
Exactly, but in a bigger community with more people like here, people barely notice you. People
Yeah,
are
right.
are
Yeah,
always on the go. So
right.
here, I'm not too cringy about it, but back in New Mexico, I really was because it was a small community where you could catch a reputation really quick.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was getting
Well,
that. I was
so what's
definitely
my
getting
excuse? I'm not holding a phone.
that. Yeah.
I'm just
Exactly.
standing there staring up at the sky all the time. God, there he is outside again. Why does he do that 20 times a day?
Hmm. No, I was
So
telling Mark that I actually keep two separate accounts. I keep one for family on my Facebook, and I keep one for my Skype people. But it seems like they find me either way. So I've been getting friend requests from family. So I'm to the point where I'm like, hey, you asked for it. This is who I am. Take it or leave it. I really don't. It's a little
Yeah.
difficult, but I just don't want to. I don't want to be on the sidelines anymore about this. Like I want to. It sucks kind of holding who you really are. To
And they
yourself,
they may
and I'm
not
kind of
even
sick
look
of
in
doing
that
that.
deep.
I'm kind
They
of sick
might
of
just
doing that, and I really want to, just own it. I want to just own it.
yeah, they probably won't even check in that deep on what you're providing on your page. They might just ignore it.
Exactly, because nobody really chimes in. Nobody says anything. I could post something. I could post about my dinner, and then they'll chime in. But any of my Sky stuff, nobody really, unless it's you guys, that chime in. But my
Gee,
family,
why does he love clouds so much? Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of what I get. Like, you're a sky enthusiast, but they don't really take the time to really, see what exactly I'm posting. You know.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm the same way in my family.
I just
So
yeah.
notice everything's getting weird all the time, and gotta go out and see what I see out my window. And then I gotta go outside and see the rest because I see it, and
yeah,
it's like, oh my god, there it is again.
I
Here it
know.
comes.
I
Here
can
it
hear
comes.
you say that when I'm out filming. It's like, you said that so many times. I'm like, there it is. It's like, there it is. You can't deny it. It's kind of maddening in a way, but it's funny.
And you don't want to miss it, just in case it's even better. And it always is.
Yeah, that's the
It's
truth.
always better. And every time you
Yes.
see it, it's just like, oh my God, and then, every day we said this 100 times, you walk out going, I don't know. And then you walk back in going, holy shit, of course,
Yeah,
and then you
Yeah.
get on the computer and go, I just saw this, and you tell everybody.
Hmm.
right. That's why I went live the other night on TikTok, as my phone was too full. I didn't have time to sit there and clear stuff out to make room to record. So I decided to go live instead with it because the sky was that great. It was, Atu's moon, and it was in your
Well,
face.
I was seeing, yeah,
Yo,
the
you
last
saw
one.
it?
Yeah, I was like, holy crap, I missed that. I totally missed that because that was
It
awesome.
was really good.
That
Oh,
was
I
It was
wish
so
I could
really
have
cool.
good.
captured that double crescent moon the other night. God.
Oh man.
That was
You
right in the
Yeah.
know,
middle of that overhead Isatum moment where the sky was just absolutely candy apple blood red, just unbelievable red sky everywhere above me. And there sits that double moon crescent, tiny little moon underneath this massive planet. It was like that was surreal as hell. And then
see,
there's
that's why
two
that's
crescents.
that's what gets me sometimes is these things next to our moon
Yeah.
that just completely dwarf it, and I'm like, well,
Yeah.
that's why people ain't looking at it because this is nuts. This is all completely
Yeah.
bonkers.
It
You
is.
know.
It's absolutely bonkers the size difference in reality between our moon and these freaking planets. And it's just like, oh,
So sometimes I get it. Sometimes this is a lot. This is
Well, I
huge.
really wonder if we should scream, if we should start screaming, the god dang Texas cube is here and they're invading. Would we get anybody listen? I mean, the shit, if we started screaming, like, everybody who ever listened to Art Bell remembers that world famous phone call where this guy rushes supposedly in the middle of a rainstorm in the middle of the night to a phone booth and starts calling Art Bell, telling him how, the invasion is going to happen and there's stuff going on in the underground military bases. And he just goes off. I mean, and then he comes up with a pretty almost credible long winded tale. And he was, freaking out like they were going to get him at any second. And he had to make this phone call before they just about killed him. And that phone call went around the world 18 times,
Oh
and
wow.
I wonder sometimes, I would hate to ever go theatrical, but what in the hell is it going to take for these people to jump on and pick this crap up because we've been proving it for so long, and it's just, oh my God, you got to be kidding me.
I there's been times where I've almost given up, but the love I have for doing this is what has stopped me. You know. But
Right.
I there's times I'm at the point now where I'm like I love doing this and I'm gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, true.
Hopefully people will get on board. I really want that to happen,
They
but
are
right now
missing the greatest show
I'm
of
kind of
all
like,
time.
okay, I'm gonna put myself out there, and if hopefully people will pick it up. But at very least, as I said earlier, we're having fun doing it, and that's really what drives me. I really want to share this, but really, I'm doing. I sometimes I have had my down times where I'm like, people are just not gonna see this. People just refuse to see this. But I think you, Rebecca, seeing how your TikTok has grown, seeing
Mhm.
how enthusiastic you were about doing all this, that really was a, I don't know, that really helped me out, kind of
Oh,
to move
cool.
forward. Yeah, because
Yeah.
there is times where I'm just kind of like, this isn't gonna happen. Like people just aren't gonna accept this information,
Yeah, no,
and
and there's going to be people that won't too. So
yeah. I agree. There is some people that doesn't matter what you show them. It's not gonna make a difference. But I think we built a community here. Of friends that that we've known each other, and we're getting being face to face like this kind of adds a little bit more of a personal touch. So
Yes.
I feel we're building a community here, and we're we can build more onto that.
I'd like to also invite everybody else that is even thinking about coming on the show, and being, no matter how member status you think you are, if you're new at it, if you're a middle timer or an old timer, um, the longer we run these shows, the more opportunity everybody will have a chance to get on as a guest or a co-host or however they would like to be in their status. Um, I, I think I talked to JD, and um, I hinted to him that he could be a quick caller guest tonight, but we haven't seen him. So
Yeah. 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 It didn't have to be. I was thinking that too. I mean, people could just call in for a few minutes. I think it's intimidating to just, be a
well,
guest on
even just
a
to say
podcast.
hi, and you give a shout out to
Right.
your friend in Ohio, even to say hi. I'm Bill. I've watched you guys for
That'd
a
be
long
fun.
time. It's great to be
Uh-huh.
on the show. Have a nice day, and
We could
whatever.
do that.
You know.
Because we have had, I mean, it looks like we have a lot of consistent listeners, which is really nice. I see a lot of familiar faces each time now. So we
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
certain following already. It's really going well for our
It's also
first few
quite simple to
shows.
sign up as a guest. You have to, all you have to do is, contact Rebecca semi ahead of time or during time and say,
Yeah.
send me a link. And then the link process is really quick and easy.
Yeah.
So,
I just need an email address or a messenger, but either work. So that'd be fun though. Let's do that. Let's plan on doing that. We can surely round up a few people for per show.
and the more people that do that, we might find one or two people that just sort of fit right in, and they've got a whole
Mhm.
bunch of stuff that they
Yeah.
want to add, or request a guest appearance, in the future, or 2 weeks from now, a month from now, whatever.
Right.
And the idea is that way we get everybody's opinion, and then everybody else becomes a little more comfortable with this, to find out that we're not, just a handful of charlatans with our hand out asking for donations, and
No.
which of course we're not. But yeah, I think the more that everyone can do this, maybe they too could feel a little more comfortable about a subject that maybe is bothering them to a point that they don't even know that they need to talk about it openly or in an open forum, or just, like, freedom to get it off your chest in public. Even that psychologically, that can be also
Mhm.
huge. So
I know it was very beneficial to me to do this.
Right.
Yeah,
Jesus
I'm
told me
telling you.
that night, he said that that night that we had our first live, he told me that he was the happiest he had felt in a very long time.
Yeah,
That night after doing
yeah.
that show, it was just so freeing, you know.
Hmm.
And I can
Absolutely.
relate to that too. I mean, it is nerve wracking, but it's also great to be able to talk to others that appreciate this as much as we do, you
well, I
know.
kept thinking about independent YouTubers that kept going on, and they just basically end up creating their own channel by doing that, doing their thing, and the building, and the guy that goes out and does the gardening, or how this guy builds a greenhouse, and how this guy cuts down a log, or how this guy puts away bees,
Yeah.
or or
Yeah.
picking up garbage, or mow. There, I even watched some of the lawn mowing stuff, that where these guys turn in their time and they go to help elderly people, and they clean their yard for them.
Well, yeah,
I watch
I love
those all the
watching
time
those
too.
on TikTok. There's one on YouTube and one on TikTok that he goes to older folks who have overgrown yards, and he says, "I'll do it for free."
Right.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then it shows a time lapse of it.
There's a couple of guys, and they've actually gotten together as a team as well. I watched a few of those ones where they also hooked up because they were YouTubers in
Yeah.
Florida and different states even. And that it's like with the Sparks Motor Company, they've had so many peoples where they have truck drivers from one side of the country hook up with other guys who've got this equipment, and they all hook up and haul it over here and help these people out with this and that, and it's huge, and it's a really cool new thing that it's an open window that we didn't have before.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a good place to meet like-minded people and come together. You know, it just takes a little bit, for people to catch on to this. That's I think.
Well,
I
it's an
think
idea that most people are not even, they don't even know it's a realm of a possibility. It's just some people don't know about Sam or
Well,
this
and then
other.
there's the celebrity awe issue that we also should address.
What's that?
Because, well, Rebecca, the first time we talked on the phone, you were all very nervous and, oh,
Oh boy.
you know, and right, and you look at it now, and it's
Very.
completely,
Yeah, I do look at it now. I mean, the other day I was walking around the house getting ready for the last show, and I had you on speakerphone just so I could do other things, fix lunch. And anyway, even Alan made some comment about how he couldn't believe I had you on speakerphone as a casual it's like it is casual now, but yeah, the first time I was very nervous the first few times.
Yeah, and first few years,
Definitely.
I had a lot of people that I know I'm bothering you, and this is really important to me, but I think
It's
I couldn't,
scary. I don't know
you
why.
know, I had to talk to you, and I just, and, I'm sorry, I'm terribly sorry, and to me, it was always no worries. What would you like to talk about?
Right.
And I guess I've acquired a level of celebrityship from my numerous radio programs, and
Yeah.
I've been doing this for well over a decade now, and I am known around the world. I'm more known around the world than I am locally even. And at one point in time, I did do some talks, but yeah. So if these people out there have that celebrity awe issue, and you're worried that, oh, I wouldn't dare try to contact these people because they're famous and I'm not. Well, you need to contact us. You can go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, this
We're
might
all the
be
same.
yeah, it might be something that's really important and more comfortable for you to get off your chest and talk about. Now, I've had some real Lulu stories handed to me in the past, so I don't think anybody's going to surprise me with anything worse than their honest opinion. So, you know, by all means, not let that keep you from contacting us with level of celebrity awe. So,
I felt in the beginning very intimidated by you, Sam, because your
really,
level of
I
knowledge,
didn't mean that.
your level of knowledge was like, what am I going to talk to him about? I'm still kind of new to all this. I've gotten more comfortable now because my level of knowledge with all this has grown. But yeah, there was a time where I was like, we're on different wavelengths still. I still need to catch up, do a lot of catching up to. But yeah. The first few years, I kind of didn't even consider, having personal conversations, let alone doing a show with you. So
Yeah.
it's been pretty cool to see that evolution of all
Yeah,
this.
well, we're just here for talking about science, and that's what it's all about. And I have I would say a basic knowledge of science, but I know it's not basic. But this is of course why the government came to talk with me in the first place. And for the first, God, I don't even know how many years after I did my equations that on the chalkboard in front of the class that got all this attention. And I look back at it now, and it was still very simple. And now it's hard to me now because I barely even remember half the stuff.
Well, see, and that too, I wanna mention too. Now that you say that, Sam. Also, there's this level. Like, I know that we say that this stuff takes time, and it does, but it's not something that it doesn't require a rocket scientist.
No,
Like
it doesn't.
anybody can learn this. Anybody.
Yeah, it is. It's
It
basic
doesn't matter your level of
observation.
patient. It doesn't matter. Like anybody can learn this.
Well, your eyes are your judge. What
Yeah,
we
yeah.
see, once you
Don't be
see it,
intimidated. Like when we say it takes time, maybe it sounds complicated, but there is some things that as long as you come in with an open mind and you throw out everything that you think that's really what you have to do is just throw out what you think and just kind of soak up the leave your biases aside. Don't
well,
come
there's
in.
a small minor learning curve.
That's all it really takes, but anybody can learn this. Just it takes a little longer, but it's not something that's too technical or that requires some level of no. Anybody can learn this. If I learned it, anybody can learn it.
And all the information was formed with the membership base and everybody, and so it's laid out at an everybody level, and
Yeah,
that's part of why the drawings and everything has come out the way it does, and why we do it monthly, and how we do things, and the new people that do come in just pop in and find out how things are done, and then interact.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
soak up the information, before you decide to write this or dismiss this as just another crazy conspiracy theory. Like this is different than anything you're gonna come across, and I know there's a lot of crazy shit out there, a lot of
And
crazy
there's no
shit.
other
And
sites that do
I
this
think that's
except
the reason why people are reluctant to jump into another bandwagon of more crazy shit. But I assure you, this is not like anything that you're gonna come across. This is different. This is based on small people, based on normal everyday people who are just posting things that they see, things that they know are out of place, and they slowly evolve and slowly learn what it is they're seeing, and they slowly get better at it. When I first came to the Montana Skywatchers, Jesus, there was a few times that Sam got on me for a few posting a few, mainly for tagging something incorrectly, which I stopped doing, but I never
Mhm.
took it. I know some people take those things very personally. I am not one to. You could correct me. I'm not one that's going to take it personal. All the contrary. I like if I'm
Right.
wrong, correct me. That way I can learn the right way. So don't take nothing personal. If something comes and Sam maybe tells you you're wrong, don't. It's the part of the learning process. So
Yeah, we also have to keep it, true and straight for
that's
everybody
right.
else that goes along.
As I said in the first show, you have to trust Sam has a way of doing things that I feel really works. You know.
Well, running down the Facebook page, we only have so much room to hold people's attention. And if we're filling it with a lot of crud that nobody's going to get, and sidebar stuff, and instead of just members posting important best of pictures, rather than throwing up all these memes and this and that and the other thing, and side videos from YouTube, the oh look what I found, and we tried to stick with membership postings, membership taken. That way they have the background information. They know which direction they were looking. They know what time of day it was, what country it was in. And we've kept it that way. Now, every once in a while, the older members, I allow a whole bunch of leeway where they can post stuff that they find because they know what we're looking for. And sometimes the newer members get a little upset about that, well, so-and-so got to do that, and et cetera, et cetera.
We've earned the right to. We've earned the right to do
Yeah.
a little, to bend the rules just a little bit.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, I probably do have a little level of favoritism to some people over others. And I've even allowed some really left field topic stuff from some people over the years. But then we used to have, again, always mention her. We used to have Lucinda, the hall monitor, and boy, she was a super hall monitor, and
Oh,
she worked at it all day.
she did not. She did not. she would not let you get away with anything.
No,
You know.
she was really quick to go. You're off topic, and if you need the right correct information, you can find it here. Wow,
Yeah.
Zoom. And there was a lot of people that took that personally. But if you tell if you tell people that 50 times a day, perhaps you're not going to word it as politely
Yes.
the last time as you did the first time.
Yeah.
And she was pretty quick. She was a hall monitor. She was pretty quick about, and I'd occasionally remind her that, these are people, and they're not drones, and they're not children in the second grade. And then she would remind me that it sure feels like it, and then we'd go around and round about that. But um, and she was hardcore rules. Period. She wanted
Well,
people to
yeah,
follow the
but
rules.
I still will say she was better than the one before that.
Yeah.
Your ex partner was just flat out rude.
Well, yeah, he was a guy that had some computer skills and some time, and
I will say I will give him this. I did have um me and him got pretty friendly.
oh,
Where
he had better
we
times.
would
Yeah,
call each other. But he was, because I'm used to that. Like, but I grew up with a father that he was like Lucinda. He would not let me get away with anything. So discipline for me is not a problem. It's I thrive off of order. So when somebody has to get at me, I don't take it personal. But some people do. With him, I learned a lot. Like, he taught me a lot.
yeah,
But
he knew his stuff, and he did go to
But he
school.
always did it in a very rude, shrewd way.
Yeah, he had no
If it
patience.
wasn't because I had a thick skin, I probably would have driven to his house and maybe, I don't know, just done something, because he came off really rude sometimes.
Well,
He was just a
he was a
rude guy.
spoiled rich kid. His mother gave him like 10K a month.
Oh wow, he never
Yeah,
told me.
yeah, yeah. His mom gave him $10,000 a month to live off of.
Oh wow, well, I thought he lived off comic books. That was the story.
Well, where do you think he spent those extra dollars was on comic books and paint, and I mean he was a pretty good artist, and he worked at it. He wasn't a great artist. He was a better digital artist than he was hand drawing. And he was not well. He was ill, and he
Yeah,
was
no.
pretty
See,
much
that's kind of why I had some patience with him, because I didn't know that he had a lot of he had some health issues with his feet or something.
right. Right. He had a hereditary disease where your feet basically rot off.
Yeah, yeah.
And
And
it
I
was
was,
an actual disease, but he was also working in the oil industry and was constantly standing in raw petroleum oil, and
oh
that may
wow.
have added to a toxic level of what happened to his feet. And the last thing I heard from him, he was pretty heavily medicated on a great deal of opioids that were prescribed by his physicians. So I think a good portion of his personal mood and patience level may have come from some of that.
Yeah, no, I know, because I talked to him a few times where he was dealing with it, and he's like, he would just be like, you know what, dude, I can't even talk right now. Just, and he would just
Right.
hang up. But
Yeah. He
yeah,
wasn't.
no, I saw, and the thing is that right around that time, I was dealing with some, I'm not gonna say almost similar issues, with my I was having gout attacks at that time, which I really didn't know what it was yet. So I would talk to him about it, and we kind of, I don't know if we kind of bonded over that, I guess. I don't know.
Yep.
I kind of get it. I know
Aid
that a
and
lot of it
comfort,
came
and
from.
yet repulsion at the same time.
Yeah. So there was, I'm not gonna say, I didn't hate the guy. I just felt that he was a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, I did. I never ended up hating him. I was more disappointed in his pissy behavior.
Yeah, that too. Like, I don't understand how he just let everything just get that bad over one or two pictures. Because he
Yeah,
because he talked to me
and
about what
that's
happened, and
exactly
he
what
was
it
like,
was two pictures. The
yeah,
first
because he
one he
told
had a
me
fit
what
over,
was
and the
up, and
second one he didn't even want to talk about.
yeah, he told me about it, and I was like, this really doesn't to me, it doesn't seem reasons for a divorce. Basically, was what I told him.
Well,
Like this is something that's fixable. This is
I
not
think he
something
wanted
that you
absolute
just.
perfection.
This is not a reason to kind of completely drop a relationship, a friend. It's
Yeah, he
something that can
really,
be
I mean, he
fixable.
really threw the baby out with the bathwater. He really did. And I'd never seen that in people when he got so mad. And then he drug a couple of people over to his side, and they were all spinning circles trying to down me on top of that. And I kind of shook my head for about 5 or 6 weeks over that, and I just ignored them. And then I heard back from one of them about a year later, and I just sort of ignored them again. So,
No, he kind of tried that with me too, Sam. Try to kind of get me away from your side and go to his side. And I'm like, look, I'm not one to pick sides. Like, unless Sam does something personally to me, I have no reason to,
that's why I said baby with, baby. And he just, it's like sink the ship because I'm not happy today. So everybody's going down with me. I couldn't believe that. It was like, just wow. And, thus also removing 2.5 years worth of work.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That was really what upset me, was like, this is very important information
Yeah, and
to
we
just
were
throw
doing
to just
monthlies.
throw away over a stupid fight. And I was really disappointed with that, because there
That
was
became our
years
monthly
of
catalog.
information. There was so much information in those videos that were so important. Besides the little stuff. This is why I don't take nothing personal, because this topic is so huge that who cares about the little stuff? This is
Yeah.
bigger than my
Oh, well,
feelings. This is
if we could have gotten
bigger
by those
than.
2 pictures and said, okay, let's print a retraction. We're not even going to use them, disregard everything about those 2 pictures. And what it was a screen capture. Somebody took a picture of their screen, and it still showed, and it was, believe it or not, it was of the big 3 asteroid group. And he didn't believe it. And we got so many more sightings after that match time after time, year after year. And he got all pissy over, and it wasn't even that bad of a picture. And yet, because, oh, I know, and I'm not going to go there. And then he just got mad and off he went.
Yeah. I know exactly what picture it was, and personally, I really don't see what all the fuss was about. But yeah, I mean, if you really knew him, you knew it was bound to happen. Like,
Oh yeah, well,
if
yeah,
you,
I was slowly watching a decline in his behavior.
yeah, because people were complaining about him left and right. I can't tell you
Yeah,
the
that's right. He
amount
was
of the
becoming rude.
amount of
I forgot about
complaints that I
that.
saw about him.
Yeah, he was getting rude to people, and I forgot people were reporting him to me because I was trying not to remember that part. Um, yeah, because I don't hold grudges long, so I don't usually hold a grudge. So
Yeah, I can hold a grudge for a little bit, and then I totally get over it.
I get miffed with people, but later on it usually works out where I'm going. Well, they probably had this going or that going, and they were in their world, and of course, I'm so narcissist. I'm not going to blame me. That was a joke. Nobody's smiling. Okay.
I think it's after.
Yeah, you agree, don't you? Yeah.
I think we're getting a little loopy now on the fifth hour.
Oh, yeah, we've been here for
Right.
5 hours.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
short for us, but yeah.
but we did get a late start though. So.
Yeah. When do you think, hey, do you think you'll be free for next Monday or Tuesday? Hey, Jesus.
You know what? I told Mark I would come on Monday, but I am available Tuesday.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, yeah, because I told Mark I would do Tuesday with him, but he said that he was off Monday.
Yeah.
And he said he wanted me to do one of his shows, and I was like, sure.
Right. Cool.
So I told him, okay, since he's off Monday, I told him we could do it Monday, because
Okay.
I want to do this consistently. I think consistency is important.
Yeah.
I
think so too.
I think that we need to stick to something consistent. If at very least we get the day on a consistent schedule, you know.
Yeah. Especially
Yeah,
right
but yeah,
Saturdays, every Saturday. I
yeah,
think that's a
yeah.
good day for people. And then we'll do
I really hate that I just can't do the weekends. I know
I
weekends are great, but
know.
I just can't. I can't
If
give
there
up.
is ever a time you can hop on though, just message me. If you can come on for 30 minutes or something,
Yeah, yeah. See that I can do. If I
Uh,
could maybe, usually I'll take like a 30-minute break into like halfway through my shift, and
yeah,
then I could just, even if I could do it from my car, I could just go online
of
for
course.
30 minutes while I munch on my sandwich or something,
Right. Yeah, do it. Do it.
and then we can do
Yeah, I have
that.
my regular weekly shows on YouTube that I watch too, because I go, oh, it's Sunday. I know that, Martin's
Yes,
on,
yes.
and,
It's just people
so,
work on schedules. People get familiar with familiar. So if we do it on a certain day regularly, people will know, will catch on to that, because people are, we're all routine kind of people, and that routine is what catches people on to, okay, I know that this comes out on Monday, so I'm gonna make room for it to watch it on Monday, or Tuesday, whatever.
and then you come
Um,
home, oh, my show is on. Yay. Yeah. I catch myself saying that all the time. It's like, oh, hey, today's the day it's going to be out. So,
exactly, exactly, and you catch on to it right away. A month in, you know exactly when the show, comes out. So yeah, yeah. Consistency and work on a schedule, I think, is good. But yeah, yeah,
Right.
I did come in with Mark Monday. I wanted to tell him I told him Tuesday originally, but he said that he has his day off Monday, so I was like, okay,
Okay.
so you could do it Monday. So
Well, that's what we're going to plan on then is another show this Saturday. I'm with Sam, and I'm not sure how Jillian is going to be feeling. She's not feeling good, so she may or may not be with us Saturday. And then maybe Leandra. I haven't actually talked to her since the other day, so
well,
but
she
we'll
would
get
probably
I
want to be on.
messaged her earlier and she responded, but
I
yeah,
think, I think she wanted to be on today, but just couldn't make it. So,
yeah. She's busy. She does have a lot going on.
she had a, a, a loss this week. So,
Oh, I didn't know.
yeah,
Okay.
I
Well,
talked to her today also. So,
I get it. Yeah.
yeah. So,
Well, we'll just see. I mean, it'll come together. We'll get a show going. So
yeah, and fine. Pick yourself out and go and yell at JD or something. See if we can get,
I know I want to try to get
yeah,
at least some to do some short call-ins. They don't have to
yeah,
stay for hours,
get a
JD
but
is
few of our
very
regulars
knowledgeable,
on.
and judging from what he posts, I really love. I love everything that he posts. He seems like a really wise guy.
I
I know
know.
he would have a lot of great stuff to talk about, but I get
And,
it.
well, I think he mentioned being semi-camera shy,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and well,
Well,
he could
he can
also
put a
do it the way
picture
I
up.
do it. Put up a
Right.
picture and then just have a live mic, and
Yeah.
then you don't have to worry about you can put up any picture,
Right.
or even a blank screen, which is also available. And
Okay.
I put mine up like this. I haven't worked on a new one yet, but I have to figure out how to do that yet for a more current
Well, you can
picture.
pick out a different picture for next one if you
God, I
want.
might have to shave. Anyway,
It's no
so
shave November.
well,
Yeah.
it's
Right.
Montana up here. You got to get your winter face ready.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
Well,
and
I
we're
guess
gonna have some
let's.
snow too. So,
Yeah, it's going to get drop in about 30 degrees here, what I saw in Oklahoma. So the highs will
And
be
we're
like in the
supposed to get really
40s.
cold this week, so we're supposed to
Yeah,
get some snow and stuff. So
a few more days.
that should be interesting.
Yeah, but well, I guess let's go ahead and end the show for now, and we can, get on to bed and everything. But I do appreciate Sam. I appreciate Jesus for
It
doing
was
this.
really fun to finally talk to you personally, Sam. It's been a long
well,
time
I'm
coming.
sorry we haven't done it sooner. I just we're all
We
skinny busy.
message often, but this always gives some more of a personal. touch.
Yeah, well,
that
we've
something.
typed back and forth to each other so many times, it
Yeah,
just it
yeah,
just seems like, almost old hat, but not, even though we
yeah,
actually didn't sit and talk,
yeah.
But
So,
I think we should just continue what this is for each of our shows, me, you, and Sam.
But hasn't it been cool? Like everything has flowed so good because we're all on the same
It did. It
page.
went really
You know?
well. We're all kind of right there together.
well, when I quit talking, then one of you guys picks it up, and then, and
Yeah,
then
Uh-huh.
I try to
yeah.
shut up and not talk too
I think
much.
I think we're all allowing each other to have their own, to say what they have to say, and then they kind of
Right.
pass it on to the next person. So
Well,
there's been a very good flow to the show.
I'm interested in hearing what you guys have to say. So, it's
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, yeah. For you, it must be interesting being on the other side.
Oh
Kind of.
yeah, your first show where you two were just running by yourselves, I was sitting there just smiling, and
Yeah, I
and
was like,
and
finally,
Sam
Sam
says
gets
this
to
and
be on
Sam
the other
says
side
that,
of
and I just loved every second of it. I was
Right.
like, okay, yeah. And you guys are accurate, and you've got very good memories, and you did your homework, and yeah, and your show presence works, and you weren't stalling or lost for time, and everybody's, it's like Kaylee Lewis, I'm loving the shows, thank you for doing them.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
gonna say
and
thank you, Kaylee. Thank you for being here.
and that's the thing that's got to be done, is because if it's normalized, then things will just pop into place for a lot of people, and if some of that stigma goes away,
Yes.
then it might be easier
Yeah, yeah.
to jump into.
And I
Right.
think people want to see, like I was telling Rebecca recently, how there's only so much that you can get across in a 2-3 minute video. I think people want to see who's behind, these things that are being posted. And people want to get to know the people that they've been seeing post crazy shit. That people want to be
Right.
familiar with who they're, and I also think it adds a big part of reality and personal touch, and I think that's appreciated, and I think people respond well to that.
Yeah. I
And
think it,
look how easy we can all just keep talking, even though we were trying to wind it
I
up.
know.
Yeah, my
I
stomach is
know. It's
growling.
too easy.
I'm
It's
gonna go.
weird.
I'm gonna go raid the fridge right about now.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna go watch some old 1930s mystery movie or something to wind
Sweet.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go crash too.
But yeah,
Well,
this was great, guys. I enjoyed it very much. Awesome to be on here with you, Sam and Rebecca. Always
yeah.
great. So, we'll see you next week.
Let's
Yeah,
do
we'll
it
do it soon.
again in a week.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you all for watching. We
Good night,
appreciate you
everybody.
more than everything. So good night.
Thank
Goodbye.
you for
All right,
listening.
guys. Bye.